Goodbye Bucharest and hello Paris as the world's top players continued their ferocious fight at the second stop of the 2021 Grand Chess Tour. Tournament wildcard Ian Nepomniachtchi delivered a masterful attack against local favorite Etienne Bacrot, and he was joined by Wesley So, Levon Aronian, and Peter Spidler atop the leaderboard. It's time for 3 more games of Rapid as the Gladiators try to keep up their frenetic pace. Day 2 of exciting action coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of the 2021 Rapid and Blitz held here in Paris, France. This is the second leg of the Grand Chess Tour. Behind me is the cavalry entry into the French military school. This is where Napoleon studied. How well did the chess players study to get their right moves on the chessboard? We'll find out. Let's go to the studio and start today's action with Maurice and Yasser.
The sparkling City of Light is host to the second stop of the 2021 Grand Chess Tour, as some of the best chess players on the planet will look to play their own sparkling moves in their hunt for the title. We are in Studio A in St. Louis. I am Maurice Ashley, and I'm joined by Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan. And Yasser, yesterday's games were absolutely scintillating. We saw so many wins, up and down action. It was extraordinary.
It was great, Maurice. Well, happy to call the action with you. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the Grand Chess Tour. As Maurice was saying, the players had moved from Bucharest to Paris and made that transition to Rapid and Blitz. And there are some times when you just love your job. Yesterday was one of those days for me. It was fantastic. Maurice, let's take a look at the standings.
Indeed, so many wins yesterday. And atop the leaderboard now, we have Aronian, Wesley So, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Peter Spidler. Wesley being the only unbeaten player so far in the 2 contests that we have had. Fabiano Caruana at 50%, 3 draws from the number 2 player on the planet. He cannot be happy about that. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the French favorite, he's also at 50%, losing immediately in round 1, but bouncing back to at least some level of respectability. Timur Rajabov, who didn't lose at all, in fact, didn't win at all also in Bucharest, managed to do both in yesterday's event.
He joined the players.
He joined the players, indeed. Team Bacrot and Kramnik, that win in round 1 by Bacrot was dominating, but then he followed it up with 2 losses. And we see the youngster there, Alireza Firouzja, turned 18 yesterday. His birthday wasn't too kind to him, as he didn't manage to win a game and lost in round 3. And Richard Rapport, fresh off his illness from Bucharest, did come in, but lost 2 games. He righted the ship in the last game with a draw. We'll see if he can find some energy to win. We see Team Bacrot and Kramnik. Bacrot will play the rapid portion. Kramnik will play the blitz portion, and their combined score will account for 1 placing. I can't wait to see Big Vlad get into the action. And the format so far, we've played 3 rapid games. We'll continue that today. 25 minutes with a 10-second increment. Blitz will be 5 minutes with 2-second increment. That'll be in the second half of the competition. No draw offers. Draw. We don't like draws. You can only do it by repetition, by stalemate, or by Bear Kings, fight to the death. A win is worth 2 points in the rapid portion, a draw worth 1. In Blitz, it's a traditional scoring of a point with a half a point for a draw, and they're playing for 150,000 smackaroos. That's a good chunk of change. The schedule, as we said, today we will play rapid 3 games. Also tomorrow, the Blitz will begin on day 4 and 5 as well, 9 games each day. That's a lot of points to collect. And the playoffs, if there's a tie, we go to even more scintillating action. 2 players tied will be a rapid double round robin game in 10 minutes with a 5-second increment. 3 or more players tied, we'll go to Blitz, game 5 with a 2-second increment. And if after all that, and we're not all just gasping for air, we will do an Armageddon. It'll be 5 minutes for white, 4 minutes for black, no increment, no delay, and black will hope for at least a draw because black wins in that event. Yes, we can only dream of something like that. It'll be so exciting.
I love those Armageddons. But we've got our colleagues, Almira and Christian, in Paris, waiting to drill down a little bit deeper with their insights. Bonjour.
Bonjour à tous and welcome back everybody to day 2 of the Paris Rapid and Blitz. It's an exciting day filled with action. I am your host, Cristian Chirila, and my brilliant co-host, Almira Skripchenko. Welcome, Almira.
Hello guys, you're mesmerizing me with your French.
What an amazing day filled with action we had in day 1, which produced 46.6% of decisive results. 7 games out of 15 were decisive. This just goes to show how these players are ready to fight until the end of the round. Out of those players, only 3 players did not score a victory yesterday. One of them was Fabiano Caruana, who drew all his games. He cannot be too happy with his result in day 1. He's very combative and ready to fight back today. In the last 2 places, we have Firouja Ali Reza, the Prince of World Chess, who celebrated his 18th birthday yesterday. Unfortunately for him, he did not manage to get a win. He made 2 draws in the first 2 games and then lost the last one against Timur Rajabov. And that last, unfortunately for him, is Vachier-Lagrave, who scored only a half a point in the last round against the challenger Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's going to be looking to bounce back strong in today's rounds. Almira, what are you excited about in today's action?
Well, actually, 2 of our leaders are playing against each other today, Jan Nepomniachtchi and Wesley So. And let's have a look at their lifelong record in Rapid. Actually, it's not very flattering for the challenger for the crown. Wesley So leads with 6 wins, 2 losses, and 16 draws. And in their last matchup, Wesley So inflicted a painful defeat to Jan Nepomniachtchi in Crypto Cup. So I'm really looking forward to this game. Their games are always completely crazy, almost insane. You know, and it reminds me of a very famous painting, a portrait of a chess player by Marcel Duchamp, who also was a chess player and represented France at the Chess Olympiad. And he said that all chess players are artists, so I'm really looking forward to this game.
It's an electrifying atmosphere here in Paris. Fast and furious action about to begin. Back to the studio, guys, in St. Louis.
Thank you, Christian, and thank you, Almira, for that key matchup. But now let's take a look at the pairings for the whole of round 4. Maurice, what do we have?
We have some exciting matchups indeed. As Almira said, So versus Nepo, 2 of the leaders facing off against each other. That should be exciting. Aronian versus Rapport. We've got top versus bottom. Aronian will look to see if he can get some more points and possibly break away from the pack of leaders. Vachier-Lagrave versus Bacro is a battle of the 2 Frenchmen in the competition. And we see the youngster Firouja making his mark, trying to go against the number 2 player on the planet, Fabiano Caruana, who desperately needs some wins. He's got to get it done if he's going to have any chance at the tour title. And a couple of veterans, Peter Svidler and Rajabov, will close it out. Peter doing well so far. Yes, the old school crowd liked it as Peter turned 45 a couple of days ago. We'll see whether or not he can show his great longevity and continue to put together more and more victories.
Peter is definitely an inspiration to be sure. There we get a peek at the playing hall as the players get ready for round 4. But before they do battle, let's just break out the money. You mentioned $150,000, Maurice.
Well, they're not here for the fun of it. They want some moolah. $37,500 for first place, plus a fat 13 Grand Chess Tour points if you win outright. Second place is $25,000 with 10 GCT points, and third is $20,000 with 8 GCT points. Yes, there's some players who are really hungry for those points, particularly Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. As we take a look at the standings at the moment, of course, Shakhtar Mamadyrov has got to be at the top of that list, no question about it, as he won in Bucharest. There you see Levon, Wesley, and Grishuk, who is not playing here, but will be back for Croatia and St. Louis. They have 8.3 GCT points. Timur Radjabov, despite having a mediocre result in Bucharest, he's up there at 5.5, along with Anish Giri. And look at Fabi and MVL. Those are not numbers you want to keep. You need to start getting points, or you'll just play yourself out of the competition.
And of course, remember, the Grand Chess Tour winner not only wins the prestigious title of 2021 Grand Chess Tour champion, but also gets $100,000 additional bonus money, as well as all the prize money that they've won in their individual tournaments. As we see Ali Firouzja and Fabiano playing the Joko piano, one of the oldest openings in chess, called the Quiet Game in its Italian. And I tell you, Maurice, it has not been quiet.
Anything but quiet. We've had some of the craziest positions out of this, one of the most traditional state of openings. You've learned this as a beginner in chess.
Exactly.
And I say, well, don't play this because it's not main line.
Right.
It's not as complicated. Now the players are saying, no, this is our main line, and it is extremely complicated. The nuances for this have been extraordinary, and we see Black just playing d6 there.
Move bishop e7, bishop c5 back to e7 by Fabiano. Again, we talk about Fabiano's amazing opening preparation. It looks a little bit strange to my eyes to see the back and forth between bishop c5 and bishop coming back to e7. I do remember in the World Championship match in New York City between Magnus and Sergey, where we did see that maneuver, bishop f8 to c5 back to e7, for very specific reasons. White's bishop on g3 is not exactly that great. Is it worth the extra time? We will see as the players undergo the theory. Let's just jump to the game of Wesley So, one of our tournament co-leaders. Again, we have 4 players tied for first as we start this action in round 4. Just a second. I'm having a little trouble finding it on my set. There it is. I've got it. Okay, the bishop b4, Rogozin, which has become, my gosh, the go-to defense these days by Black. We saw it a lot in Bucharest, this bishop b4 move. Traditionally, the Queen's Gambit declined has been bishop e7, and this move, bishop b4, is just kind of, I want to say, superseded, Maurice. You've got it on your board as well.
You know, it's interesting how fashion matters in chess. Right. The players see something that looks good and they go, I'm going there.
Right.
That guy started playing that line. It's going well. Why not play exactly that and see who knows how to beat it, because I sure don't. And then they start playing it over and over again until we commentators are sick of it.
No
we have to watch
wins.
this again and again and again. It's the same opening. I suspect this is going to become one of them as well. So solid. Black has been holding up in all the lines. But what can you say? The players are not trying to lose with the Black pieces,
right,
given that Black goes second in chess and the first move is conferring an advantage on White. Players say, well, if this is solid, I'll just do it, and then I'll try to win with White when I get my chance.
Absolutely. And obviously we're still in theory, but Wesley paused for just a second before playing the move knight f3 to e5. I had switched games. I'm sorry that I did that. Naturally just made this intriguing hop into the center. Maurice, if you've got the game, let's go to your board for a quick second.
Yes, knight to e5 on the board. You expect pieces to develop in chess. This bishop should come off the back rank. The king should castle. That's traditional. That's normal. That's what the average person would want to do. But Wesley's not average. Well, Wesley's one of the best players on the planet. He goes in his own way and bringing the knight now to e5. Remember, this queen b3 could happen at any point, threatening this bishop and this pawn on b7. So that will be something you have to be careful for. But now the move c5 in response to now bishop to d3 makes you wonder why the bishop didn't go to d3 in the first place, Yas.
Right.
Can you explain why knight e5 was necessary? And only after c5, bishop to d3, that seems...
The way I reckon it is White wants to provoke the move, bishop takes d3, so he can recapture with his knight, with the idea, like on my board, as we can see it for just a second. So the knight jumped to e5, like a perplexing move, as you were saying. Develop, develop. Bishop takes d3, knight takes d3. Now I'm hitting b4 and c5. If I can provoke the moves, bishop takes c3, b takes c3, c4, the knight wasn't going to be very effective when it was sitting on the f3 square. Suddenly, hello, check this out. Suddenly, this knight jumps to the f4 square. You think to yourself, how did it make that pirouette? It goes knight to f3 to f4 on one turn, and this rook will come to b1, and suddenly white is for choice. So very intriguing, clever little setup. We'll see how Nepo handles the challenge of, Wesley's play.
And I got to say, I don't buy it for an advantage.
Okay.
I feel like it's just too cute.
Too cute.
Right?
Yeah,
That's so cute.
It
That's
can't be good. It can't be good.
No, I'm not saying it's bad.
But
I'm just saying it's not something that can be earth-shattering. But these players don't care whether or not it's earth-shattering. It's rapid chess. And the most important thing you could do in rapid chess is eat up your opponent's time.
Good point.
Right? That's the most important thing. So if I can make a move and have somebody like Nepo who moves instantly, this, stop and do what he's doing right now. Stop, pause, look off. Is this any good? What are the variations I got to worry about? Is there a trick? Am I going to drop anything? You notice he's pulling one of those Beth Harmon, I'm not going to look at the board, I'm going to look off at the ceiling. Well, he's looking, it looks like at our camera right now.
Hikaru Nakamura does that too.
A lot of chess players do it,
Yeah.
as you know. No need to look at the board because they can see it in their minds, and he's calculating now what's going on, what are the variations, what's good, what's bad. All right, I'm going to take on d4 immediately and a capture back on d4 as well. And what is the next move that he has planned? Again, a quick move by Wesley and a pause by Nepo. They're not in any time pressure. Let's not make any point about that. But there goes bishop takes. And what will he take with? The queen now that the pawn took on d4.
Precisely. That was a very important point that I wanted to point out, that when Nepo played the move c5, he wants to keep the move c5, c4 in his pocket. Once he had to make that trade on d4, bishop takes d3, queen takes d3 is more effective than recapturing with the knight, because that would have allowed rook e8. Now, from Wesley's point of view, he's a happy camper. He's ready to castle. That knight is still in a pin. And once he's castles, he's going to be threatening to capture that knight and that pawn. That's why we saw this move, queen d6, sidestepping the pin, preparing to develop the knight either to d7 or c6.
Go back one move, Yas.
Yep.
Very important point that you just made. If the knight had gone to d7 immediately in this position, knight to d7, then the point of the knight on e5 would make itself felt. Simply knight takes, queen has to take because of the pin on the knight. Your knight cannot capture. And now bishop takes knight, shattering that structure around the king. Pawn takes back. If we just look at that structure, looks terrible. That king suddenly exposed. White will castle and smile as black's pawns are scattered to the winds. They look like autumn leaves right there. Ugly in this position. So that's not what you want to have happen. And that's why he played queen d6 first. He brought this queen out. So when he brings the knight to d7, then let's say castles, for example, in this position for white, knight to d7 comes next. Now when you're playing knight takes on d7, black is not obliged to capture with the queen, but can capture back with the knight, keep that harmonious structure in effect. And that is what Wesley's considering now. And I really felt like the idea, in my opinion, was a little too cute when I said this idea of knight takes on d3. I think Nepo has very quickly righted the ship and found a way to basically equalize the position. If he gets his knight to d7, what do you think? Does white really have anything?
Yeah, I'm just wondering about this. Okay, let's say castles. Castles looks like the absolutely most natural move in the position. And then after knight d7, we just pause it here for just a second, because in some ways, now that this bishop, a moment ago, this knight was in a pin. Now this bishop is kind of hitting nothing. I want to put it like that. I'm wondering if I can somehow take advantage of the fact that after knight takes, bishop to g3, your queen has to keep contact with the pawn on d5. You don't want to play queen e6 and just walk into a free tempo after rook e1. So I'm assuming you have to play queen c6, and then after rook c1, I don't know. Can I do something with it? It feels like a little something for white.
Nibbly.
Nibbly. Not
I'm going to
much.
call it nibbly. It's not it doesn't look like much. And with all those pieces already traded off,
right,
it just doesn't feel dynamic. Let's get to a position that is dynamic. Other boards, of course, important as well. And here we see the matchup between one of the co-leaders, Peter Svidler, against Timur Radjabov. And this position, we've seen this kind of position before. Yaz, you're a French player.
Yeah.
Have you been in this exact position before in your career?
Nope.
No. We see the bishop on d7, supposed to be the bad piece, blocked in by the pawn structure. But black's formation is fairly solid. White gave up this pawn early in the game, and the queen actually was the one that took it and went all the way back home to d8. We see a weak pawn here by itself. Pawn on a2 as well could become weak. A rook on an open file. But is that rook crashing in on b7 that has definitely caught black's attention, which is why the queen had to go back. At some point, the queen actually went to e7 and to d8. The bishop will come out, the king will castle, and they'll eject this intruder at some point, as you don't want pieces just sitting, posting up in your position. White will have to look for some play. f5 is on the agenda, but it's got to be mindful. This bishop and this pawn guards the f5 square, so it makes it difficult to open up the game. Still a long way to go in this position.
Absolutely. In the game between Levon Aronian and Richard Rapport, I got to tell you, Richard, he's an amazing original player. I mean, just a big salute to Richard. Again, we're seeing he's got this propensity to playing knight f6 to h5. I've played the Queen's Indian defense my whole life, as well as the Nimzo. And I've got to tell you, after knight f3, knight f6, d4, b6, bishop f4, I have never played knight h5 on move 3. But remember the Caro Khan game of yesterday where he played knight h5, Maurice. And after bishop d2, c4, essentially the players have transposed directly into a Queen's Indian with the bishop already on d2. Many times in the Queen's Indian, they'll play bishop d2 in response to knight e4. You would think after g3, white's going to get a whole tempo up on a regular Queen's Indian position. The move e2, e3, I think that kind of throws away a lot of what white's advantages might be. Then we get here, and I was really stunned by this move. Again, I've played against the isolated queen pawn my whole life. You're never supposed to play knight takes d5. You're always supposed, as white, to maintain those types of tensions in the position. I don't care what you do. You play queen c2, queen b1, you play a2, a3. You keep the pieces with knight e4, but trading? No. That's not supposed to be good.
That wasn't Richard, by the way. That was Levon.
I mean, Levon who made the trade. Yes. Yeah, no, it was Richard who played knight h5. But he did it for a clear purpose. He thinks that he's hitting this pawn on h7. He's trying to force a weakness. Anything like g6, he'll jump with his knight. But this is an intriguing moment for Richard. Doubtlessly, he's considering a pawn sacrifice with bishop takes h7 check, king h8, pawn takes, something like, I don't know, knight c6 or maybe knight to d7. And a moment ago we were just saying those double pawns, white's king side. So it's kind of shattered.
You avoided playing queen takes on d4, which I think a lot of people would wonder, why can't I take right now
Recapture.
On d4? Yeah. It's not even a pawn sack anymore. This looks good. The problem, of course, is the move bishop back to e4, Oops. And that rook is trapped in the corner, and you're going to lose some material here. You might want to sacrifice an exchange and argue after knight d7 you have compensation. That's a really big argument.
Yeah, that's a hard argument
to make.
Yeah,
and he did play instead h6, not sacrificing, and the knight landing on e5. And this is the hope that it seems Levon has. The one saying, I've got 5 pieces cleanly developed. Mm-hmm. I've got a knight on e5, 2 bishops, queen, and a rook, and this rook will come into the game easily. My king already tucked away. You've got one king developed and two pieces in the game. Even though white has this weak pawn on d4, it's isolated, able to be attacked because no pawn can ever defend it, or at least without some weird exchange happening. In this position, white's got space, white's got activity. Does white have real threats, though? I think the big question, Yaz, would be, is this a legit move?
Absolutely.
Knight
That's the
d7.
big question.
What if I just challenge your knight? You want to trade it off? Nobody cares. The more trades we make, the more this d-pawn is going to be a problem. So what do you plan? Do you plan to play the move knight to c6? Is this the intent to try to get an advantage of one of those bishops? If you take, we get this bishop, and if you move, then we'll take this bishop and argue that that position's good. I'm not even sure if you take my dark square bishop that I care. Right. Because this bishop is a monster on d5, and this knight can go to f6 and reinforce it in cement. So I'm not sure. What's the move, Yaz? You got, what do you have after knight d7?
I like queen e8.
No, I'm saying, what do you have after knight d7?
Oh, I'm saying without knight c6, I got nothing. I got nothing without.
That's my feel. That's the feeling I had. Thanks for confirming it.
Unless if you put knight d7 back on the board for just a second, and I'm dubious. I really am. I feel dubious. Rook lift, rook e3, rook g3. I don't know if I'm making a pretension of an attack on the king side. Maybe, Maurice?
It's like fake news.
Fake news, fake news, fake news.
I don't buy it.
You're not buying it.
I'm wondering if there's something else like
I got a bridge in Brooklyn.
Is there? I've seen that bridge.
You've seen that bridge.
Give it out from BK. I wonder if there's a check and a little tactic somewhere in here. I don't see it either. No sacks, no. No, I don't. Let me turn the engine on and see what the engine thinks. The engine thinks black's better after knight to d7.
Hey, there you
black's
go.
better. That was our instinct. All right, I'll turn it off now. So, yeah, knight d7 was a good move. Instead, though, he played bishop to g5.
Whoa.
I got to say whoa, too. What's this? I mean, it just seems so natural to develop pieces. Don't people like developing pieces? The modern grandmaster seems to somehow eschew this simple concept, bringing pieces out for more concrete gains. He wants to trade off a pair of bishops in the position. As it stands, however, this bishop on d5 looks rock solid, looks like a beast for a long time.
Continue the line.
And we see a trade.
Bishop b4.
And look, this is the check that I was talking about. And now bishop to e4. We're seeing a different kind of chess that we're used to.
Approach.
But
totally different approach by
check,
Levon.
king over, bishop back to e4, played in the game, and now he's trying to aggress this bishop. The thing about this, though, that I have to say, is now this knight does feel silly, right? He's dragged the queen away. You can't play knight d7. You can't play knight c6. Now the knight does look silly. And so the approach by Richard to cause this to happen, where now his king's a little bit offside, his queen's offside, and how are you going to develop this piece to an aggressive square? A6 does not impress being on the side as much as we know he likes putting his knights to the rim.
Yeah.
Here, it doesn't look impressive at all, and this knight looks far superior. I got to say, bishop g5, not the move I would have thought of to play. Knight d7, unless you were refuting knight d7, I would have dropped that on the board instantly. After due consideration, a few seconds, and then I'm playing it.
After careful consideration. Speaking of careful consideration, not a joke, but Wesley So for Rapid Game has gone into a deep think. He's come out of the opening with just a smidge, tiny something. There's an isolated, I wanted to say backward pawn on c6 that's very, very tender. There is an open e-file at the moment, so you can't just capture on c6 twice because we've got to e8 and c6 twice because we got to worry about a back rank mate. But something of the nature of rook e5 and
show that variation, if you don't mind.
I mean, I'm a pawn grabber, but I could get my hands burned if I grab the c6 pawn because I'm leaving my king on. Okay, I think I got a battery problem with my mouse. Sorry. Queen takes c6 leaves my back rank fatally weak.
Oops.
Yeah, oops. Bobby Fischer teaches chess. Will teach you about the back rank mate. But, okay, Wesley So is maintaining kind of a nice pressure against the pawn on c6. How big is it, though, Maurice?
It's tiny.
Tiny. That's
teeny tiny. This is the kind of
that's
position
what I was afraid of.
That Nepo could defend in his sleep, probably. We have a new position on the board there with a rook on d8. Here it is.
Rook on d8.
And it's so small. It's so small. This is the kind of position I know you would make some dollars off back in the day. Yeah, squeeze somebody for hours and hours and an endgame. But this Nepo, the challenger to the world title, he doesn't seem like the kind of guy who's going to be intimidated by little demonstrations like this. Remember yesterday he had that worst position
with Richard
Rapport, and he was able to draw that technically as well. You've got to have great endgame technique as the pieces get traded off if you're going to try to win a world title. And Nepo is a worthy challenger to Magnus Carlsen and showing it in his play so far in this competition.
Returning to our game of Levon for just a moment, against Richard Rapport, we saw that very nice bishop h7 check, followed by bishop e4. Amateur players often overlook these tiny little nuances where, thanks to that check, which drove the king from g8 to h8, and only after the king moved did the bishop retreat to e4. The idea is that we've weakened f7 for that half ply. The idea is now with this move rook c1, Levon is looking for an opportunity to invade on the 7th rank with the move queen c7, and thanks again to that check, the pawn on f7 is a little bit weaker, defended only by the rook, not by the king and rook. It's those little details that make a big impact. Maurice, what do you have for us in the Firouzja game?
Pieces being traded off in this one. A big trade happened in this game between Firouzja and Fabiano Caruana when bishop to e6. The chop on e6 is something we've seen before. It seems like a bad idea as you bring a pawn to the center, controlling center squares, and you open the f-file. But it's difficult for these pawns to move. They become a bit static. And even when they do move, you create weaknesses like one on e5 if you ever push to d5. But look at how the game proceeded. a5 blocking anything on that side. And now knight d7, knight to c4, queen to e8, bringing the queen over to the king side. And now we see slight pressure here, not much. And now the move d4, opening up the middle, putting heavy pressure on the pawn on e5. And then this trade to get the b4 square for a knight. Notice after a4 and the missing c pawn, this square b4 is forever a square the knight can remain on for an outpost. Queen to b3, b6, super solid on that side. But this is what I want to point out, is after this move, knight to a3, journeying to the b5 square, putting pressure on the c7 pawn. Heavy pressure. What did Black do? Simply move it to c5. The engine gives this position as equal, triple zeros. But I want it, folks, there's equal, and then there's equal. Like, whoa. Yes, this position is sharp, it's wild, it's busy, it's crazy. The pawn formation over here, definitely amorphous. You can see that it's not symmetrical. I mean, this is not your everyday boring chess formation. This is rich. Queen d1 was played, answered by rook a to d8. Woo! There's some sincere action happening in this game. Your evaluation of this position, yes.
0-0-0. Dare I say unclear, but definitely the type of position I think both players will embrace, particularly Fabiano. As we started our show, this man, the number 2 man in the world, Fabiano, is really trailing in the Grand Chess Tour. He needs to come back strong against the very young 18-year-old. Now, I'd like to turn to our all-French Derby matchup between MVL and Etienne Bacrot. Etienne just played a move which I guess is okay, knight c6 to e7, but a move ago, this was very important, right here, MVL decided he wanted to sacrifice a pawn. He played f5. Etienne said, thank you very much, I'll take that pawn. Yes, I messed up my king. Yes, I have double pawns, but hey, I've got some squares, I'm in here. And now, this was a crucial moment, right here, knight c3. And my instinct was like, hey, I'm not 100% sure this pawn sacrifice is working out. It's a super double-edged game, After the move e5, e4, I like that move because I'm opening up my bishop. I suspect that Etienne avoided this because of a move like rook f4, fearing that his queen was going to get trapped. I don't know if he bothered to calculate the outcome of a line such as rook f4, knight e5. Let me give you a check on f3. Yes, you can trap my queen. Oops, I fork your queen and knight. King and rook, pardon me. Queen takes h4. That's a bit of a Donnybrook. He shied away from those complications. Very intriguing ones, I must say, for me. I like the move e4. Etienne said, hey, look, I'm just going to chill out. I'll defend the position. Knight e7. Double-edged game going on here, but I like the extra pawn. What do you have for us in the Richard Rapport Lavon-Aronian game, Maurice?
Surprise, surprise, you like the extra pawn.
I like the extra pawn.
We know, Yaz, we know. Well, after bishop to e4, the queen came back and defended the bishop on d5 with a point. The point is to prepare bringing the knight into the game. As we see there, Lavon could only come up with rook a to c1. And look how the game proceeded, folks. Bishop takes, e4, queen takes, and guess what? The knight can breathe.
Finally.
I'm out. I'm in the game. I'm challenging this piece. Knight c6 doesn't worry me at all. Lavon played a rook to d1, and he said, give me that knight that you put on that square. Now we've traded that off. D takes e5, rook to c8, g3, and this one is very close. By the way, we should point out, after rook to c8, don't go stealing queens.
Ouch.
Because of rook takes, and you can start throwing stuff in the way. It's not going to help, as you're going to get checkmated on the back rank. So he had to play the move g3 in this position. White has an extra tempo. The king has been forced over to h8, but that's not going to matter. The structure is perfectly symmetrical. 4 pawns all facing each other on this side, 2 pawns facing each other on this side. Symmetry is not a good thing in chess. We like sharp differences as a rook trade has occurred. It might be a smidgen small. Nah, I don't think so. Whoa, as soon as I said it, he's like, nah, I'm going to show you that you have no edge. My queen's going to land on d2 and become a disrupting force. You better start playing some passive moves like a rook c2. And I think Lavon recognizes that his opening has not worked out for him. And it's not a flamboyant position, but that shirt certainly is flamboyant.
I was about to say, look at Lavon wearing the fashion, bringing it. He brought it yesterday, too, although he did credit his girlfriend with his good taste in his wardrobe. But that shirt today sure is sharp. I don't know whether this is theory or not when it stopped, but Peter Svidler is in a big theoretical dispute against Timur Radjabov. It reminds me of a game that was played in Bucharest, this French defense. I don't think White has much of anything.
Look at those chess pieces. If we may go back to that shot.
What chess pieces?
Producer, let's get back to this shot you had of Peter. The chess pieces, the black pieces that Peter has taken, and he's put them all the way over by the camera. He doesn't want them anywhere near him.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. The knights, even the knights facing opposite directions. Is he setting up like a little chess family over there?
Right.
You guys just chill while we do battle. This is a rare shot. I'm not used to seeing the pieces in the way like that. And Peter's like, just get them all out my way, far away. We'll take a look and see if this is something that Peter has been doing of late.
I always like to put the captured pieces behind the chess clock, out of sight, out of mind. You've got the game of Fabi on your screen, Maurice. What do you have to
Yes,
share?
I didn't mean to interrupt your point about that theoretical position.
No, it is nothing happening, in fact.
Good, because there's stuff happening here.
That's what I mean.
There's definitely stuff. Knight to b5 was played attacking this pawn. And the thing about this pawn structure that black has is it's starting to wave, undulate, if you will, a little bit. It's not a rock solid French, you have to come break this down. It's already messed itself up. Pawn on a5, pawn on b6. You'd want this pawn back on a7, this pawn back on c7, but it's not to be. You've got to deal with the hand that you've been dealt or that you dealt yourself. This pawn on d6 is weak. Should it be defended? Remember, it's being attacked by this bishop and this knight, only defended once. And Fabi decided to break up the team even more. You like having your pawns together. We see 5 connected here, 2 here. 5 connected here, 2 here. He decided, let me take principles out the window. Now he's got 2 here, 2 here, and 2 here. Separated pawn islands, as we call them. And what did the youngster do? He said, I don't want this one. I want this one.
Yeah.
And in this position, he played knight takes on d6. Nice. This is sharp stuff, yes. He could play d3 to keep the pawn. His knight is defending it really well. But this position, this one's blowing up. This one's going places. And Fabi's still thinking, though, after knight takes d6. It's kind of surprising, don't you think, that he intentionally captured on d4. Did he expect his opponent to only capture back on d4? Or did he not anticipate that knight takes on d6, which looks like a legit alternative might be played?
I think he did expect only knight takes d4. I'll tell you why. Because knight c5, Fabi might have thought, hey, wait a minute, you can't take on d6. I'll play knight c5 with the double threat of a fork on d3, and I'll hit, knight e5. I was like, I was about to land on d3.
Yeah, let's show that variation to the folks. That's a big line, a very important line, as a matter of fact. The move knight to c5. Knight to c5 looks natural. And knight to c5, this move from d7 to c5 looks natural. It looks like you're hitting on this square, and you're also uncovering an attack, the bishop and rook hitting on d6. But as you pointed out so astutely, as you want to move your knight from this square, you no longer guard this square, so we'll park a knight in the middle. Look how this is a pretty picture.
I know.
These knights, quite picturesque. And where did your queen go? Oops, you don't want to go back in the cubbyhole. By the way, knight f7 is coming.
Check.
You wanted a fork? We'll show you a fork. This will be with check and picking up your rook, as both knights are aggressing the square and the queen cannot continue to guard f7. h5, of course, is covered. e8, everything is covered. So your queen would have to leave. By the way, not this one, because it's even worse. We got check to the king, queen, everybody, the family affair. So knight to e5, queen to h7 would be just horrible, allowing this knight check. So whatever Fabi thought about knight c5 being a strong move, it's not possible in this position. And he is stuck here and has not made a move. He allowed this knight to jump into d6. Yeah. And he doesn't have a prepared response. Let's look at the clock times. As Fabi's down now under 12 minutes, he's under the 11.5-minute mark, more than half his time used in this very complex position. This is one of those things about playing complicated openings, Yaz. These va-bonk, you go all in.
Exactly.
They're not easy to play. No. You take a little time to think about what the heck is going on the chessboard. And Fabi, maybe this kind of extreme opening preparation to get positions that are rich and dynamic doesn't pay off when he's playing rapid and blitz.
True. I mean, he's a maximalist. Who was telling us in Bucharest? We had this wonderful interview where somebody was explaining that Fabi's approach to chess, playing, for the maximum result, both with white and black pieces, sometimes can just be energy taxing. I think we're back to playing the move d4, d3.
It was geary.
For Fabi.
It was geary.
Yeah, like Anish was saying, and in rapid chess it's very hard. d4, d3 perhaps is the move that Fabi needs to play now that he can't play knight c5. Again, the world's #2 player. We expect so much of, and he expects so much of himself, languishing in this 2021 Grand Chess Tour. I want to draw our attention to the game of Nepo, the challenger, versus Wesley So. Almira at the open of the show explained that this was our key matchup for round 4, and there have been some tests being made by Wesley, as he had just posted his queen up to c5, harassing this pawn on a7. Nepo said, you want the pawn? You can have it. And rook e4, threatening the pawn on d4. And Wesley said, well, I'll take on d4, I'll play rook d1, defending my pawn on d4. And after queen e6, I thought this was a fantastic move by Nepo. I really, really like this move a lot. You take the pawn on a7, and this is what it's all about. Counterplay.
Runaway pawn.
e3. You're not going to let that pawn stay. You got to take, but now your king's a little exposed, and suddenly black for his pawn has great counter chances. His rook is doing really great work. His queen is doing really great work. This queen is offside. This rook is defensive. Ideas of rook e2 as well as rook e1 abound. You know, sometimes you just don't seize the defensive. You've got to play honorary counter attacking. And I've got to tell you, I like what Nepo has done in this game.
He looks kind of good. He looks like possibly a challenger to the world title.
Doesn't he? I mean, yeah.
That guy looks like he can play chess.
But don't forget, as Almira was saying, 6-2 in terms of decisive results between these two players with a whole host of draws, 16 draws, whatever it is. But Wesley, 6-2. Not bad either.
Not bad at all, as it looks like rook e6, I think, was the last move. Whoa,
G5.
I got that. Boy, did I get that wrong.
You were so close.
Missed it by this much. What the heck? G5.
Didn't guess that.
The guy plays a4 and you decide to go all in with the g5. I guess g4 is a real threat.
That's what it's all about.
This guy's so creative.
But it's about counterplay against White's king. So you're going to play rook e2. You're going to provoke rook g1. But if you have rook on e2, queen on f2, and rook on g1, you want to play g4 so that when the guy goes h takes g4, you go queen h4 mate.
Well, let's take a look at that, please.
Like, for example,
on a screen, let's make a move like a5 on your board.
g4.
Hold on a second. We don't have it on screen just yet.
Right.
So
so the way it goes, what's the idea behind g5? The idea behind g5 is to get at White's king. Imagining a move like a5, g4, h takes g4. This is where we see his idea of threatening mate. You don't defend like this because thanks to g4, your king is suddenly checkmated. Yes, of course, you can defend the mate with check and queen takes, but thanks again to the pawn sacrifices that black is making, he always has a perpetual check and repetition. Easy draw. But that move, g5.
Instructive. Instructive. Taking advantage of the one little weakness on the king side. And we see a draw.
Our first result.
Not a stunning game at all. That was ended in a draw.
It felt like it was so much of that game between Peter and Timur was theory. I mean, it just felt
there go those
like
pieces. He kept putting them as far away as he could. He's like, I'm going to block the camera so nobody can see from that angle. We do have overhead shots, Peter, so that wasn't going to work. But that position, not much to talk about.
Queen a6
am I still? Did knight c5 get played? What do we have? We did see a knight c5 get played in the game. Knight c5. This was his no. That was not played. It was played. What?
Knight
Queen
c5?
f6, knight dc4, and king h7.
What?
Okay, that is what was played. Those knights are starring in the show right now. Queen f6, I overlooked the straightforward square. Queen f6 for the queen to hide, and guard f7 as well. By the way, e5 was the move that the engine said was the best one. I just checked. Instead of d3 or the move knight to c5, that e5 was the best. A couple of moves of go.
Right.
As an alternate, those of you who are following at home, this move e5, instead of knight to c5, right at that moment on move 22. Sharp chess. But this is sharp as well. Look at these knights. Look at these knights. Look at this passed pawn, protected. But how far can it go? I mean, it looks sharp. This king exposing itself. Why now, Yaz?
Yeah, exactly.
Why now? Because
king h7.
Why would you
put your king?
The
move?
I got to go back.
I kind of thinking that the king is a little bit safe. It's okay on h8. You've tucked it away. Maximize the other pieces or whatever it is you can do. And I'm thinking d4, d3 is crying, saying, push the pass pawn up the board. I don't know why Fabi didn't do that. Maybe he was afraid of rook e3. Even if he was afraid of rook e3, the pawn on d3, Yeah, why expose your king on h7? Don't know. That
And this
looks
is super
very
defended on this
confusing.
square. By the way,
Very
note
confusing.
that this move knight back, this was the last move here.
Knight d6 back.
This move does aggress this pawn, right? Am I wrong?
No, that pawn's on pre.
That pawn is hanging like that.
Yep.
So that's king h7 as a response. I'm threatening your pawn over here. I'm going to move my king up here to a square that we're thinking, I don't know.
What? Yeah.
I do have a reason for this move, though. There is one reason. It's to move queen h5, right? Queen h5 could come with this threat. So king h7 anticipates and shuts down any idea of queen h5. If your queen ever felt like, I'm going to release with tempo, right? Go to h5, you do something, queen h5, I need to get out of here with tempo, and now you're going to have to play king h7. King h7 reduces that to nothing. Now, it doesn't matter if you play the move. And what are you going to do now? But to think it's the most useful move, it's kind of useful if you don't know that you have a concrete idea, since you could always, you think, play king h7 against queen h5 or even queen g4. I mean, both moves work, right? Queen here, hitting the g6 square. So Fabi has something in mind that he wanted to do, but felt like because of the queen g4 or queen h5 tactic, he needed to play king h7 in anticipation. What that is, it's in the mind of Fabiano Caruana. I'm not sure what it would have been in this position, but I'm going to check with the engine now. And you know what the engine says is the best move?
What?
King h7.
No way. Really?
Wait. Here it is.
Wow.
Here's the arrow showing it. That king h7 was, in fact, the best move in the position. I'm curious about your move. If instead of playing that, he played the move
D3.
D3, the engine says rook e3. Arrow, you see the arrow telling us is extremely dangerous to this pawn sitting on the square. B6 is also going to hang. The rook, by the way, moves because if you try to steal the pawn on B6, we should point out, we're here. If you, after D3, try to steal this pawn on B6, you run into the very, uncomfortable, we'll call it.
Awkward.
Oops. Rook is guarding the pawn, so you can't take it. Your rooks are being forked. Never a good feeling. And you're going to go down in this game. So D3, the engines did not like right here. And the engine says, king h7. I'll turn it off now. But wow.
Yeah,
Fabiano Caruana again. But what will I say? When you play these kind of openings, you will eat up clock time trying to stay consistent with the dynamic, interesting, aggressive, amorphous, unclear structure that you create. And this is one of those where he is now down 5 minutes, 8:42 left, 13:23 for Alireza. He just has to keep consistent on the clock, keep playing moves that are challenging and equal. He did play the move H4. I don't think I can guess any of their moves.
Well, he's like eyeballing the G6 square, H4, H5, knight to G6.
I see the point, but to guess that's the most important thing to do right now.
Yeah. In our all-French derby matchup between MVL and Etienne Bacrot, I have the feeling that MVL is almost about to get his grippers on the position. There has been a queen trade. There's been a queen trade here after rook c4 that looks to be favorable for white. If white could just play rook takes f5, he'll be in the game in a very nice way. That rook will occupy a great square. The g4 square would be open as well. The king on a g8 will start to be vulnerable. Etienne, feeling that his position is slipping, b5 and c4, rushing to get back into the game, hoping that white will capture on f5 so that this rook will land on c2 after it takes on b3. MVL said, just a second, let me try to shut down the queen's side with the move b3, b4. I want to play rook takes f5 as mentioned, and then slowly get a very nice grip on the king side. Etienne, in a little bit of trouble here, is going to have to play to scramble to get out of the situation. Now, Fabi, go back to that game of Fabi, because h4 Fascinating. How's the position going, Maurice? Not
what?
good? What?
Fabi played H5.
What? No.
Wait, what?
No, that just hangs a pawn.
What's
The pawn is on H5. He took on B6. No.
this?
What?
Is this what happened?
No.
Wait, we got to
Can't
see the board
be,
position.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
I see the pawn on
What?
H5. It's like hard to believe.
Wait, what?
I know.
Wait a minute.
It's like, seriously? What?
Even if he took on H5, he was losing a pawn.
With check.
I'm sorry. That sequence is bizarre
Whoa.
as ever. H5 is your best move. Okay, the engine gets rook E8. Again, one of those counterintuitive moves, putting your rook on a closed file behind your bishop, behind this pawn. The file will never open. Those are not intuitive moves. Nobody's fighting those easily at all. But I will tell you, you could tell me to look a long time and guess 5, 6, 7 moves. H5 is not making my list.
No.
It's just not making my list. As candidates say, all right, Maurice, start counting down. H5, this is hanging a pawn with check. You have to play queen H6. That's one problem. The secondary problem is what Alireza actually did. His knight takes on B6 and saying, what's the point? Like, I'm just taking your pawn. That's just free. This position, the engine's evaluating. It's showing a lot of arrows right now, but it's evaluating as +3.
D3 on the board
And now
after H5.
He's continuing in this crazy style. Now the pawn on H5 is legit hanging. Like, you could just take it. The engine's screaming, this guy's busted. Like, busted. With only 6 minutes left on the clock. This is incredible. I cannot believe the move H5. How is this a move? How does it even enter your brain to play this move? Like, this is, what a stunning turn of events. He can take this pawn.
Whoa.
And it turns out that the variations do get wild. Let's go through them. I'm going to take the engine off. Taking on H5, offering a trade in this position. You take back, and now cleaning up the board with rook takes on C5, followed by moving this knight to D7. Now there's no fork that worries anybody. There's a hit on this piece. There's a hit on this piece. Black has nothing. Black has 0. He's just down 2 pawns. With this pawn going nowhere, a rook on D1 will be a firm blockader in the position. And this position is terrible. And we're hearing there are more blunders occurring as Yaz, take us to the Wesley versus Nepo game.
Well, we had left it just after this move G5, and we were full of praises for the play of Jan as he creating counterplay. Queen A6, quiet little move, Queen A6. This move prepares to drop back defensively and cover up the king. You could play Rook E2. He didn't play. He played G4, Queen F1, Queen G3, A5, Rook E3.
And it's here. It's right here that Wesley played quickly and played the move A6. But he could have taken on G4, and there's no prepet anywhere because the queen's sitting
pretty
on F1.
Defending
so
E1.
He could have just taken this pawn, and he would have been winning. He would have been winning.
Winning?
Winning. +2.
Wow.
+2. Big time. He would have been winning. +1, folks, for those of you who don't know, is a straight extra pawn. Pawns are valued at about 1 point. So +1 is a straight extra pawn. With these guys, that could just be over, lights out.
Yeah.
But +2,
that's for sure.
that's chop. You're finished. When engine starts screaming +2 or anything over +1, you know deep trouble ahead. But he did not.
He played A6 instead.
He played A6, and engine said, nope, that's
now
equal.
It's a draw.
Now I'm just going to
because
take. And I'm fine because of all the threats starting to burgeon around the king, and also a rook E1 check could happen after this trade occurs. Well, actually, it's not so easy as that.
I was thinking Rook A3. Just get the rook behind that A pawn.
You mean after
takes?
After takes,
And Rook A3.
and rook up.
Yeah,
Stopping
just say,
the runaway pawn.
Exactly.
And your king's too exposed.
Although
Bad slip. Bad slip for Wesley. Wesley played quickly. Was his time pressure? Was there time pressure? Could we see Wesley's clock?
He's got 2.5. That's to 9 minutes. I mean, we know Jan is one of the fastest players in rapid and blitz. I mean, he's always got more time than his opponent. So 9-2. And Wesley might have felt the heat there at the time trouble, but rook a3 is the move for Jan at the moment. Keep an eye on that one again. Go back to the game of Fabi for just a moment, because an 18-year-old, top-ranked junior player of the world, when they go up against the number 2 player in the world, it's a big moment.
And
for Ali Firouzja. He did.
He missed his chance.
He missed queen takes h5 check.
He believed Fabi. If it were you and me, especially if it were me, he would have taken that pawn on h5 in a split second, saying, what is this clown doing? He just blundered. But he believed Fabi and did not take on h5 with check. Big time winning move. Instead he played rook to e3 in this position, putting the rook on the e3 square. And after rook to e3, queen to h6 was played, and that fixed everything. After queen h6, this was fixed. The pawn on h5 is now defended by the queen, and that defense on the h5 square allowed knight b to c4, and now g5. Whoa, and it's getting wilder and wilder. And now knight to f3, and the pawn on g5 is under threat. Defense wins championships right now, looking to try to make sure black has nothing. d2 could always happen. Yes, this is chaotic. Totally. Absolutely. 4 minutes for both sides now. 4.5 minutes. Time ticking down after knight to f3. I will say I would not bet on a result here. Don't ask me. I'm not putting any money in this because it's just insane. And now he's just captured on h4 in the position.
And I got to tell you, Ali Firouzja, I mean, he has to be thinking, I've got something here. I feel it. Your king on h7 has to be more exposed than my king on g1. And he didn't recapture on a4. I was thinking he was planning bishop takes h4 and hoping that this rook would sneak across to the h file. No. He had this in mind all along. Bishop c7. Was this the right choice, though, Maurice?
Both moves, both bishop takes on h4 and bishop c7 were also good. We've heard that Aronian's game has ended in a draw, as we suspected. Yep. But bishop c7 is a decent move as well. You want to know the response to that one? It says d2.
Of course,
yeah, predictable. Yeah. d2, put it on a square that's defended 3 times, that's attacked 3 times, and defended only once. I can't. This game is insanity personified. What a sharp, super sharp position. Yes, can you make heads or tails of what is going on this board?
No.
No. Honestly, it's pure insanity.
I think his idea.
And that game also ended in a draw, so we got 3 draws that happened. Wesley missed
had
a real
an
chance
opportunity
there.
Yeah.
But let's stick with this one as the rook has moved
rook
to
takes
c8.
f3 would have been the idea behind d2. But I got to tell you, you have to be tactically incredibly alert to play a move like d2. And without that much time on his clock, Fabi played what I think a lot of us would do. He just moved his rook. Rook was attacked, get his rook out of the way, rook c8. I mean, he is menacing ideas like knight c2 after all. Not necessarily like that this is the greatest move in the world, but one thing I also say about Fabi's position, now that he has played the move g5 takes h4, he could make a virtue of the fact that he's got a half-open g-file.
Yes, look at his pawn structure.
I know, it's all messed up. It's all messed up. But it was messed up 3 moves ago as well. I mean, but now, after rook c8, okay, question for Ali. Look at this.
Greed Bishop is good.
Bishop takes a5, grabbing the pawns.
It's actually not straight greed. He has to give up an exchange now.
Yeah, but that's another pawn for the exchange as well. Knight c2. Now, if you take twice, rook c2 takes on c2, queen takes c2. Huge compensation. In fact, white has a material advantage.
Well, but the engine gives bishop to d2, and I'm gonna bring in the engine to try to help us a little bit as this one closes out.
Bishop to d2.
It is the move he actually played in the game. Bishop to d2 on the board, sacrificing an exchange, and the engine's giving all kinds of moves. Run your queen out the way or just take the exchange, but it's saying white is better. Wow, at least something we can appreciate. these pawns are connected and passed. If they start running down the board, you can forget about it. These pieces will be having to defend. I will tell you, this engine evaluation of 1.2, it'll start going up and up and up as this game unfolds if Fabi goes for material. The last thing you want to do with black right now is take this rook. The last thing. Because what it means is your initiative that you're trying to build will start to evaporate and more concrete factors will take over, like the connected pass pawns. If you can curtail them, then you can start thinking about taking material. But if you don't have a plan to stop this, then just trading down won't give you any pluses. You need dynamic alternatives here. Either stop this or get some kind of mating attack going. So I'm guessing he's not going to take on E3. He hasn't moved as yet, but he does not want that rook. And people say rook is better than a knight. Not when you're trying to attack, you've been sacrificing. If he takes it, it's with a heavy heart. He does not want to take the rook, and he's allowing his time to tick down. Ooh. He's not down to 226 because he doesn't want to take the rook. It's just, it looks easy and obvious, but Fabi doesn't want to do it. He's looking for other, more rich, dynamic alternatives because if he stabilizes, he knows that white will have the advantage if this position stabilizes.
Okay, the alternatives to taking the rook, queen f6. Problem with
and there it is.
And there is queen f6.
Take the rook.
Yeah, I was about to say I was looking more for the alternatives for Fabi if you don't take the rook. Now he hasn't taken the rook. Queen f6. Is it time to push him, baby? A5. Get the pawn going. If you're going to take the rook, then bishop. Knight takes, bishop takes. I'm hitting this pawn on d3. What?
I can't, yes. I can't.
A5?
The engine gives, as the top move, knight to e5. Knight f. Knight f.
Dropping f2 with check?
Dropping f2 with check. I can't. That's like giving this away with check, and now your rook, it looks even more aggressive. But after king moves, it's like, you got nothing. You're going to get smoked.
H5.
Your king is in big trouble because of queen takes on h5. That is a superlative move. That would be insane if he found that move, knight to e5. Let's see if he finds it. That's not a move that comes to your mind at all. You see the queen and the rook lined up in this position. If he finds that move, we're checking his pockets.
Yeah.
We're checking pockets. There's no way. Knight to e5. He's looking for something, though. Will he or won't he, as he's nervously checking the clock as well, down to 2:12. The time is ticking down, 2 minutes for each side. There's one more game afoot right now. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has a little something. We don't care. Let's get back out of this game.
He played it.
He played it.
No
what
way.
the heck? Knight to e5, hanging f2. That's just genius.
Wow,
that's genius, yes.
Now, you see, the problem for players of my generation, we make this mental block. We see the rook and the queen gunning for our f2 pawn, and we think to ourselves, the knight on f3 is essentially pinned. We can't move the knight and hang our pawn on f2 with check. So we start looking at a5, b4, other moves, and only when we're dissatisfied with everything else do we consider knight e5. To play it in a rapid game, I just got to take off my hat and say, well done, young man.
Well done indeed.
Amazing
that move has rocked Fabiano.
Like,
he's just dealing with the fact that it's even on the board. He's frittered away half his time just staring at the position.
Amazing.
Now down to 117 and counting as his clock ticks down. He's like, whoa, that's possible. And then he's realizing, of course, if I take on f2, he moves, and my h5 is hanging. How do I deal with that? I'm going to die. But what do I do now? And he's down under a minute.
And he's taking the rook
on e3.
Offering h5, but also after just bishop e3, right?
Oh, man, this position is great. Just take the knight. And this is what he did not want to do, he was forced to do, right?
Amazing.
He did not want to take that rook. We said it. I don't want to take the rook. And the kid plays knight e5. He's like, I got to take the rook.
Whoa.
I got to get rid of that piece.
I knew that Ali Foroughi was a talent, but to play that move, I tell you, that move, knight e5, this guy's for real.
Indeed. Amazing. Great stuff.
I mean, he just, the world of chess just stood up and said, what? And now, let me take notice. King g7.
Well, we've been taking notice for a while, but he just turned 18. Maybe he's getting stronger with age. All right.
But that must be it. That move
was extraordinary. What now? Will he take the pawn to h5? He has done so. Taking that pawn
Queen takes
and
h5.
rook to h8. 8. There was no real threat over there. So a little surprising. Fabi chose rook to h8, and the engine's screaming blunder alert.
Queen
Huge
G4.
mistake. But not any specifics as to how to kill. I'm seeing now something really weird. The engine's giving queen h7, queen back to h5 with check, and king back to g7, and then queen d1. Look, it's pointing out queen h5 and then queen back. That makes no sense to have given this check, to give this check, to come back. The engine is noting that there is no straightforward winning attempt here. I don't see that being played. Sorry.
No.
This is not happening. Queen h5, king g7, queen d1, that's not happening on this chessboard.
You don't go queen h5 in order that you could go back to d1.
That makes no sense.
No.
Allowing the guy to play h3, that's not going to happen.
Here you're thinking about things like bishop takes c5 and knight takes d3. You're thinking about a5. You're even considering the move knight b6. That looks like a body blow of sorts. But no, queen d1 is not on your radar.
And I don't know, because he's now spending a ton of time. He's at 54 seconds. It won't matter that he's winning the game. That's not going to count. It's all about the clock right now, and the seconds are ticking down. The thing is, he's looking for a body blow of sorts. He doesn't have enough pieces over there. There's just not enough pieces. He should ignore all that and figure out how to consolidate. But the thing is, h3 is coming, and rook g8 is coming, so black does have counterplay. That's why you have to play queen h5. Put the king back in the way of any rook showing up on the g line.
Can't I wait for the rook to go to g8 before going queen h5 and retreat? In other words, I really want to play a5. I mean, I've got this.
But what do you do about rook g8, queen h5?
Queen h5.
King g7?
Queen f3.
He's made another, I hear your point. He's played the knight back to f3, so
he's concerned about his king. He's looking at queen. Whoa.
Now, the engine did not like that as a defense.
I'm not sure
and
I like that either.
Rook to g8 is the best move, and Fabi has found it. Rook to g8. Remember, they get a 10-second increment, so it's not like their time will just keep going down. It's not a lot, but now the only move given was the move e5. He's played queen h5, and now the engine says he's thrown away the winning advantage.
Wow.
He's just not completely, still +1. He had +4 a moment ago, but this now, and now a sacrifice has happened
bishop
on
d4.
h8 because of bishop d4.
Oh, look at that.
Extraordinary move. A queen sack that Fabi did not suspect. Fabi did not see this. As you see, he's pausing.
But he had no choice. He had to go king g7.
Alireza is driving me nuts. I mean, didn't he, against Wesley yesterday, he played one of those heart defibrillator games in the round 1. And here today as well, first round of the day, rook takes, and now bishop to d4. Now this has shut down a lot of the noise in the position, and it's all about material. Does black have enough? As he has simplified the position dramatically, knight takes on e4.
I would say no, black does not have enough. But now, having said that, if I see this line with queen h8, Maurice, I'm going for it as well.
It's true. It's true. He's shut down all of black's activity.
Right. You save your king, knight f3. With this anticipation of bishop d4, you bet. Trade that, take off that queen, not trade, but
Get back your queen because of that beautiful pinning idea. And Fabi wanted to take immediately, but now he's just making sure. The problem for Fabi is he's got a very strong. He's taking with the king. He took with the king. He's got a very strong d3 pawn up. Alireza said, "Let's shut that down. That bad boy is not going anywhere." He's going to have to deal with the two connected passers. It's not as though they're on the 4th and 5th rank, though, Yaz. Right?
That's the problem.
They're not going anywhere. The rook on bishop on e7.
Move.
The bishop on e7 is stopping the b pawn from going anywhere.
Exactly.
So the a pawn would have to be the only one that threatens. But wait a minute.
Bishop C5.
Now we see. That's why he took with the king.
Exactly.
Bishop c5 is on tap.
Exactly.
That we've got to make note of. That's a big reason, and now knight to e5.
Whoa, the pawn is still alive.
Was attacked. The pawn is indeed still alive. The bishop can go to b4 as well to guard that if needed, but he will have bishop c5, and now the king coming over. What a game!
Once again, there is one other game, and it looks to me like Etienne. Etienne is giving MVL all he can handle, but this game has just got us mesmerized, this Fabi game.
18 seconds, 16 seconds against 32.
King F1, good move. Preparing King E2. And
19 seconds left,
C4.
17. Fabi needs a continuation.
Rook C8.
And he moved this rook over to C8. You cannot capture on D2. That was his main point. So your knight is hanging, so he's moved it off of that square.
Which is perfect, by the way. Knight to G4 check, attacking the king. At the same time, he's ready now to play knight takes D2 and king E2.
The nerves you have to have, yeah.
Exactly.
They're sub 20 seconds. Fabi now sub 10 seconds.
King G7 and the pawn on D2 is about to be captured.
And it's going from the board. Is it
gone.
legit that he can take this pawn?
He's done it, and he's
Knight
two pawns up.
Knight takes ahead by 2 pawns. Now rook to C4. Fabi has to play perfect defense, but he is attacking the knight and the pawn on A4, so he will win back
Well,
a pawn.
hold on. There's still rook D7.
There
Rook
is rook D7.
Rook D7 could be a counter, and the problem with the move Rook D7 is if you take the knight, I take the bishop with a check.
You mean the problem for black?
For black. That's exactly right.
7 seconds.
Oh,
And
he
did not
played
find
knight
it.
E5.
He did not find it. He played his knight back to E5.
Giving up the A4 pawn, maybe that's what Fabi needs to
Save
hang
the
in
game.
there.
Rook D7 was a monster move. Engine approved. That would have been game.
Done it.
In fact,
a
but
tempo
now
too late.
a little bit late. But you know what? It's a
Still.
pawn plus.
It's still
it's
white
a pawn plus.
all
You have
day.
to defend. Guess what? This is a 2-result game. That's
No
what
question.
Firouzja knows. I am up a pawn. You're not with any counterplay anywhere. I'm going to keep harassing you, especially by placing things on light squares, make your bishop completely useless, and I'm just going to milk.
Yep.
And it's milk time. It's until the cows come home. It's going to be milk time. He'd like to bring his king up to E2 and E3 if possible.
By the way, these are the types of positions where rapid chess players and blitz chess players excel because they just know how to milk the clock and make these little nettlesome
6 seconds. 5 seconds.
5 seconds.
Time running down.
Ooh,
F4.
What?
What a choice.
That was not a good choice.
That seemed bizarre in this
No.
position. F4, allowing a rook to land on C2?
Yeah, the whole idea
cut
is
your king off?
not to open up the second rank. I was expecting King E2 as an absolute F4. Oh, Fabi's touched his bishop.
Moved his bishop back.
Whoa,
Not
because
rook
there is
C2.
rook F7 check and knight E5 check. Oh, he didn't see it. I think
Was it good? Yeah, you're
Yeah,
a good point. Rook F7 was
getting into
definitely
minor
an
piece,
interesting
isn't it?
move. But
Okay, but
King
it's-
E2 fixes the problems.
created
previous
by the
move.
previous move.
Now he can get his king to F3. This is looking bad from a practical
And
perspective.
knight E5 is
5
still
seconds.
on time.
4 seconds before he moved
Whoa.
a check on the board, and now king to F3, of course. The knight is
And
well defended.
again, knight E5
This looks
on
good.
tap.
This looks
Bishop
really,
E7.
really good.
I'm not impressed by Fabi's management of his clock or his play. Bishop F8 and Bishop E7 were two poor decisions.
Rook B7, bishop to D6.
Six.
How does this B pawn start moving, though? This is the real issue.
No, you don't need it. You just use it as a decoy. I'm thinking something like,
Knight F2 played.
yeah, I was also looking at.
But there's a real
rook
threat. Knight
H7.
E4 check is
That's
a real.
That's what I'm thinking
real
too.
threat. That's
It's
a
a
big deal.
real, and potentially, depending on where the bishop goes.
Wow,
Knight
bold
G4.
place to put your bishop.
Knight E4 check. Oh, Fabi skirting on the edge of disaster here.
Yes, you feel the blunder, don't you? You feel the blunder. Black feels like at some moment the blunder will occur. 4 seconds, 3 seconds. All right, now moving. Now the knight back to maneuvering
Nice
to the
play.
E3 square.
Nice play. I
nice
like
play.
it. But
Slow progress.
it's only a 10-second increment, right?
Yes, 10 seconds each time.
Okay.
Down to 10.
I mean, is it King G4? Yes.
There it is.
Same
on the
move
board.
faster was better.
Indeed. King F6, saying if you take on H4, bishop
I'll take
takes
on F4.
F4, the pawn will be hanging. So you can't say king takes pawn now unless you're going to give up your pawn on F4. Well, what
Sorry.
now? 4 seconds, 3
Come
seconds,
on.
2 seconds before he moved.
Whoa.
Now his rook is guarding 2 pawns, the B pawn and the F pawn. So rook challenging
And
knight.
King F3. Come on, quickly. Come quickly.
And there it is, King F3. just making sure. That knight is doing good work preventing this rook on the back rank from checking the king in any way. But what to do?
I think it's rook to b.
He just played rook
By
h1.
the way,
and it turns
MVL.
out, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave lost to his countryman.
Oh my goodness, the wild card upset. MVL, trailing in the Grand Chess Tour, really needs to play, have a successful tournament in Paris, and he's upset by his countryman.
Disaster.
Okay, no, b5, wrong timing. Knight g4 check was begging to be played. He didn't do it. Okay, king e4. Let's go. Let's go.
All right, here we go. This pawn.
My gosh.
Does look potentially dangerous.
Knight g4 check and knight e5 check. Oh, no, I don't think that.
The engine's giving us winning rook to b6.
Rook to b6.
Oh, because you can't move the bishop because of knight d5.
Knight d5, yeah, rook b6.
He can play rook b6.
Forcing king e7.
And your king will have to drop back.
And then maybe f5.
Oh my God.
I love it. The knight on e3 is
We can't show the variation. He's found it. Rook to b6 is a boss move. And he's in deep trouble. He must move his king back. And f5 is winning. F5. Push the pawn. The kid's done it. F5 on the board. You cannot touch that pawn because of knight takes with check. And Fabi is busted. That's what I said. There'd be a blunder waiting. Sooner or later, you would blunder. And he missed. Bishop d6 was the blunder.
Both players on their increment, Maurice, what can you say?
That's what happens.
Okay, it's time for rook b3, and no, I'm not in time to take on b4.
No, he's taking on e6.
Yeah.
Also, f6. Don't forget about f6 as a threat as well. He's got to worry about a few things. He's busted, and Firouzja knows it, and Fabi knows it. This is exactly what he needed. Dominant king, knight waiting in the wings. He's playing rook to c1.
To c1.
What does that do?
Not sure. Rook to c1.
I guess
and
there it is. F6
check.
Check.
I'm not 100% sure, but I thought rook b7 check was a killer.
This is winning
okay,
too.
f6 check.
This is winning too. You can just play for f7 and you have too many threats.
He's done it.
He's got a threat right now. Rook takes d6 check. Rook takes d6. You've got to deal with that concrete threat. And he's got 22 seconds left. He's a great blitz player, so he's got plenty of time. This 10-second increment. Can Firouzja pull off the big upset? MVL losing in one round.
What?
Then Caruana also losing.
These are the two top favorites of the tournament, Maurice.
Two of the top, definitely.
By
and
rating,
rook all the way back to c8. That's the last thing you wanted to do was go passive with your rook.
Using the defensive knight g4, that looks to be decisive. Knight g4, because then you got, and he's reaching for his knight. He's done it.
Well called right there. Yeah, well called.
No, I'm just amazed by the play of this youngster. He is just finding all of these.
You know what? I hate to say it. As impressed as I was by your call, as soon as it appeared on the big board, the engine said equal.
No, what? Did I blunder something?
Like seriously, Fabi
he's found rook
He's found the defense.
Check.
This move is the one. The correct move was not knight to g4 in that position. The correct move was actually rook to b7 with check.
First.
First. Instead, this has given Fabi life.
King e3.
King e3. You cannot take the knight because of rook takes d6 check.
He's done
my bad. It did happen. You can't take the knight if you play king to e7.
Now, rook to d7 check.
This ending is equal.
No, I can't believe it.
You can't believe it.
b5?
But your pawn gets to b5, but how much further does it get after rook b4?
I guess I've got to go rook b7, right? I can't believe this ending would be drawn. I've got two extra pawns. Chess would be unfair if this is a draw.
But how did your king...
I don't know.
Chess is unfair. It is unfair. It looks like he has blundered into a draw.
No.
This is a drawn endgame, according to the engine. Terrible news for the youngster. Incredible.
This game has been so up and down. And Fabi's just played the move e5. Okay, so we play b6. And I guess black can move his king when he needs to, king g7, king f8. But doesn't white move his king over to the queen side, king d3, king c3, after putting the pawn on b6, Maurice? Oh, you're showing.
No, I'm watching as well. It looks like he's trying to get some chances.
Oh,
but Fabi's put the pawn on E4. How do you make progress?
Well, I got to go King D2 and King C3, right?
King F4. And here's the problem. The king can go back and forth between these two squares, and your king cannot come over and attack the H pawn because of E3.
Why not King E3 and King D2? He's going to test Fabi in that variation.
He's going to have to. 9 seconds, 8 seconds left
King
in the
D2,
game.
he's done it. He wants to go King C3 and King D4. And who can blame him? Can Fabi Rook B3? Okay.
King C2.
King C2. Oh, then he goes Rook B5. Gotcha. And I can't approach the pawn. If I go King C3, King C2, Rook B5. And he played King E2. Oh, now
His
E3.
pawn keeps going forward.
Yeah. That's
down
not
the board,
progress.
and he's nervous now. He's nervous as he realizes something went wrong. He's blown the win, and Fabi knows exactly, like a man of steel. Fabi might have saved this tournament right now with this endgame play. Extraordinary.
Amazing.
What a game. Same deal. Remember yesterday, King G4.
E2, Rook E7. Firouzja still testing his
but now
chances.
you lose all the pawns.
Yeah, now everything goes.
Now everything. You can take your pawn. And there he is.
Firouzja knows it.
He knows it perfectly well. No tricks here. Fabi just making sure there's nothing, and he's taking on B6. Look at him leaning back. He's just he can't believe it. He knows he had him, and it is now nothing in the position as everything is falling off. Here comes all these trades. And they have said, yeah, enough is enough. Yasser, incredible fight. He did the same thing against Wesley. This is a repetition of what happened yesterday.
He missed a complete
Wesley. He missed a straight win. In this position here, this was the moment he played knight G4 and allowed rook to C4. The winning
Rook B7 check.
The winning shot right here was rook to B7. To play right here, rook to B7. Disrupt the activity of this rook. The king doesn't dare go backwards and suffer. Instead, the move king to C6. That would be the critical move. And you know what you do here? Knight to C4.
Nice.
I'll turn that off. Knight to C4. That's study-like. In the time pressure, you have to find rook B7 and knight to C4. The point being that you cannot take this rook because of knight takes on D6, followed by, that's check, followed by knight takes rook, and the pawn would queen. That, when you're in time pressure, folks, you don't find. Extraordinary. We're like this. While we catch our breaths, let's go to Christian in Paris.
What an exciting game that was, guys. My heart is absolutely racing. But before the next round, I do want to cool things off a little bit and talk about the nuances in the game between Wesley, so one of the leaders going into this round, and Jan Nepomniachtchi, who is the challenger for this year's World Championship title. Everybody has been playing the Rogozin with the black pieces. It seems like it's a very solid approach, and white doesn't have a clear way to find that advantage. There are some very interesting nuances in the positions, and I'm going to try to explain those to you. Bishop to G4, bishop to B4. Now in this position, bishop to G5 is one of the main lines. That is an option. Queen to A4, attacking the king and the bishop is also an option. Let me explain to you the big differences between bishop G5 and the move that was played in the game, c takes D5. Why would we want to release the tension with c takes D5? This doesn't seem like a natural choice. In general, we want to keep the tension with these pawns facing each other, play the move E3 at some point, and only after black decides to go either C6 or C5, we take on D5. But let's try to understand why c takes D5 first. If you start with bishop to G5, after the move H6, now you're basically forced to give your bishop pair with bishop takes F6. And this is exactly what white, Wesley So, was trying to avoid in the game. If you play bishop H4 and try to get the same position as in the game, but with these extra pawns, the problem is that after bishop to H4, I can simply take on C4. And now it's going to be very difficult to get that pawn back on C4. If you go E4, first of all, you're going to be completely lost after G5. And this is the big difference. With the pawn on H7 and the bishop on G5, after the move H6, white has the extra option of taking on F6. Huge difference. After bishop to g3, black can even take on e4. He's up 2 pawns already, completely winning. So he decided to keep this bishop, this dark square bishop, extremely important on the board. C takes d5, C takes d5, E takes d5, bishop to g5, h6, and now I'm not forced to take on f6. Fast forward a few moves, and this another very, very important position in the game. He played the move knight to e5. Now, this is very, very important to understand. White wants to exchange the light square bishops, but he wants to do that after black plays the move c5, because, for example, if we go bishop to d3, take, now black has the option of keeping this pawn on c7 with the move, or play the move c6 and create this pawn chain on the light squares. Pawn chains on the light squares with the light square bishop on the board, not that good. With the light square bishop off the board, very good, very solid. So knight to e5 basically waits a minute. What are you going to do? Are you going to play c6? Are you going to play c5? If you play c6, I'm not going to exchange the bishop. If you play c5, as we've seen in the game, boom, I'm going to exchange the bishop. Now, c takes d4, e takes d4, bishop takes d3, queen takes d3. Fast forward a few moves, and we get this position. By the way, I was looking through the database. This game, before rook to d8, was played only once, I think, in this position. We've seen this position before. Guess who played it? Yes, is going to be the world champion, Jan Nepomniachtchi's adversary in November in Dubai. He played with the black pieces, rook to e8. This shows me that he already started the preparation for the World Championship. Unfortunately for him, as you guys seen throughout the match, he actually ended up in trouble, Jan that is. These are the type of positions, very simple positions, that he will have to be able to defend very accurately during the World Championship. He's definitely going to be working on this type of positions in the futures. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Christian. Absolutely. Those technical endgames is what it's all about. Let's recap our results of round 4. That was a very eventful round, but there was only one decisive game. It was Etienne Bacrot upending his countryman, MVL with the white pieces going down to defeat, as all of our top leaders did draw their games, although there was some topsy-turvy games to be sure. And after these results, let's go back to Paris. Oh, sorry, not yet. They're not quite prepared. I was going to say Almira is going to give us some insights, but for sure, Maurice is going to show us where did it go wrong for MVL, Maurice?
Well, he could
technical endings.
He could have played better, but okay. Well, actually, instead of doing that, let us jump right now to Paris with Almira.
Thank you, Maurice, because I've been watching this game for quite a while, and first of all, I wanted to ask you, how do you play a game against your second, your friend who knows you by heart? So this is how Maxime chose Ben Larsen's opening. He played b3. It's a very tricky line, so I wanted to give you a small life hack, a chess life hack, so how to play against this opening. Actually, knight f6, bishop b2, g6 is one of the most precise lines, and if you're a King's Indian player, that's how you have to play. Here, there is just one particular idea that I wanted to show you, that this idea is mentioned by computers. You want to change the structure and then to play c4, and if you play bishop g7, then knight c3, knight comes to c3, and then you can no longer play d5. So if you castle, I will have a long-term advantage by playing e3, let's say d6, knight e2, knight c6, I will develop my bishop here, g3, so bishop b6, bishop g2, and this is a very easy position to play for black. So here I wanted to give you an advice. After bishop f6, c4, just play the move d5, cd5 with a very nice play for black after queen a5. But I think Maxime and MVL know this very well. So how to play against this double fianchetto? It's a very tricky opening, and the move order Maxime chosen is one of the most precise ones. So he delays the d4. He doesn't play d4 immediately, so after e5, knight bc3, he wants to know where Etienne will put his bishop, on e6 or on e5, and depending on that, he will play d4. So let's say you try here bishop f5. Then white actually plays d3 with the idea of playing e4 or h3. One of the positional ideas in this line is to exchange this white square bishop, which Etienne did actually in the game, but then you play h3 and you no longer allow this. So bishop e6 is a very precise move, and after castle, bishop d7, knight d5 is position. This is one of the typical positional ideas for white in this position, so you cannot take this. It's a very bad exchange. Your c7 pawn is very weak, so after knight c3, white has also a very long-term positional advantage. So bishop h3, queen h3. Here you cannot take on c7, of course, because I'm using this idea to play knight g4 and to mate you. And let's go to the move 64, because this is where the biggest mistake was done in this game. It was a very close race in rook endgame, and then on the move 64 we came to this position. And what Maxime missed, it was a very important, a very famous idea. It's called Lucéna's position, the bridge. It's that after king e5, I will simply play rook a2, rook c2, yes, rook a2, and then what I need is to bring my rook on the fourth file and to play rook h4, and Maxime has no longer any defense against this idea, because if you go king e4 back, then I will simply give rook a4, king d3, and I will play rook h4. Otherwise, he will simply lose the rook. So that's why he was forced to play rook, what did he play? King f6, yes, because of this idea. After the check, and then rook a4 simply wins the game. And I believe that here, here he could, sorry, just a second, before playing, I believe that rook h8, well, rook h8, sorry, I'm like, rook h8, how am I going back? Rook h8 holds the game, because not only you do not allow this idea, but you will also give checks. Like after h2, you will simply give checks, king 2, and then you will go back, and this might give you a draw.
Almira for the technical insight into that rook ending. I got to tell you, Maurice, that when I was looking at that game between Fabi and Firouzja, when the young man played knight f3 to e5, I found that to be a spectacular moment, giving up the f2 pawn. If you wouldn't mind just going back and just sharing with us some of the key variations that Ali Firouzja must have been considering when he played the move knight f3 to e5, because that was a spectacular moment. We didn't get a chance to really look at it that much.
I'm trying to get to it right here. Bishop
D2. You got
right
it.
here.
You got
Queen
it.
f6.
Yeah, baby.
For him to find this move, like you said, is really extraordinary.
Right.
To take this off. The idea that this move, knight to e5, hanging this pawn, just hanging the pawn straight, allowing this capture to be played, allowing the king, forcing the queen.
The king.
It looks like this is under attack, but he's got everything covered. The bishop, the rook, the knight, guarding the e3 rook. You can take it if you like. Bishop takes is going to be with tempo. But the problem is this pawn. How do you defend it? You physically cannot defend it. Your rook cannot go to f5, there's a pawn. Your queen cannot go to f5, there's a pawn. Queen f7 is not playable, there's a knight. And king to h6 is not playable because this bishop is laying in wait. So you could just play a simple move. I'm just going to first move in my head. Rook to e2, hitting the queen, checking the king. You're going to win a queen here. That was superlative. I mean, the thing about his play, I would argue, is the inconsistency, right? He plays moves that are of the finest order, just like, wow, what is that? That comes from the mind of a 3,000 computer. And then he'll make a move and you go, what'd you do that for?
Oh,
and
that's the rook c4 check.
I mean, you were just killing the guy, and then you didn't. So when he bridges that gap, and starts consistently playing the genius creative ideas,
he played
with
the star moves,
the precise technical ones.
Yeah,
Watch
when
out.
he makes that connection,
When
that's
that
world
happens,
championship
watch out,
stuff.
folks. If it happens, we've seen great talents not do it. Right? We've seen, I'm not going to name any names, but we've seen great talents who have not been able to make that extra leap. But if this young man has that capability, as a lot of people believe he does, if he pulls that off, Yaz, my goodness, he's going to be a world beater.
Let's take a look at the pairings for our next round 5. Again, reminding everybody we will be playing 3 rounds of rapids. Looks good. Here we have Timur Radjabov against Wesley So. Wesley, one of our leaders. Fabi versus Peter Svidler. Fabi has got to do something. I mean, and Peter Svidler, well, I mean, he's one of the leaders, so come on, Fabi. Etienne Bacrot versus Ali Farouja. Richard Rapport, MVL, 2 players who really need to get things going. Nepo versus Aronian. That's the heavyweight key matchup in this round 5. What's got your attention, Maurice?
Well, I just said it. I'm frankly saddened by the fact that MVL is flaming out the way he is.
Oof.
It's just what has happened to this player.
In
in
we
front of
know
the
him
French fans
so well.
As well, he's had a tough year. I mean, he just seems like he's not playing
second
great
in the candidates.
Yes,
it makes him one of the world's strongest players, and he's got all of that preparation that he used for the candidates. You think he would just be cracking the whip against his colleagues? Not so.
Yes, indeed. I think that is the case for this genius, as we know he is. He's just not bringing it together. We'll see whether or not he can settle down and start playing some great chess. And here we see he's opted away from his Grunfellows. So here the opportunity.
Yeah.
C4 on the board, and it looks like he's starting to mix things up a little bit.
With the Slav defense.
With the Slav.
He's played it in the past, but normally speaking, against moves like knight f3, he's true to his Grunfeld with knight f6 and g6. By the way, in the game of Fabiano and Peter Svidler, what I find interesting is after the move e2, e4, we have Peter Svidler playing a Sicilian, but not just a Sicilian, and not the knight of Sicilian, I mean to say, but a Taimanov with e6. I don't know if that's you. Peter has a very broad repertoire, let me be clear. I don't think he's surprising anybody with his Taimanov, but it's not exactly the Sicilian. A Khan Sicilian. Is he going to go back to a7 or e7? Key moment here. I always thought this was a very funny variation of the Sicilian, what we call a Khan Sicilian, where the bishop goes back to a7, and you ask yourself, how on earth does the bishop go from f8 to a7? Or will he play it to the traditional square bishop to e7? Peter just taking a moment. You would think that he would be all prepared, having just played the move bishop c5. You would think he would be ready to go either to e7 or a7. What do you have to say about this bishop a7? Did you ever play this yourself?
No, not with the black pieces. Never.
You were a Najdorf player.
I was a Najdorf player.
You're all the way.
Faithful to that. No, I used to play the classical as well, with the double knights out.
With knights.
That was my first love
before
I went to the Najdorf. But here, Peter just taking a moment to be prepared and think about it. But you know Fabi is well prepared and will play the sharpest lines possible. We see the score there that Fabi has 4 and Peter has 1. That was just a small error. That'll be fixed
I think
quickly.
Peter actually has 5 points in the event and is actually tied for first.
Tied for first, yes. Yeah. That was the least belligerent round we saw. Only 1 victory, because the other rounds we saw 2 victories. Round 1 was 2 victories. Round 2 was 3 victories. And round 3 was 2 victories. And this is the updated score, +1 for Peter and 50% for Fabi after 4 rounds. Remember, it's 1 point for a draw and 2 points for a win in this rapid portion. No one running away with it, though, Yaz. So far, as we look at the tournament, we see 4 players at the top, and it's like, who's going to break out? Who's the one in form? Who's going to start to dominate? We haven't seen any of that just yet. Just 1 victory in the event for the leaders, and Aronian, So, Nepo, and Fiddler. This is what we had all square before the day began today, and it's still the same, sitting on 5 points out of a maximum 8 points that they could have gained so far.
Yeah, I was just going to say, in this opening, you see that White has purposefully not developed his knight to c3. Oftentimes when the knight is on c3, it does attract the b5, b4. But instead, knight to d2 with the idea that you might make c4 a home for your knight once you get your pawn to a4. One of the points with knight d7, I believe, is that black does have the option of playing knight e5 and taking the bishop. So if I take the move back for a moment after knight d7, I think as a maximalist, I would have rather expected Fabi to play the move f4 just to keep that knight out of the e5 square. I suspect we're still in theory though, Maurice.
It's an unusual position. The pawn on g6,
it's a little
the
bit
knight on g8.
Off.
Yeah, this is off the beaten track. No
That's
question
what
about
I
it.
meant.
And I don't think Fabi, I don't know. Fabi's prepared a lot of things.
Yes.
So I'm not even going to say what Fabi looks at, because he looks at stuff and you go, really? You're still in your prep? Yeah, we look at everything.
Yeah.
And so we'll see, but it definitely looks off the beaten track here. It's weird that the knight is not yet on f6. The bishop on e7, while the pawn is on g6 as well. This bishop, you would say, well, maybe you should be over here guarding the dark squares. When this knight comes out, this bishop will feel quite comfortable. And it seems to me at least that Peter is not familiar with where he is, because he's not blitzing out the next move, just like quickly just spanking it down. And that's not a good sign. A lot of minutes being used as he tries to figure out what to do. Fabi has more time than he started with. Not unusual at the very beginning of the game, as they're getting 10 seconds per move. If you can just whip out your moves. And Peter doesn't look comfortable. Look at that. Peter's not sitting there just thinking. He's shifting in his chair. And Fabi, on the other hand, looks like, yeah, let me just take a little sip of water and chill. It's on you, Peter. Your position is starting to look a little different, little challenges. Now, knight out to f6 finally. And I still say Peter doesn't look comfortable. And as I'm saying that, he gets up and leaves the chessboard.
Interesting. F4 seems to be calling out. Turning our attention to the game between Timur Rajabov and Wesley So. Once again, the Rogozin, it's in fashion. What can I say? Everybody's playing the Rogozin variation. The Queen's Gambit declined with e2, e4, bishop g5. Tons of games, including from our first Grand Chess Tour tournament in Bucharest, e5. And the two players have blitzed their way to this position. And after the move knight c6, I'm expecting, I don't know, a move like h2, h3, rook b1, rook e1. All of those moves would grab my attention. What does Timur play instead? Queen b3? Say what? And after knight a5, queen d1? Like, why would you play queen b3 only to be forced right back? I'm told that queen b3 is a novelty. If it is a novelty, it's not a very good one. Let me be clear. I despise this move. It doesn't mean it's good just because nobody played it, huh, Maurice? I don't know. That move, queen b3, maybe just simply blind spot. Sometimes it happens that you just miss a move like knight a5.
Well, bishop e6 was played.
After he didn't go back with the knight and say, hey, try again. No, he said, well, if you're going to play two so-so moves, soft moves, let me play move bishop e6. Feels like to me like Wesley has equalized. What have you got in the Fabi game?
Fabi, in this position, as you mentioned, moves that were played, f4, castles, and a4 are all moves that were played. You would like move f4. Fabi essayed what is a novelty, at least in this database, the move bishop to h6, saying, well, what are you planning to do? You're not going to castle because the bishop is guarding the f8 square. So you cannot castle through check, as we know, basic rule of chess. What are you going to do? You're going to put your bishop back on f8 and give up the dark squares. If you do that, d6 becomes slightly weak. So a little positional nuance for Fabi. Knight to e5, as I'm speaking, was played, and this knight attacking the bishop on d3, potentially attacking this bishop by going to g4 as well. So Peter feeling like he's got things under control, but Fabi's the first to deviate with a new move.
Very nice. Turning our attention to Etienne Bacro and Levon Aronian. Oh, pardon me. This is actually not Aronian. This is Ali Firouzja. Because the Ragozin with the Queen's Gambit declined is getting so much attention for Black, I see that Etienne Bacro on move 2 has played e2, e3, followed it up with knight c3 and b3. This particular setup is really a special for Firouzja. For Shaq Mamidaro. I was going to say Firouzja is playing the black side early here in St. Louis. Apologies for that. b2, b3, because again, it's been very, very difficult for White to get an advantage against the Ragozin. White's doing some offline setups with the fianchetto of his bishop on b2, bishop to d3, castles, a7, a6. Wow, modern chess. I think the old guys would have been playing c7, c5 more or less instantly. a7, a6. Come on, where's the move? There it is, queen c2. Takes on queen c2, giving up, wow. I think bishop takes f3 would have certainly got my attention here. c7, c5, d5 takes, and I'm told that d takes c4 is a novelty. Makes sense if you were going to follow it up with bishop takes f3. He didn't. He played c5, and after d5 takes, knight takes. This is really nice. I mean, from White's point of view, his bishops, the firepower of his bishops have opened up. I kind of like what has happened to Etienne's position. What do you have for us, Maurice?
We have Nepo versus Levon Aronian, big dog matchup, two of the leaders in the event, and it's a slow play. It's a slow play. White does have this light squared bishop, Catalan style, but no pawn on d4. We have pretty much a solid position, I would say, for Black as well. Despite dealing with the two bishops, Black has great places for his pieces. I'm thinking, so far, I feel like the leaders are kind of, well, I wouldn't say ducking each other, but they're not going all in and saying, I'm going to play some sharp, crazy variation. Let's be a bit more solid, be a bit careful, and beat up on the players who are not doing so well. But right now, super solid play. You look at this picture, I like this camera angle, Yaz. Not this one as much. I like the other one. Because when you look at it, you see that rank, the fourth rank, completely empty, right? You can see it straightened down, fourth rank empty. And the fifth rank, from White's vantage point, of course, contains only a pawn that we can see, and there's a pawn on the other side of that as well, it turns out. But it's as though the players are saying, you stay over there, and I'll stay over here. Right? The armies are separated from each other. In Chinese chess, they have a river.
Yes.
And you might call that fourth rank right now the river that no one wants to cross, at least not yet. The queen did jump to f4, the white queen, but it has returned to the d2 square on the last move. So there's a river in between.
Well, in Seattle, we would call this as throwing some serious marshmallows at one another. And like you said,
from across the river.
From across the river. I mean, these two players, they understand that they're the giants of the chess world, and they're looking for easier prey, if you will. But now, having said that,
Heffalumps don't like to fight each other.
Yeah, exactly. The guys with the big horns. I'm attracted once again to the game of Richard Rapport and MVL. Richard, for me, is a very, very original player. He's gotten MVL out of his comfort zone. There we see Richard on the left, MVL on the right. And the last two moves I found intriguing because I thought of the endgame that was played between Veselin Topalov and Vladimir Kramnik in their World Championship match. It was sort of like this Slav ending where this bishop on g6 was, White was trying to keep it offside. And after this move, knight d7, instantly, Richard just captured this bishop on g6, saying, yeah, I want that guy. And usually the Slav defense players, they're thinking to themselves that once they've got their pawns on b7 and c6, well, the bishop on g2 isn't that great. And after rook d1, e5, we've caught up to the play. Even though he's not a naturally gifted, naturally born Slav defense player, I like what MVL has done so far. We'll keep an eye on this game. What game are you looking at, Maurice?
Well, the bishop h6 move, we saw Fabi do the novelty.
Right.
The novelty, the new move. Whenever you see that N in chess literature, you see the N, the
novelty.
Novelty. Uh-oh, the new move. I was scared of the novelty.
Right.
Folks, it just means it's a move that hasn't been played before. It doesn't mean that it's earth-shattering, life-changing, novelty of the year, reducing a line to rubble. No, it's just a new move. That's all it is.
Right.
And we have to make note of it. So this bishop h6 was a new move. Knight to e5 was the response. Castles. And then knight to g4, as we said, bring the knight over and saying, what was your bishop doing there? It's like, is that big a deal that you thought you could stop me from castling? Do you want to play the move bishop to g7 and after rook to g8, attacking your bishop, trade off your dark square bishop and say, well, at least you can't castle on this side? Well, you're not really attacking, and the king can go to f8 and g7 if it wants to and say, I'll castle by hand, as it's known. So that is the point here. After knight e to g4, this is a position that Fabi has to consider. He doesn't want to put his bishop back on e3 where it came from because then the knight will take it. But where does it really want to go? It can be attacked if it goes to g5. f4, not saying that much. So it looks like Peter has responded quite well to Fabi's novelty.
Right.
And it looks like he did go for bishop
He
g7.
did go for bishop g7.
Moves played. Bishop g7 takes on f6 and f4, figuring no reason to back up. Let's go forward, as we did see this line, takes, and f4 on the board, figuring, let's go. I've given you the dark square bishop. All these dark squares are weak, but you've got to give to get in chess. This bishop someday could have some activity, but there's all the f5s and e5s that White is preparing, and preparing also to bring his rook to a line and going after the king before it finds safe haven. So very important when you trade off a bishop for a knight that you speed up the play. Because if you let those bishops, you let the position settle down and the bishops start to find good squares, you could be in deep trouble. Two bishops just slashing across the board will be dangerous. So one of the things is when you trade off a bishop for a knight early in the opening, you want to speed up the play, find squares for your knights, get that attack going, that initiative going, because you didn't want to lose tempo. At least Fabi didn't by bringing his bishop back. He went for the play. Now with this rook here, he's looking to break open the position. e5, possibly f5, as quickly as he can get the position going. I think it's going to be more of an e5 break. The challenge will be where these knights go. This knight can get to e4 after this push, and then what? d6 hanging. I think it's going to be rook d1 in this move, but I don't like this knight on b3, Yaz. It feels like
the knight on b3 is
it's
not
way offside and without a real future. It will have to go transit through d4, but again, we talked about this long diagonal. Does he have to waste a tempo with king h1? We said don't waste time. What to do here? I'm not sure. I think Fabi has great chances here.
Exactly. For me, Peter's problem is that he has won the dark square bishop, like you're saying, but the king and the rook are messed up. And I like the castling by hand and just playing king f8 and challenging White to play the moves you recommended, e5 and f5, because if Black just goes king f8, king g7 solves this problem, he'll just have a very fine game. One game that is really imbalanced, I love these types of games, is the game between Etienne Bacrot and Fallujah. The last move of Etienne in particular I like very much, the move rook A1 to D1. This threatens the hidden tactic of D6, bishop takes D6, bishop takes H7 check, followed by rook takes D6, when white will have exploded open the game and black's king side has been shattered, which is why we play the move bishop to D6 to stop the move D5, D6, and then bishop F5. Very nicely, before we play E4, we first get our bishop outside of the pawn structure, and I love these imbalances of big, massive center king sides versus, a 3 versus 1 majority on the queen side for black. Love it. I like white's position. I prefer his game.
I gotta say, none of these boards though are making me jump up and down.
I'm
looking for something. I'm like, what about this one? Little something, no nothing. What about this one? E5, F4. Okay. A little bit of action. Well, the F4 was on the board. I should say E5 played. This move, remember we talked about this knight on
B3.
On B3. This move says we're leaving you over in
high and dry,
the camp somewhere. You can stay over there. You're never coming back. This knight will have challenges, and that's exactly the night we said we didn't like that piece, and Peter found a way to make sure that piece has no future. You weaken the square D5 when you push this pawn, but who's going to take advantage of it? Not very obvious who will, but you also allow this file to be opened, pawn takes, but the reality is black has set up a dark square structure. Why is that significant? Because white has given up the dark squared bishop. So white will be weak on the dark squares forever, basically, because white has only now this pawn. This pawn is on the dark square. I guess you could play C3 and try to shore that up a little bit, but it's not a positive move. It's more like defense, pure passivity. How should Fabi handle this position now? Difficult to say because it doesn't look like he has anything at all. But what he does have is clock time. 21 minutes to 13 and change. And that's always nice. This is a different position here. This one, the one we're looking at. And Fabi's looking for a way to make progress. How to make progress here, Yaz? As a player, as a Sicilian player who likes to attack.
Mix it up,
I don't see it.
For me, one of the things, I think when you play the move F4, a move that you're always going to find useful is King H1. Just so that, there's not going to be some Zwischenzug check against your king on G1. You're not going to be pinned if you do ever get to play knight C5 or knight to D4. So King H1, useful move, and just give it to your opponent to make a decision as to where he's going to go with his king. But having said that, does it mean that I have an advantage as white? Not really. Again, I'm thinking that this knight on B3, much like yourself, is not on a great square.
I'm stunned. It's such a tepid round right now.
Like what happened? I think we've been spoiled.
That's totally spoiled.
Totally spoiled is what's been going on.
And this could explode. This round could still explode.
Yeah.
The players have to catch their breath. They can't just keep going crazy, fast and furious every single round.
Exactly.
As much as we would love to see that kind of action.
Right.
But it's funny. You look at this hallway. All right. You look at this playing hall.
Yeah.
I believe it's called the Mobilier National, which is a place that conserves the royal furniture in France, the imperial furniture from back in the day, and great place for them to play quiet, staid, and the ferocity. It belies the ferocity of the games. Everything looks so quiet. When people look at chess and they go, "There's not much going on."
Peace.
Oh man, you have no idea what's going on the board and in the hearts and minds of the players as they try to kill each other on the chessboard. It's not like war. I mean, it is war-like, based on war, the game itself, but it's not like anybody's going to bleed at the end. But mentally, it can be torture as you get attacked, aggressed, brutalized. We can use all those words to describe feelings that we ourselves have had, experiences we've had in chess games, but yet it's a peaceful setting. And so far, some relatively peaceful games. We're expecting the action to break out, though, at any moment.
In this round 5. Well, I like the way that Christian started the show by showing us the military academy where Napoleon studied. It was like, wow, okay, now we're talking some serious history at the military academy. I just saw
Napoleon was a chess player, by the way.
There you go. I just saw the move Queen C7 and Rook on F1 to E1 in the game between Etienne Vachier and Firouzja, as White is preparing to utilize his pawns on D5 and E4, maybe with ideas like bishop takes. What he really wants to do is somehow prepare this battery and get in the move E4, E5. If he does that, he wins. There's just no question about that. On the other side of the table, there is Firouzja wanting to use his majority, but he doesn't want to play the move C5, C4, I was about to say, too quickly, as he does give up the D4 square. And for this moment, with the move C5, C4, what I wanted to say from Black's point of view is that as desirable as knight C5 and knight D3 is, you do not want to allow bishop takes F6. So this game, I keep a very, very careful eye upon. How about yourself, Maurice?
Not much has happened. I mean,
not much has happened.
Let's not try to make something happen where nothing's happening just yet. It's going to take some time, probably another 5 minutes or so until something breaks out in the position. Nothing happening just yet. The players are deep in concentration. The one good thing about Rapid, sooner or later, something's going to happen. Sooner or later. It's not going to be perfect chess all the way. So this is a slow build. Sometimes they come out the gate explosive, wild opening. Let's look over there. And sometimes it starts slow, but simmers and simmers and simmers. And then we get down to 2 or 3 minutes on the clock. And then all heck breaks loose.
Exactly.
So it's one of those rounds right now.
Yeah, it's been a very balanced tournament so far. When you look at the great bunch at the very top from, I want to say, tie for 5th on up, if you will.
I'm sorry, if I'm even MVL and Alireza, 3 points separated by 2 points. 2 points is what you get when you win one game.
Exactly.
So if they win, they get 2 points quickly. Of course, the other players have to draw and will keep a lead. But still, you string together 2 wins, you could be tied for first.
Yeah.
Right? I just need 2 wins. Even down, if I'm in the cellar, Richard has to do more.
Right.
But Alireza and MVL, 2 victories with them, and they would easily be not necessarily so, but could easily be tied for first if those top players keep drawing. So I would not count out anyone just yet. We have to see whether or not they can make a run. As we see MVL there, he needs to do something.
I was about to say I wanted to draw our attention to the game between Richard Rapport and MVL because we saw all the majors leave the board in this game. They said in the Soviet School of Chess, the open D file is the chopping block. And on the chopping block, all the rooks come off the board. And we got into this 3 minor piece ending where MVL chased this bishop to A7. Now, at first blush, you think this bishop is off sides, but the whole idea was White wanted to maintain control of this diagonal G1 to A7. And then MVL got it into his mind that he was trapping the bishop on A7 with the move B7, B6, but I don't like what MVL is doing here at all, because after the move bishop C4, this bishop is not trapped. It can always go to the B8 square. It's like, no, you're not capturing that bishop, and well, still not enough to say anything significant for White, but I like the space, and I like the fact that Richard has the D6 square. Is it that much? We'll see. Over to the Wesley So game, Maurice.
Well, Timur has not been doing anything in this game, and Wesley's taken full advantage of it. We did see this trade, queen back over, a queen to A4, knight C6, rook a b1, queen e7, and after queen b5, we see the move rook to f7, and here he is trying to double, which he did, rook d3, a6, and you got to say, what is white doing? Rook to f4, get that queen out of here, b5, what is the progress as queen d2 has been played? What is the progress that white has really, really made in this position? The answer is not very much. Meantime, black is saying, don't move this piece. Your pawn is under attack. This pawn is a target. It is definitely isolated, even though there's a pawn next to it. But this pawn is never getting to f4 anytime, or at least not getting there anytime soon. So this could become a target. The queen could now shift to the king side and start creating threats. Meantime, this rook is a waste. You could treble along this line. You're not going to make any real progress there. White might be hoping for something like rook to d6 to get this knight off the square and see what happens there. I'd be worried about an exchange sack, Yas.
Yeah.
A sack here, followed by knight takes on e5. That would certainly concern me. Wesley is slowly building this position, saying, you're not doing anything. I'm going to keep making progress in this position. And he has to definitely calculate the ramifications of rook to d6. But I think the moment that happens, rook takes on f3 will be played, which suggests why the engine thinks queen f7 is the right move here in this position. If we play queen f7 and now the move rook to d6 without any hesitation, and I'm going to show it to you, folks. I'm going to show it to you because I didn't know it, but we were talking about it, right? Queen to f7. Now check this out. Just watch this and this bar. If you play rook to d6, immediately, well, okay, now the engine has changed its mind and made a fool out of me because at first, oh no, the queen's on D, that's why, sorry, it's this. This is the position we have. All right, this is the actual position. If rook to D6 now, the engine says, whoop, bad idea because of what? Sacrificing immediately, and knight takes on E5, and this massive threat of knight takes hitting the king, hitting the queen would simply end the game. Start, stop.
Question.
So that's what we were worried about. Engine has confirmed it as a move. We'll turn it off now. But that is the problem. So queen f7 does bolster that idea of sacrificing on f3 if you play it. So b5, queen d2. This is the position. Queen f7 right now is a great move. Wesley has played queen e8, keeping his knight defended.
I like queen e8 because I like the idea of keeping the knight defended to begin with. If you drop in the rook, then I wanted to sacrifice
the sack
and
still
take
happens,
on e5.
And you're controlling the knight.
Yeah,
you don't have to worry about that at all.
And, by the way, queen g6 check shows up. There's whoop, whoop, hot potato on
it's
b1.
It's the same with queen f7.
Oh, that's true.
So it's just more secure. The move queen e8 is far more secure in this position.
I wanted to draw our attention to the game of our challenger to the world champion, Jan. He's got this moment against Levon Aroni, and he just took on c5. And it was sort of like throwing down a gauntlet. I had expected some other recapture. The problem is if you recapture with the rook on c5, then there's bishop d4. If you capture with the queen on c5, well, your rook on c8 can't be defended. You're going to have to give up your queen for rook, bishop, and pawn. I thought that was the way the game was going to go. I didn't think it was going to be that particularly difficult for black to hold that. Maybe I'm wrong. Instead, he took with the bishop and gave, or has given, I want to put it like that, Jan in my opinion, a really, really good opportunity to go into a bishops of opposite color position where the rook station on d7. Rook to d7 threatens the move queen h5 with a double attack against f7 as well as h6 is also queen g4 check. In other words, I see this as a true result game, keeping in mind that the b7 square is also a potential use for the rook. I like Jan's chances here. I'm a little bit, well, I'm quite surprised actually that Levon allowed this opportunity. We'll see if Jan takes advantage of it or not. Did he play bishop takes f6 or is that just my...
It did happen.
It did happen, yeah, well, absolutely. I mean, because g takes f6, rook d7. Again, you've got these moves like queen g4 check and queen h5. You have to make sure that bishop takes e3 doesn't let black in the game. But this is
Gotta like it.
Jan's got to be super happy.
Well, pawn
He's
takes-
been given this opportunity. Yeah.
I don't understand why the bishop is still sitting on f6 on our main board because
Well, I guess we're waiting for.
no, pawn takes was played.
Oh, okay.
Pawn takes was definitely played.
And Queen H5 immediately.
Immediately.
I was thinking Rook D7 as a prep move because you definitely want your rook posted, and Rook D7 you don't get the chance to play Rook.
All right, we just have a little bit of a bug happening right
I
now on the
see.
left screen because there's a white bishop sitting on f6 that does not exist on that square.
That should be a dark.
That should be a black pawn sitting on
I
that
see.
square. So you have the right diagram on the right.
The
but
analysis,
left one,
yeah, there you see the pawn, a dark pawn, a
Yes.
black pawn on f6. But yeah, I see now why he didn't play Rook D7. I was thinking Rook to D7, and you don't have a chance to play Rook to C7 in that position because of Rook to D8. Queen H5. I was thinking Rook D8. No. The bishop on C5 is hanging over Work Queen, so he could play the move Queen H5. Still, I've got to think that Rook D7 was more precise.
Engine preferred Queen H5.
Engine preferred Queen H5,
Yes.
immediately hitting the pawn on H6. Okay, I stand corrected. I would have been more than happy to put my rook on D7, and he's tucking in for this pawn on H6. How big an advantage is it for white, this position? It feels to me like a two-result game in favor of Jan.
Definitely in favor of Jan, no question about it. Not devastating, but certainly a real edge. In the
Okay.
meantime, a bigger edge is brewing in this position after we saw the move Queen to E8 back here.
Yep.
Rook to E1 was played, guarding this pawn. On E5, we saw the exchange sacrifices leading to the demise of this pawn. Queen G6 threatening this knight directly. This pawn is pinned to the king, so rook takes on F3 twice would be a threat, as this pawn could not move to recapture because of the check. And after king to H1, sidestepping the pin, Queen F5. This queen was sitting passively back on E7 a few moves ago, and it's teleported to the F5 square, and the troubling along this line, don't move your rook because this sack will happen in an instant if you move your rook away, and then this pawn will drop yet again. So pressure building now as Wesley is completely outplaying his opponent. Rajabov is going to have to come up with something to maintain this position. However, there is no concrete threat. It's not like rook f3 is a threat, and it's not like knight takes e5 is a threat, and even c4 would allow rook to e3. Will he play g5 and g4, Yas?
Yeah, maybe. That once you've got that kind of positional grip with the rook on f4 and queen on f5, and you're thinking to yourself, I'm trebled on the f file. All I got to do is remove that knight from f3, and I will crash through on f2 and win the game easily. g5. Definitely.
Does expose the king.
Yeah,
Does
you're
expose the
lifting
king,
your
but
kimono, no question about it.
You've got to give to get. That was a visual there. And the rook is now on d6.
Inviting
What
rook
a
f3?
decision.
Are you kidding me? Oh my word, doesn't that sacrifice is instant, isn't it? Rook f3.
And I'm stunned. Obviously, I had to turn the engine on when I
What?
saw that, and the engine saying takes and takes leads nowhere.
What?
Yeah, go figure.
Go
Amazing.
figure,
It said rook
indeed.
takes, g takes. Here, you have to
Could
go with
take.
queen takes, best move, and then king moves, and then bring your knight back. If you want to keep an advantage after this move, rook to d6, the engine's just saying, just stay chill. Bring your knight back and prepare to bring it over to this side. You're going to sack an exchange. That's your point. But you're going to bring your knight over. White can defend, though, with rook to e3. I'm sure Wesley is stunned that this rook is now sitting on d6. He's like, whoa, what? I got to kill you. But somehow this looks like the move rook d6 is fine for white.
Remarkable.
And Wesley has not moved yet. Wesley is... And he's sacrificed.
He
He
said,
could not
"Come on,
help
come on."
himself. I've got to do this.
Come on, I'm an international grandmaster. I mean, these sacrifices are part and parcel of my career repertoire.
How could you not play it?
How could you not?
How
you
could
gotta
you not?
Do it.
But
you got to do it.
But what now?
But
what's your follow-up?
The crazy part is the desirable rook lift, like rook f4. Here I've been wanting to jump in on another game of Richard Rapport, but this game, Wesley, it's crazy because you want to play rook to f4 and somehow checkmate on the open g file, but White's king is simply ready to walk away. Wow.
Remarkable.
I find that remarkable. Also, just going back one move, I don't know why my board doesn't like to go back. Never likes it when I try to get the board to retreat. Queen takes f3. I think a lot of people would have said, hey, why don't you play knight takes e5 with the idea of playing knight takes f3, and once the knight gets to f3, there's queen h3. No, queen e2. Over to you, Maurice.
Well, we have a blunder alert. A big result shaking up the top of the leaderboard in this game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Levon Aronian as queen h5 got played. Remember we said, just wait a little bit. Just give it a few minutes.
Yeah.
Stuff's going to hit the fan.
Well,
it has happened. Queen h5 in this position, and Levon decided, no problem with taking the pawn on a3.
What?
I'll just snack. Let me just snack.
What?
Well, you know what? You're going to get indigestion. Rook down to d7, rook to f8, and bishop to e4, and suddenly your king is under absolutely heavy pressure.
Fire,
He played f5, trying to stop the storm, and queen takes on h6.
Yeah.
Now, after f takes e4, the scintillating, the absolutely brilliant
rook d5.
Rook d5, double exclamation mark, vicious move. Wow, you cannot take this piece because of give me the queen. And now after rook to d5, what to do? The threat is either rook g5 mate or rook h5 gonna be mate.
Right.
This is over. He missed this move right here. Rook to d5.
Key.
That's going to prompt resignation. You could push this pawn if you want, hoping that after some rook move here, you can block and bring your bishop back.
No.
You know what? That's not going to happen after f5. We're going to start with a little check. A thing called check. And now when you move, now let's put the rook down with the mate threat. Nothing can block. It's game over. What a beautiful variation. And Nepo knows it's there. Levon is staring at the board in shock at this move, totally depressed as he has been punched in the face by this vicious rook d5 shot that he completely overlooked, didn't see coming.
I'm reminded of by Emery Tate. Triple exclamation. Not double
The late, great Emery Tate. We call
Triple
ET.
exclam.
That's the variation coming. You put the bishop on e4. He saw f5 and he thought this was going to be okay. Queen h6. Why can't I take your bishop? It looks like a bishop. Rook d5. What a gorgeous move. That one will be in combination books for sure.
For a long time to come.
Nepo showing why he's the challenger. And look at Levon, a sad face.
Right. What have I done? What have I done?
This is just brutal.
What a sad face.
That's an earthquake on the board. It's just like boom, 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 and Nepo doesn't even want to look at him. You see that? Nepo's kind of like, I know, I'm sorry. What can I do?
I'm a little shocked that Levon could play a move like bishop takes a3 and not feel that spidey sense tingling that his king wasn't left to its own devices. A huge, huge victory for the challenger, Nepo. And remember, he's coming in as a wild card. We just saw Levon. Did he really do that? He kind of like, and he played queen takes e3.
What?
It's like, what?
What is the his point is he's going to take the rook.
Yeah.
He's going to take the rook. He's finding his only way to potentially fight back. You're forced to capture this queen, and then he'll take the rook and give up his d-pawn as well and keep the game going. So not to resign immediately. He's found a creative way to not resign instantly in this position. Queen
Well,
takes E3. That's pretty.
Facing
pretty
rook
creative.
True. Facing rook G5 mate.
Yes.
And not just wanting to lose the queen to takes the rook and takes. He first gives up the queen. Queen takes. And of course you could take the queen either with the queen or with the pawn. Probably I would take it with the pawn.
No, he also has an alternative, rook G5 check, since you're losing your rook anyway.
True.
There's the rook G5 check, and then a couple of checks to win the pawn on E4. By the way, Wesley, with the sacrifice on F3,
rook takes out all
ended up just drawing.
His reward was a draw.
Yes.
That's all you get for a beautiful
man.
sacrifice like that. Wesley's wondering, where did it go wrong?
Nothing there.
Whoa.
But we're going to have a breakaway player for sure in Nepo. Well, let's not predict the end of the game already, but he does have three choices. He could take the queen with a pawn, he could take the queen with the queen, or given that his rook is about to go lost,
I think he did play rook G5
start rook
check.
G with G5. No, he took, did he? He took, I think like he took with the queen. He took with the queen and then played queen G5 check and took the pawn on D5.
You're absolutely
So we
right.
do-
I stand corrected. He took with the queen.
After all that, we have a rook and bishop versus queen, and we've talked about this kind of material disparity. Whenever there's an imbalance of material, folks, as we have now in this game, we look for key factors. One thing is the queen, and it's anything else. Queen versus anything else. The anything else, three things. You better be coordinated, you better have a safe king, and your pawns better not be weak. That's all. That's all we're asking. Make sure your pieces are coordinated. Make sure your king is safe, and your pawns better not be weak. Now let's see. Coordinated pieces?
No.
Not so much. King is safe?
No.
Absolutely not. Pawns are not weak?
No.
This is dead lost. Like, that's it.
That's it.
There's no more to talk about. This has got to be dead lost. There's nothing that black has in this position to compensate for the beast that is the queen. The queen moves like a rook and bishop, except the queen moves like the rook and either bishop, not just the rook and a single bishop. It can go on dark squares. Yes, it can. Queen E5 is possible. But it can hang out on light squares. And there are buttons on light squares as you see Queen C6 being pointed out. That's a light square. Nobody's defending that. You don't have any bishop that's going to defend that, and the rook is not going to be able to do it either. This could become weak. Things are going to start dropping, and the queen's going to turn into a monster. And watch out, because your pieces, if they're not coordinated, they'll be picked off as well. This queen is a beast. It's like an octopus with multiple legs, and it's just going to be picking stuff off here, there, and everywhere. This is dead lost.
Don't argue the point at all. Looking at the game of Fabi and Peter Svidler, that kind of got away.
Wait a second. Before you do that, it looks like he's trying to go after the bishop. He's more intrigued by the bishop and trapping it than he was by just the pawn on A6. But now he's focused on the pawn on A6. A6 drops, B5 drops, F5 drops, E4 drops. They're all on light squares. Everybody's dropping. All right,
with the move, with the move B4, I get a nice point, by the way.
He was trying to trap that bishop.
Yes, he was. He was hunting bishop, no question. But also, it was kind of a nice point to put the pawn on B4 to make sure that the A6 pawn in the game of Jan Nepo versus Levon. I like it. I like the way Jan played this with B4. I thought for a moment he was just going to go after the A pawn, but by putting the pawn on B4, he ensures that once he goes queen takes A6, the pawn on B5 is also to be captured. A couple of games have kind of slipped by us. The game between, Richard Rapport's got a pawn on H6. But he's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 2 pawns down? Has he been too flamboyant with his two bishops and his play?
But he's not going to win this game.
No, he's not.
For sure.
H7. He just took that pawn on H7 to MVL saying, thank you very much. Now, 40 seconds?
To 17 minutes.
Vachier-Lagrave what has happened to Richard?
Through, and poor Richard just hasn't found form in this tournament.
Has been asleep, but if he draws this game, I'm not going to say it's going to be a miracle, but bishop c6, I think he's just in time to draw the game. He's very, very fortunate, is Richard, if he gets away with a draw in this game. What do you have for us, Maurice?
The game between Vachier and Alireza Firouzja has turned, and Black had a little bit more of an advantage, but still it has turned into a rook, an opposite color bishop position with major pieces on the board. Let's take a look. In this position, he played the move b4. He's got a 3-1 majority on this side, while white has the center, but these three pawns could become passed. And Nepo's game is over. We have been told Nepo did win, and now they're just discussing what could have happened. Nepo now surging into the lead at +2, and I'm not sure who, maybe Svidler can catch him if he's able to defeat Fabi. Who else is at the top? Aronian was there, so Aronian's been knocked back.
Knocked out.
So this was two of the leaders, and the final person is Wesley, who drew. So we're waiting to see whether or not Svidler can keep pace by beating Fabiano Caruana. But let's get back to this game as Alireza tries to make a run. After the move b4, he played the move knight to c6, did Etienne. After knight c6, knight takes, let me take it. Knight takes on c6, bishop takes on f6, g takes f6, and now d takes on c6, queen takes, up a pawn, rook e to d3, another rook pin against a queen. We just saw that happen in the game with Nepo and Aronian, and it's happened here again. Rook goes on a square where you can't take because the queen would be hanging on c6. In the meantime, this rook can get to d5, but it is a pawn, Yaz. Is it enough? h7 is hanging. Sooner or later, this queen will be able to swing over the same way Nepo did in his game against Aronian we just saw conclude. So white has sacrificed a pawn to gain this position, but I think we'd all say, that's a decent pawn. I'm not going to be worried if I'm white in this position. The long walk there we see to the players' room, although it looks like they're going off in two different directions, almost symbolic. Nepo going up while Levon's going down. It's exactly what happened on their boards. But rook to d3 can go to d5. If I'm in this position, I'd say, give me white.
All day.
All day. Except that pawn is passed.
Yeah.
Will be on c3, firmly protected. If your attack doesn't work out, if this king hides on e7 somehow, and you don't get, and as I was saying, hides on e7, he moved his king to f8 and is thinking, let me get away from any of these demonstrations on the square. He's giving a pawn back, by the way, on h7. Another draw out of that game. He did manage to draw. So we've got two games left, sharp games, one important for the standings in Caruana versus Peter Svidler, and this game, not as important, but if somebody's going to make a comeback, one of these players wants to win, and so they're fighting it down. What's happening in this one?
Indeed. I thought in this middle game we were seeing two just fantastic gladiators playing. Where it was bishops of opposite color, and I thought that Peter played just wonderfully in terms of the dark square mastery. Fabi had the light square mastery, and then just a move that I never expected to be played, G2, G4 by Fabi. And I just talk about lifting your kimono, and no way, I'm not playing this move G4. Fabi, is he taking too many risks, Maurice?
He's feeling like he has to, and he starts calculating, if I don't get points, if I don't start getting points, I'm going to play myself out of the title.
Yeah, right? But you could be getting a big fat zero is the problem.
You know, you got to give to get. You roll the dice. CeeLo, well, look, I'm telling you.
Baby needs new shoes.
Yeah, that's right. Baby needs a pair of shoes. H4, H5, Queen H3, Queen to C7, and engine approved as the top move.
No.
G4. Wow. When you see moves like that, you go, really? What?
Really?
You have to do that? He's trying to attack on this side, and what stuns me actually is that the engine doesn't care about this at all. It's like, take over here first. And let me just follow this line top line of the engine, please tell me, thank you, that you were going to take this pawn
Right.
eventually, and takes.
He
and
did
now,
take on
then
G4
what?
first.
And he took on G4 immediately. Instead, just a pair of moves played, followed by Rook to H8.
8 and Rook H2
And
on
Rook
the board.
H2.
So he is threatening H5, and you could do that Knight C4 business if you like.
But
Maurice.
is White really threatening?
I don't know. I was going to say, what about Rook H5 to just stop, as well as Knight to E8. Also, I mean, this knight on c4 is excellent. I'm not saying it's not excellent. It really is. But I also thought that, well, wait a minute, knight e8 and knight f6 as well. Rook h5 on the board, and you said it was engine approved, so it must be something with rook f5? Knight takes d6, rook f5. I don't know. What is Fabi supposed to do?
Fabi's got zilch. I mean, Fabi's literally...
Well, this is the problem with g4.
Now the engine's saying rook h3. I'm turning this off again. Thank you. Not interested.
You're getting disgusted.
Like, what is this? Rook h3?
Rook
Like, seriously? That's garbage. If I got to play rook h3, my position's garbage.
Why did I play g4?
Why did I play g4?
Exposed my king.
Basically saying no real plus to what happened. And now what? Now what? Nothing. Let's get away from this position for a moment because black is definitely solid here. We'll come back to it, though. And rook on d5, it's building. It's building. Back row is pressing his opponent. h7 will be taken eventually. He doesn't want to take it just now. But if I'm black, I got to figure out what to do here. This bishop doesn't have a great square. It just feels like it's blocking on the position. Should you trade rooks off, Yaz? Like, or just put the pawn on c3 for now and
saying
continue
put the pawn
game.
on c3. I'm just, if I'm black, the one thing and the only thing I'm worried about is like queen e2, queen h5, and having the white queen show up on my doorstep.
And c3 was played.
And so I'm saying c3 to keep the queen honest and at bay. Queen to d3, really?
Is that a threat?
I don't know if it is or not.
Looks like a threat.
I got king e7, but I also got the more serious move, bishop e7. Bishop.
Well, you mean the more solid.
Solid, sorry.
Solid, and not to expose your king too much.
Yeah, I like bishop e7.
But no, bishop
c7.
Don't you have to worry about queen e3?
Queen e3, yes. So maybe bishop c7 just to keep the e7 square available.
But still queen...
Queen e3, I've got c2.
Yeah, that pawn is going to get rambunctious.
That's what I'm thinking. Don't go too far away.
You got to pay attention to that. This is on the cutting edge of. This is on the edge of the precipice, is what I'm going to say. 119. Farouche has been getting, for a player who plays quickly and is brilliant at blitz, he's been getting in time pressure a lot. And right now, he's got 110 and counting down. His opponent has 215. So now we're getting to the good stuff. The action's brewing right now in this position. And what is he supposed to do? He's looking around for a solid move. He's under a minute. Wow. And he doesn't know what to do, getting nervous as white has the position on lockdown. And black just needs a move. What to do? Okay, you're saying bishop c7, just do it.
Do it.
Just play the move, but do it.
The strange part for me is when I think of a player as strong as Farouche, I'm thinking that junior players, man, the problem is getting them to think. Here, his problem is he overthinks a position.
Whoa,
C2 immediately?
Putting his pawn on a vulnerable square. He must have an idea associated with it. And it's queen c3. He's bailing.
Yeah, he's afraid.
Full-scale bail. He says, I don't want to see any more of this position. Let's trade down. I'll give you your pawn back. My pawn on c3 will stay, or we'll just trade on c2, and we'll have a bishop of opposite color ending, and I'll take the draw. That is a full-scale bail is what he's trying with this move.
I'm not so sure it's that simple. The pawn on h7 and the bishops of opposite color endgame, that's an important peshki.
There's still stuff on the board.
We'll keep an eye on that. By the way, we've seen some moves in the game between Peter's Fiddler and Fabi. Queen d7, and Fabi backed it up with queen e2. Rook c8 by Peter.
A blunder.
A blunder alert.
Straight blunder. He missed the retreat. Bishop E2 challenging his rook. He didn't see that coming after the queen. A double retreat.
Bishop G4 also is
on tap as well.
Exactly.
This
winning
is
an
huge,
exchange.
and he's decided he's got to give him an exchange. He couldn't allow the attack, so now down an exchange. And Fabi is just up an exchange because his opponent just missed it. And look at Peter. Look at Peter right now. He is disgusted in the moment, devastated by that punch, and now he knows he's going down. Fabi
can't believe it.
Fabi just swung and hit. It was like one of those wild punches you make, and suddenly the guy misses it, and now you are in big trouble here. Those two rooks are going to do a lot of damage.
Absolutely.
No question about it. Up in exchange with open files for the rooks to operate, and Peter is absolutely busted. Fabi the Machine is going to make his presence felt in this position.
It's amazing because Fabi really needs this victory.
Desperately.
And it's not there yet. It's just that when you think of such a great calculator like Peter Svidler, you can't imagine him just blundering an exchange as badly as he just did. Just play the move Queen D8, eyeballing the pawn on H4, not allowing the move Rook H3 to F3 possible. So I'm expecting King G2, followed by Rook F3, and I don't think Peter was going to be able to save the game. What did he do and what has he done? Because it does attack the pawn on A5 as well. Did he play King G? Indeed, he did play King G2 as he's setting up for the Rook F3 and Rook takes F7 smasheroo moves.
If I may, take a look at the light squares here. I'd like to just very quickly.
Checkers.
Take a look at it. You see how in that position you had, the king went to a light square, put everything on light squares, avoiding the purview of this bishop. Right. That bishop is gazing, what can I do? And then you put everything on light squares, it's like, I can't do anything. Well, you should be doing the same thing as Bly. You've got pieces on dark squares. This bishop is thinking, I can't do anything, but there's one dude on a light square. What did he do as Peter? He shifted his first piece to a light square. Okay, Fabi backed up. He shifted his second piece to a light square. Like, you had it all covered. You had pieces on dark squares where the bishop couldn't do any harm. Bishop to E2, suddenly it's like he just set up the tactic against himself. Right. Because bishop drops back to E2. Now you've put a rook on a light square, queen on a light square. This rook was already in a light square, and you can't just drop back because bishop G4. Thank you very much for just offering my bishop targets. When you have opposite colored bishops, you want to avoid the other bishop as much as you can. Give it nothing to hit. Peter did exactly the opposite, and that's why he's in a position where he's going to lose this game.
Absolutely. In the game between Etienne and Alireza Firouzja, that game is now heading into a dead drawn. Bishops of opposite color position. Rook takes, bishop takes, and
nothing to
Firouzja is going to get a pass pawn with A4 and B3. But the only thing I have to say is, keep an eye on the clock.
He's fast. The
kid's got that fast twitch muscle. He can keep up. But he does go down on the clock. Amazing. I've seen him play. Yeah, exactly. It's like we have Sasha Grishuk as well, right?
Well, this one should end in a draw. So and he's giving up the F7 pawn.
On F7 just bit.
But how do you stop King D4 and King C3 and?
Well, I'm going to give up my bishop on B3. When you get your pawns to A4 and B3, I'm going to give up the bishop. So I'm going to play F3 here. Then I'm going to go King G2, King H3, King G4, and get my own counterplay. Interesting ending. Alireza could overplay his hand. I do prefer Black's position.
And they have resigned. He has resigned, Peter. He can't believe it. Look at him shrugging his shoulder like, what did I do? What did I do?
Like, how does that happen?
So we have a leader, a clear leader in Nepo, no matter what happens in the other game. The three pretenders have stepped back, and one king has emerged, and that is Jan Nepomniachtchi after a brilliant game against Levon Aronian. And here, this one is being played out, aggressive king. By the way, you have to be a little bit careful, Yasser. this idea of b3, pawn takes followed by a3.
No,
you got to make sure.
Bishop takes b3.
Oh, you
yes.
can play bishop takes b3.
Yeah, you're
Gotcha.
right. But you're absolutely right. I have to be careful of that tactic you were just about to mention. Don't allow b3, ab3, a3, and
under bad circumstances.
Can sneak by you.
But right
I don't
now,
see it happening.
It's very hard to see how.
That's a strange move.
h6 wasn't even necessary, by the way, because he couldn't.
I
take
just
on
expected white to play this move, bishop to d5, followed by f4. You say, okay, I've put my pawn on f4 and play king h3. Bring your king to f5, you're just fine. Now,
but hold on, if you play f4, you weaken the e-pawn.
no, but my bishop is going to be anchored on d5, as it is currently now. Again, king h3, king g4, king h5. I'm getting counterplay. I'm always giving up my bishop. I'm always going to sacrifice my bishop on the queen side. I've given that no thought. So king h3, king g4, I'll always give up my bishop, and I'm going after the h6 pawn.
I feel like he's lost time. He should have made you give up the bishop a long time ago.
Exactly.
And fight that position. But he looks like he's given white some time.
No, Etienne, just king h3, king g4. Come on, man. Oh.
And repeating moves there. What's going to happen? By the way, just to show a quick finish as they're moving along, nothing will happen. I promise I'll be quick here. The finish to this game was h5.
Yeah, the finish
and after
was
queen
brutal.
to a5, boom! Rook takes on f7 with check, and you don't even want to move after that.
No.
King takes can be met either by queen takes, more likely by pawn take, followed by taking that rook, and that was game a vicious finish by Fabi to conclude matters here.
Yeah, totally.
Let's get back to this other game.
I have the impression that neither player is really aware that white could easily win this game. I mean, it's like Ali Fallujah seems to be thinking that, oh, I've got to win, I'm better. Well, I'm not better. No. Etienne was moving his bishop back. Whoa. Okay, now you're really on the precipice. Now suddenly, king to g4 takes on g3, takes on g3. Now I'm ready to go f4 and e5 and...
No, but king g4, can I play h5?
Check.
Oh, you can go back to h4? Is that what you're going to... He took.
And here's some similar idea.
I don't feel like this made matters easier for white. Now the dark square blockade
h3
seems serious.
So king e3 could probably draw it. Now, king e5. I'm not exactly sure what Fallujah has in mind.
What's your winning plan as white now?
Oh, I don't know. No, I'm not saying. I'm saying if black had continued to overpress his hand.
Yeah, because I don't see it playing now for sure.
No, I mean, it looks like there's going to be a blockade on the dark squares and the players.
I don't get it. They've agreed to a draw, but I don't see how they can.
Yeah,
they've got to move.
They're gonna discover a repetition shortly. They know the position's a draw. Yeah. Yeah, okay, don't do that. So they'll find a repetition. King g4.
Does the arbiter know the rule? I mean,
yes, the arbiter is saying don't
but
offer
he's allowed
a draw.
It. But he's allowed it.
And Etienne responded to the arbiter that they will just make a repetition.
So?
Yeah, so they should do it.
No, come on. A rule is a rule is a rule. If you're going to make the rule, you should enforce the rule.
Exactly.
Don't make the rule if you're not going to enforce it. That doesn't make any sense.
I agree.
Just not make the rule. The players can agree to a draw if they think the position's drawn, but that's not the rule. No draw allowed. So we'll keep an eye on that. But we've seen it happen more than once. We'll try to understand why that's allowed. But let's jump to Paris with Christian.
Thank you, Maurice. Yes, we've been having some very exciting games. Of course, some of the highlights were that game between Fabiano Caruana and Peter Svidler, and of course the incredible victory, attacking masterpiece by Jan Nepomniachtchi, the challenger. But we also have a repeating theme, and that is players as black, they play the Ragozin. We've seen the Queen's Gambit decline as being one of the staple openings, as one of the more reliant opening for players with the black pieces. But recently, we're seeing the Ragozin. And this is exactly what we're seeing in this game between Radjabov and Wesley. I want to say that Wesley was quite close to winning that one. And let's see what happened. By the way, these players have played in Bucharest the same opening. Radjabov did decide to play something different along the way. Let's wait and see. Bishop to g5, and we were discussing at the beginning, after the first round, White played c takes d5, release the tension, and then the move bishop to g5 so that he can save his bishop and not have to take on f6. In this game, he decided, Radjabov that is, to play the move bishop to g5, d takes c4, e4, h6, and right now you have to release the bishop area. You have to take on f6. If you go bishop to h4, this is just losing, as I mentioned in the previous break. Bishop takes f6 was played on the board, queen takes f6, bishop takes c4, c5, e5, queen to d8. We've seen this position in their encounter in Bucharest. That was a draw, quite a peaceful draw. But in this position, he played the move in Bucharest, castle, c takes d4, knight to e4. You're not going to recapture this pawn on d4. Your whole focus as white is going to be to launch an attack and focus your pieces on the king side. You're going to go something along the lines of queen to e2, castle, retreat the bishop to g3, put the rook on d1 just to stop, oops, not rook to b1, that's not a good move, rook to d1 just to stop the pawn on d4, and then maneuver this knight, let's say bishop to e7, maneuver this knight to g3, then to h5, bring this queen to e4, and try to create some sort of focused attack on the king side. But Wesley saw in Bucharest showed Radjabov that he is ready for those type of positions, and he equalized quite handily. So Radjabov decided to go d5. This is considered to be not a very accurate move, and seems like black is doing just fine. But you still have to know, because the position becomes a little bit imbalanced. The structure becomes a bit imbalanced, as we will see. E takes d5, bishop takes d5, fast forward a few moves, bishop takes c3, b takes c3, castle, knight to c6, queen to b3. This is another critical juncture in the game, because white has the option of damaging pawns, black's pawn structure with bishop takes c6, b takes c6, and avoiding the queen trade with queen c2. Now, black has to be extremely active to equalize. He's going to have to play something along the lines of rook to e8, get this queen off the d file, then try to place this, let's say rook to d1. At some point, you're going to try to place this bishop, of course not bishop e6 in this position, because the queen is hanging, queen to c7, h3, something along these lines, and after bishop to e6, you have to be ready for this bishop d5. White probably has to play c4 to stop that move, bishop d5, but placing the pawn on c4 is going to give a target for the light square bishop. Very interesting position. It seems like Radjabov was not ready to play that structure, that particular structure after bishop takes c6. He decided to go queen to b3. Fast forward a few moves. I think Radjabov at this point was waiting for the repetition and then see what he's going to do. Decide at this point whether he's going to take on c6 or not. Wesley decides, no repetition for you. Bishop e6, take on e6. Queen to a4, fast forward a few moves, now we have a completely different position. And I want to say that this f-file is very useful for black. Black's plan, extremely easy. I'm going to go rook to f7, rook to f8, and at some point I'm going to threaten all sorts of sacrifices on this knight on f3. The problem is you cannot move this knight on f3 because you're always going to lose this pawn on e5. It's a very impractical position for the player with the white pieces. Rook to f8, rook to d3, a6, queen to a4. Now we see the energy behind black's pieces kind of catch life in the position. Queen to f6, and at this point, Wesley, unfortunately for him, decided to go rook takes f3. Knight to e7 would have been a tremendous move with the idea to go knight to d5, activate that knight, and gain the advantage. A golden opportunity for Wesley. Unfortunately, he did not capitalize on it. He took on f3, repeated the position, and now he's not the leader anymore. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Christian. And here we have our standings, Maurice.
Yes, we do. Jan Nepomniachtchi, and then there was one. After 5 rounds, Nepo has emerged as the clear leader +2 so far in the event, 7 points out of a possible 10. That's a great score. And are we seeing the rise of one Fabiano Caruana? We were saying how he was languishing down at the bottom, but as we said, any kind of victory will pull you up, and he got a full 2 points to go to +1. He's got to be feeling really great about his chances. Not only that, we saw leaders. There were 4 leaders. 1 went up and 2 went down, while 1 remained the same. That was Wesley So, stayed on his +1 position, so Fabi has joined him. We see Levon, Aroni in a big group actually at 5 points. Levon, Rajabov, Etienne Bacro, and Peter Svidler, while the other players are still trying to catch their stride. We're going to jump to Paris with Almira.
Thank you, Maurice. I just wanted to point out one interesting idea in the opening, which happened in the game between Caruana, Fabiana, and Peter Svidler. Although Fabi won the game, I still feel that it was quite a balanced game, especially after the opening. This is a very strange-looking opening where Black actually plays Bishop c5 in the Pairings, and after Knight b3 plays Bishop b7, provokes Queen g4, g6, Queen e2, d6. What I wanted to say about this position is, first of all, which surprises me all the time, that Fabiano plays this as white and as black. He knows absolutely everything. And he made a novelty in this game. After Bishop e3, Queen d7, Knight d2, Knight f6, Bishop h6 is actually a novelty. This is a very typical idea for this opening, because you simply want to slow down the castle, and Bishop f8 is not really a good exchange, because then your d6 pawn will always be weak. What I wanted to show is that here in a game against a player earlier on, after Knight f6, Fabi played this game as black and his opponent played Bishop h6, so that's how he got this idea, of course. And I wanted to drive your attention to this position. Although I feel that Bishop h6 is a very strong move, you had to follow up with something, because you should exchange this knight against this bishop and not this one. So I feel that h3 was a better option. So after knight d3, c takes d3, you'll play with this structure, and after e5, I feel that d4 is a better position for white. So unfortunately, Fabi played here castle, and then he allowed this very strong move, knight g4. And one more thing, that here, after knight e5, where did I want to propose h3? Sorry, h3 here. Yes, the computer proposes a very crazy move, rook g8. So it's a not human one. I was not looking for this when I was analyzing myself. So, and if you play, for example, bishop g5, he follows up with this idea, playing h6, bishop h6, and g5. But I don't really think that this is this type of idea is for human mind. So I really feel that h3 was a very nice positional idea. And then, well, congratulations to Fabi. He won this game in a very beautiful style. So here, of course, Maurice mentioned, yes, that Fabi blundered. Peter blundered, and that was a very nice win afterwards. So get back to you guys.
Thank you, Almira. That's a really funny idea of h6, bishop h6, and g5. Well, we have a feature for you from KasparovChess.com. It's kind of a mini documentary about chess and boxing. Not an association that comes readily to mind. Let's have a look. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to St. Louis for our live coverage of Day 2 of the Paris Rapid and Blitz. Before we get to the pairings for our third and final round, I'd like to give a message from our sponsor, so to speak. We have a Grand Chess Tour t-shirt from Q Boutique that you should certainly take a look at. We have a 75% discount going on our wearables, and there is our t-shirt. Very handsome, Maurice. Looks good.
Where's my t-shirt?
That's what I'm asking too. I need some swag. Yeah, I'm happy to represent.
You know, they always have this good stuff, and then we got to beg for it. Hands on the. Can I please? I got to go shop at Q Boutique.
On our hands and knees, we've got to beg for something around here. Let us take a look at our, first of all, our standings before we go to our pairings.
Well, the standings are these. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Nepo for short, standing atop the leaderboard after a draw in the first round, winning the next game in brilliant style, chasing right behind him Fabiano Caruana, who had the exact same sequence, except his first game, he was getting punched in the face. He managed to survive that game against the youngster Alireza Firouzja, and then won the next game when Peter Svidler just literally set himself up for a sucker punch. Maybe I've been watching too much chess boxing. That last piece, by the way, was brilliant, amazing, emotional stuff. Wesley So also at 6 points, not making any progress today. Levon Aronian going backwards, as well as Peter Svidler we see down there, dropping into a tie for 4th place with Timur Rajabov and Etienne Bacrot. Team Bacrot, by the way, Etienne has only 4 more games to go as Vladimir Kramnik will join the fray. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, however, no progress whatsoever. A loss in round 4 and then a draw. Alireza Firouzja and Richard Rapport at least stabilize things. They're only making draws at the moment, and that's where they are. So important pairings for this last round of the day.
Well,
will the players be able to make any hay against their opposition? As we see here, Wesley So and Levon Aronian, a big-time matchup. Will Wesley be able to keep pushing a man when he's down? Aronian just lost, and I'm sure is thinking, let me just stabilize with black, as he just lost with black. Exactly. Second game in a row, he'll have the black pieces. Will that happen again? We see Vachier-Lagrave. Can he pierce through Nepomniachtchi? We'll see. And the other pairings there that we didn't see, Alireza Firouzja versus Richard Rapport, Svidler versus Bacrot, and Rajabov against Fabiano Caruana.
Now, if I'm in Fabi's shoes, I must say, first of all, I finally got off the schneid. I won a game, wind in my sails. I'm feeling really good because not only did he just win a game, but he saved a losing position in round 4, Maurice. And when you're the number 2 player in the world and things are beginning to break your way, you start feeling like, okay, I can push.
You know, I know a lot of people believe in momentum.
Yes.
I, for one, I don't give a lot of credence to momentum. Momentum, you're only as good as your current game, right? People say, well, you know, he got lucky and now he drew, so let's bet the house on Fabi. And then, boom, you lose. It's like, what happened here?
And
as the game has started, they're off to play. So I think that Fabi, I don't think Fabi is a believer in momentum either, I will say. I think Fabi believes you just play good moves and you hope for the best. Bishop B4, we expect to land on the board, and there it is.
Everybody's
They're all
playing.
going there, and especially in a line like this, Yaz, I just got to feel like these players ain't much going to happen. And you're playing against Rajabov as well. Expect him to make some trades, play solidly, and if Fabi wins this, I'll be very surprised with the black pieces. If he expects to win, I'd be very surprised as well. I think Fabi will be okay with drawing this game, getting out of here with an equal position. You see here more trades happening on the board. C5 playing for more equality as they're playing this line. I wouldn't be surprised if this is not the first game finished.
They are going
this is
at
the first game
such a pace.
Is what I meant to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they're going at this pace, they're playing lines that are well known, and Fabi now pausing for a moment after this last move. But this one is it just feels like a natural. If I were a betting man, I'd bet draw. And would you bet against me?
No.
It's Rajababi's playing.
At this moment, no. I am a person who believes in momentum. Seriously, in my career, is not only myself, but I felt that a lot of my colleagues, especially, for example, Garry Kasparov, he really felt like when he had put together a string of victories that he should push the envelope as much as he can. Let me just turn to the game between Wesley So and Levon Aronian for a moment. Again, these two players entered today as tournament co-leaders. Levon Aronian slipped down the standings because he just lost with the black pieces against Nepo. And this was a Rubinstein Nimzo Indian. Unlike everybody else that is playing knight f3, d5, etc., etc. We've been seeing Wesley playing the e3 bishop, d3, and this line of the Nimzo Indian, very classical approach that was really popular in the 50s and 60s. White gets the two bishops, and at first you see this bishop on b2 and you just go, ugh, that's like one of the ugliest bishops ever. It's true. It's not a pretty looking bishop for the moment, but if ever c5 takes d4 is played, c3 takes d4, and this bishop has a say-so in the position.
A little bit.
A little bit.
You still got to play e4 eventually. You're going to make that bishop really work.
Man, he became world champion putting his bishop on b2.
Well, clearly the bishop has potential, and again, if you get to play e4 and d5, that bishop screams into the position. It takes time for White to get this going, and Black has to just curtail White's ambitions in this position. By the way, just going back to your momentum argument, because I think a lot of people will be fascinated by the discussion. We can't stay too long, but when you said you and Gary believed in momentum and pushing the envelope when you were doing well, you guys are superstar players. If you're confident, I'd say, yeah, keep it going. Whatever you're doing, keep it going. Not because I believe in momentum, because I think you can pick him up and put him down. Don't stop. Don't say, oh, I'm doing well, and I start making draws. No. You're too good. Keep it going. So anyway, we could keep that discussion going. But let's get to the position on the board. This one is a complex one, as you mentioned. Been around forever, ever. Not too many new wrinkles. This one, Alireza Firouzja versus Richard Rapport. I think we're not going to bet on this one leading anywhere but a draw. These two players are sort of playing themselves out of the tournament. But we're going to go to one that is hugely important and a pretty interesting game, I would say. I've seen Nepo do this, no? Did we see Nepo do this?
French defense, yeah.
With F6. Did he do it in the candidates?
Yes.
I recall this with F6.
He lost against MVL in the first leg, round 7, actually, before they took a year's break.
Yes. So
but H4, H5.
The idea of F6 with the knight on E7, where you cannot recapture with the knight and maintain the integrity of your pawn structure somewhat, but forced to capture with the pawn. But MVL said, I don't care. I'm just going to play H5. You do your worst over here. And now the queen leaping out to B6, offering traditional pressure. Usually, we've seen this pawn back on F7. F6, we're being told, has only been played once. So again, not a typical way of approaching this position. Nepo is showing some of that unusual stuff. The question of how much of his theory will Nepo show as he warms up for the World Championship in Dubai in November. He doesn't want to give Magnus Carlsen too much information.
No.
Hey, Magnus, I've been preparing these openings, and I'm playing them so that you can go, oh, is that what you're going to do when you play against me? No, he cannot do that, but he wants to stay warm, so he has to play some sidelines. Is he playing his main lines or his sidelines? Is he throwing some smoke, some ghosts at Magnus? Hey, Magnus's team, prepare this stuff too. I'm going to start playing some Alekines. I'm going to start playing some Perchins. I want you to prepare everything. And, oh yeah, by the way, I was always going to play my Sicilian Najdorf in the first place. So there's some strategy going on. Whenever you watch Nepo performing and Magnus performing, they've got their eye on a $2.5 million match in November in Dubai. This now new challenger in a new phase of his career will forever be known as someone competing for the world championship title. Many great players have wanted this opportunity and never received it. Nepo now has it. The pride of Russia, as they hope he brings the title back to the motherland. This mercurial genius, a quick player, plays with these interesting ideas that give us double takes and has a sort of quirky attitude as well. Somebody called him eccentric, but what we do know is eccentricity also is often associated with genius, and that is indeed what he is, and playing some original stuff right now.
Absolutely, Maurice. And boy, talking about original stuff, for me, I don't like MVL's approach, but I gotta say, he's got this incredibly sharp, double-edged approach. H4, H5, which, okay, I've seen in French's, followed by the move G4. This was White's last move, G4. Now, I played the French defense. I always thought it was a great thing for me as black when I could take on E5 and force them to recapture with the pawn. So for example, if I was in Nepo's shoes, I would be playing F6 takes E5, D4 takes E5, and castling with the idea that what is White's king going to do? My king is going to tuck itself in over on the queen side, maybe king B8, king A8. And yes, I am definitely playing for H6 and G6. So I want to open up that side of the board. With H6, G6, my bishop oftentimes goes back to E8. This is the way I would play it. And White's king, what are you trying to do in the opening? You're trying to control the center, get good squares for your pieces, and you're trying to get a safe king. I don't see a safe White king anywhere on the board, queen side, center, or the king side. So I really think that MVL's taking too many risks.
Yeah,
your view,
principles,
Maurice.
principles.
yeah.
Safe king.
Good squares, center, develop your pieces.
Come on, that's for sane people. That's old school stuff.
Yeah.
Well, also, by the way, the engine says, yeah. We like Yasser's principles.
That's good?
That looks good. That looks good. Take on E5, and then it actually gives the move knight G8.
Wow.
Wild move. But castles is also approved. That's better for black as well. So question of directionality, which way you want to go immediately. But still, it's all about castling, getting safe places. And like you said, your bishop could eventually come in. What's this demonstration about? MVL is desperate. He needs points, and he needs to play some kind of intriguing chess to prove it. And also TikTok, it's all about the clock as well. Can he slow his opponent down to stop and think in some kind of wild formation like this one? And
knight G8 on the board.
I said knight G8 by the engine. And Nepo, you know what? Nepo is someone who just does not slow. You cannot intimidate into slowing down. You just cannot intimidate him into slowing down. He's like, I'm going to play a move. Whatever your preparation was, I'm going to play something that looks like it makes sense to me. I'm fully confident in myself and in my abilities. And I'm going to play moves like knight G8 to prove you wrong. And now knight A3. Let's not even try to guess. You know, principle-based chess, like I said, principles. Yeah. Principle-based chess basically went out the window about 20 years ago, right? When our careers were winding down. It's all why? Because of the rise of the engines.
That's right.
If you try to explain chess, a lot of people say, don't use an engine when you're trying to do a broadcast.
Yeah.
Like, you shouldn't use an engine. The grandmasters should know. Okay, that's a reasonable argument. However, it's the rise of the engines that's causing these grandmasters to play the way they play. The principles that we'll espouse, you know, this is the principle number 1, this is principle number 2, this is principle number 3. They're pretty fair game, but they only go so far when you have engines or concretely calculating moves. And Alejandro made this point when he was here. He said, the players now, they just calculate and say, is it good? Mm-hmm. Is it good? Does it work? Right. Does it work? Can we formulate principles that fit what the engines are analyzing? What a Herculean task that will be. And I think will take time for us to get there where we can instantly say that fits this principle after the computers analyze all this stuff and formulate an overall view of the game. Will we even arrive there? I'm sure theoreticians and mathematicians will say, maybe you won't. Maybe it's all based on the specific position that you're in. We do have guidelines. We do still believe that the center is important.
Mm-hmm.
We do still believe you should develop your pieces toward the center. We do believe that your king should find safety probably early in the game, and you should avoid pushing your pawns too rashly, and you should avoid putting your pieces on the side of the board, and you shouldn't move the same piece twice, and you shouldn't put your piece back home where it started to G8. You shouldn't be putting your knight on the side, folks. I mean, this kind of play, finally bishop to C5, king in the middle, pawn early, double. This knight looks like it hasn't moved yet. It's already moved twice. This knight on the side. Again, these players play very specifically these days for concrete aims. And again, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, you look like a fool because you'll say, we knew this 150 years ago. Well, somebody did, not us. And we're following that, but the players are playing modern chess in sometimes very confusing style.
Absolutely. I have to laugh as you're going through the list of all of our guided principles. Viktor Korchnoi, later in life, a great veteran, he was invited to be a commentator during the tournament in Gibraltar. And it was really funny. So they were going through the many games of the Swiss, and I'll just bring up the position. So they were going through all of these games, and Victor said, oh, this is interesting, this is interesting, this is interesting, and so forth and so on. And he comes to a game of Nigel Short. White had just played knight d2, and Nigel Short played h7, h6, which the computer could show that's a decent move, and Victor was immediately dismissive. Next game, Victor. Next game. How is MVL doing with Nepo? Because I'm thinking next game.
Yes. So
I'm dismissive.
So, and now a pawn on F2 is just hanging, and he's playing knight to B5. I don't know what death wish that MVL has. I'm going to now turn on the engine because we try to keep it off until something crazy happens and we want to evaluate. We got crazy. And the engine says negative 2.8, that black is schooling white in this position for a very basic tactic, not even the F2 pawn. You could tell, knight takes on E5, hitting this knight with the bishop. What tactic does MVL see that justifies, look, this knight dropping? There is no knight move forward anywhere that matters. If you play knight takes, then bishop takes, Yasser. Well, sorry. Actually, in this line, there is castles. The engine wants to do something else here. It wants to first start with this. Ooh, nasty sequence. It wants to play bishop g3 and threaten mate. And threaten mate, and it's still hitting your knight on
and
the
the knight on e5 is hanging too.
And, ooh.
And
That's
how many
nasty.
pawns? Black has won 2 pawns.
Black is okay.
And he's going to win if he. Wow.
That's too much. Sorry. What is knight b5?
By the way, after knight e5, knight e5, he did miss bishop f2.
He missed bishop f2.
He missed bishop f2 and bishop
way.
g3. He immediately took on b5, allowing castles and maybe
Wow,
compensation.
that's a big miss.
Maybe compensation now for MVL.
That's a huge miss. Knight
Yeah.
takes e5 was played, knight takes, and as you point out, as the engine points out, taking on f2 and playing bishop g3 was crushing. He immediately took here basic tactic 101, see a pawn, win a pawn.
Right.
That's a typical high-frequency tactic you see in chess. Make sure you study your high-frequency tactics,
yeah.
by the way. And then castles, and MVL's like, whew, dodged a bullet.
Big time.
Now you can trade, but you're still behind in development, and white has a knight on e5. So Nepo made a mistake there, and now
Well, they're still
he
playing
played his
very
knight out to
quickly.
f6. MVL traded on b5 and played g5. That's the position we have on the board. And MVL is just not slowing down. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
he's looking for
something weird.
queen. Something's going on. One player, however, who's just stopped in his tracks and spent 8 minutes or maybe even 9 minutes, is Fabiano. After the move a2, a3 by Timur, and it seems to me they're still in some kind of theory. I mean, they played very quickly to get here. Fabi, remember, they only got 25 minutes to spend 9 minutes?
But why would he not just drop his knight back?
Of
what
course.
could he possibly be thinking about?
Well, he must be thinking that after knight c6, no knight takes c6. The only move I can imagine that concerns him is knight b5. Whatever it is concerning him, it concerns him a lot because he has spent, again, 9
on this position
and a half minutes on a position where his knight's on pre. Like,
where can the knight
move the knight?
go?
You don't even think about knight
The only
b5.
thing you have is rook c8.
Maybe
you have
rook
some kind of rook
c8.
c8 and b5 idea and trying to judge that position. He must hate the draw idea so much that he's thinking, what happens if I play rook c8 and b5?
Well, you're just a
what
pawn
happens?
down.
But after b3,
you're just a pawn down to begin with, and I mean, you got no chances of being better in a knight versus bishop. And wow, that's very strange. What do you have for us? I don't get it. Wesley So.
This is still theory. This is still a classic position or something resembling theory. After rook to e8, it looks like formations we've seen before. Although I don't see any games in this database, but this looks very familiar. Another game that's wild, I remember it was this one. Yes. Right now, back row can take a pawn on c4. Why can't he is the big question. Takes, and takes. And after taking on c5, let's go with the engine's top recommendation. And now the move knight to d4, hitting this rook in the corner. And if you were to move the rook, then knight drops into c6. Thank you very much, as the knight hits both rooks in one move. So that knight d4 is best met, according to engine, by bishop takes on d4 and no taking of the rook. I guess because of this intermezzo, that would be a bit of a challenge. Even there's variations to look at. Well, let's take a look at it. Takes here. Ooh, taking here with check. And then, oh, come on. What kind of tactics are these?
G4
Look at that. Knight G4 check.
Gorgeous.
Coming. Nice move. Getting rid of the pawn and getting an attack going. So where were we? Back here after bishop takes c5, knight to d4, bishop takes d4, bishop takes 8 is not possible. So rook takes, after bishop takes, rook takes on d4. And we would have a position where black is a pawn up, but the engine is giving double zeros. Yasser, your feelings on this position? This one actually is not even giving the pawn back because you're pinned.
Exactly. You don't get...
I guess we'll just keep following the first line. Takes, and even here, all zeros? Wow. That's an interesting evaluation. Up a pawn for black. He must be evaluating something similar after all those trades.
He ducked the challenge, did Etienne. I believe he just dropped his bishop back on b7. He said, I don't know if you've out-prepared me.
Yes.
I don't want to take this. Oftentimes, a lot of the top players anticipate that their opponents have studied such sacrifices with their engines. They don't want to fall into some prep. So Etienne ducked the challenge. He didn't take on c4, played the move bishop b7, and they have what I would call a more conventional Queen's Indian type of situation. What's going on in that crazy game of MVL, Maurice?
You know, I'm going to tell you what's going on.
Say it.
I think MVL doesn't care.
What?
I'm sorry. That's what I think. MVL has been playing blitz all the games. Remember the last game, how much time he had on the clock that was left?
Nobody's
at the board right now.
What the heck?
We would expect somebody to come and sit down, as it is black to move after this last move. MVL just walking around. Nepo might have gone to the restroom really quickly.
Right.
That's allowed. He's got a lot of time on the clock, and it is allowed for him to do. MVL just walking around there and now coming back to sit down. Okay, when I say he doesn't care, I think he's frustrated. Let me dial back a little bit.
Yeah.
All right? It's not fair to say he doesn't care. He's frustrated. And everything he's done so far hasn't worked. So now he's thinking, I'm just going to play quick, instinctive moves. I'm not going to trust and overthink myself. This is my guess. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to overthink myself. I'm just going to go with what I feel, go with the flow. He probably has had some situations where he second-guessed himself and played the wrong move. Again, I'm creating a whole theory that could just be in smoke. But it feels like he's decided, let's just play quickly and trust myself. Because when he's played and sat and thought about it, he's come up
Empty.
Nothing, empty.
Yeah.
So now he's just playing, let's go, let's go, let's go. Like in this position, for example, after bishop takes on b5, queen takes, h6 was the engine's top choice. Like just go for it with this move.
Right.
MVL instantly said, you know what, I'm just making the next move.
G5.
G5, I'm just gonna go, that looks good, I'm just gonna go with it. Knight e4, I'm going with it. I'm gonna attack a pawn, back up, queen b6, g6. Like, I'm just going forward.
Bang, bang.
Pawn might be hanging with check. I'm going. You can have whatever you like. I'm just going to be aggressive, play for the initiative, force my opponent to defend, even if the engine says, dude, you're worse by a lot. What are you doing?
Right.
But MVL not showing his finest form and struggling to get there with any kind of, I don't know. I mean, maybe you need some self-talk or some meditation or something. Or in his case, I'm just going to do same move faster.
Right. Bang. Well, I mean, in the old days, my days, we would say he's kind of coffee housing it a little bit here. He's just throwing the pieces up the board and hoping he comes up a winner. It's
pieces would be one thing, yes.
Pawns in
front of your king is another.
That's another one.
Look at his king. Where's the protection for his king side?
Well, he missed the bishop f2, bishop g3 idea. So, okay, we'll keep an eye on that. Another game just to turn to is that of our wunderkind, 18-year-old Ali Risa Firouzja. He, I think, was surprised by Richard's report. Richard's surprised as everybody in the opening. In this line with knight b5, oftentimes they play back into a Sveshnikov after d6, bishop f4, e5, and bishop g5. The bishop b4 move is the older, more classical move. White wins the two bishops. And what Ali Risa did here is he just said, okay, let me go into an ending. When you think about junior players, youthful, they've got all the energy, they want to show you their tactics and their fighting skills. You don't think of the junior players as being great endgame players, but look at Ali Risa show his stuff. He's just playing the two bishops. He's just played b2, b3. He wants to castle by hand with king b2, and I must say I like his decision. It's an easier position for white to play than it is for black. What do you have for us, Maurice?
Just one for those of you who are wondering, hey, he just left his pawn alone on the square after the move g6. Why can't I just take it? I mean,
right.
I'll do something else on the next move. This knight is hyper secure, so no worries there. We can play knight takes, hitting the queen and threatening some kind of discovery. Shouldn't that be good somehow? Well, if we start with this one, you'll see you don't want to do this move. The queen will appear on the a4 square, hitting the king, and there's no good place for you to hide that king. If you come up to this right, the queen is going to show up on d7. Let's show some bad moves. King d8 allows queen d7 mate immediately. I'll turn off the engine for now. And so king d8 doesn't work. King f8 doesn't work because of knight d7 check. Gift us your queen. And after, again, queen a4, king to e7, it's not going to take much. You see the theme of the situation. The king is stuck. Queen can come down to d7 in this position. King up to f6. Am I messing a mate around, Yaz, as the king tries to run away?
Looks queen f4 mate.
Oh, queen f4. That's the right move. Thank you very much.
Not at all.
Always.
My pleasure.
Always got my back. Queen f4, of course, is mate. So, too much love on this show. All right, so this move is not good. Knight takes on f2 doesn't work.
Knight f2. That loses.
The other move is bishop takes on f2, and we move the king away.
King g2.
G2, let's say. You took the pawn, but nothing has changed here. You just basically moved your bishop out of the way. Can you now go for something like h6 to shut things down? You have lost a tempo on this square. And what should we do, though, Yaz? Is it a queen f3 siding? No, there's a rook f8, knight f7. Even here, I'm not too sure. Why can't you take this pawn, given that this knight is ensconced on this square? There's no e6. I don't see an auto move here.
It's not intuitively obvious, that's for sure.
Again, queen f3 should be met by rook. Oh, I can't play rook f8 because of queen takes.
Nice, and knight d7
and knight d7. All right, that's a good point. So, backing up, at least I saw one move.
Yay.
This one here, queen f3.
I think queen f3 is too disruptive.
Castles allows knight f7. Well, rook takes f. Rook
By
takes
the
is threatened.
way, he didn't take on f2. He didn't play bishop. He's castle. Oh, hold on. Let me draw up that board because that's a crazy game.
Yeah, castles met by bishop f4 and takes on g6. Wow, I wouldn't have suspected that sequence, as the king on c8 is not going to be able to move.
Castle's queenside, aren't you kind of putting your king into the lion's mouth there? I mean, you don't want to put your king on b8. The c file is going to be very, very uncomfortable as soon as a rook lands on a c1. And again, with the bishop now on f4, you don't want to put your king on b8. Takes on g6. Wow. Okay.
By the way, no
Very
forks.
double-edged.
He's prepared to play knight takes f2. That's important. But so on the previous move, if you go back one move to castles itself, right? So castles, knight f7 looks delish. Let me just jump into f7.
Let's take a rook. Yep.
Right, but now that the king is gone, well, he'll say, okay, you can have an exchange. I'm going to take on f2 now. And
because there's no queen a4 check
there's
anymore.
no check. The queen's gone. The king's gone, excuse me.
That's a killer.
So that is a body blow, and black is happy to see this position land on the board. He's taking a pawn. He's disrupting your king side.
Absolutely.
And your queen's under attack, so that would be great. So that's why MVL played bishop f4, completely ignoring the knight f7 move, and now takes on g6. Again, knight f7 will be even worse in this position. But the point that we're concerned about is a move, rook c1, coming on the board. Does it have any force? At the moment, that bishop is well defended. A knight on e4, queen on b6 as well, although the queen will likely not capture back because of rook to c, like a rook sack if I sack on c5 to bring my other rook to c1. Black is holding this position up, just as I said it, rook to c1.
He's played hg6.
On the board.
House. It feels
It
coffee
does feel
house.
coffee house.
So
this
he's
is
allowing rook takes h5. That's like pawn number 3 or 4 or whatever it is. And I hear what you're saying, Maurice, that rook takes, if you go queen takes,
and rook
okay,
c1.
hold on. Whoa.
That check
My
on
spidey sense just started tingling.
That's good too.
Yeah, rook c1, my intention was to give my queen.
Yes.
I was going to take on c1 and take on e5, and I was happy. But queen e6
To start everything,
is a crusher. So you're right.
We should point out why, by the way. Queen takes.
Oh, sure. So rook takes h5, fails to this really nice move.
It doesn't fail. Knight c5 is playable.
I'm sorry. Why did I think queen takes c5? I know. I was on
We're just saying if queen c5, but knight c5
it's
would
not
be
the rook c1 move that wins the game. It's the queen takes
Queen
e6. And wherever your king moves, you're walking into a discovered check, losing the queen on
Knight
c5.
will. That's the big
so,
problem.
okay, but there is knight takes c5, as you were about to suggest, recommend. And
So Nepo took on h5 with the pawn.
tickling the
Yes,
queen.
pawn takes. And then queen g6, just hanging around.
Well, I think it's time to start being worried about the move g7, g5, which is why I understood he posted the queen on g6. But
Whoa.
Isn't this too many pawns? How many
3 pawns?
I know. How many pawns? Okay, I agree.
3?
Black's king is under a little distress, but that's a lot of pawns.
And you know what? You don't
want to
know.
take a 4th pawn? No.
You don't want to know. You just don't want to know.
Uh-oh.
The engine's evaluation in this position.
0, 0, 0. No
Zeros
way.
all the way down.
No way.
So many zeros, it's like,
How many
oh,
pawns
man.
did we say? 3?
3 pawns. 3
And it's
pawns.
not enough?
He's just playing instinctively. And
it's
where did
not
black go wrong? Because
enough.
black was better.
Much better, we felt.
Black was better back here before he castled. Hold on, let's get back here. Castles. Black was winning before. Here, the engine gives h6 his best. And instead, black castled. And as soon as black castled, he said, we don't like it. The engine said, I don't like that at all. Bishop f4 with the problem along this line. And Nepo has simply walked into a positional bind. He can't solve the problem of his king easily. That's what has happened. His king just can't move, and he can't put a bishop in the way because there's a rook on this file. So suddenly he's stuck. He's stuck. He's put himself in this noose, thinking he was castling to get out of the way, but in fact, he just walked into a sucker punch. This knight is ready to move, and you just can't get your king to safety. Luckily for you, you're up 3 pawns, but unwinding is becoming a major challenge.
I wanted to ask the question that Nepo asked, but why can't he play rook f8, Maurice?
Rook f8.
I'm hitting the bishop on f4. That's a nice
Yes, but bishop
tempo.
back is fine. Bishop dropping back.
Whoa.
Yes, just keeping
because
all the pluses.
I can't play rook f2 and sorry.
You want to play rook f2?
Yeah, no. Okay, how many pawns? I could play queen takes b2, knight
Well,
d3.
let's keep this line going. Knight takes on f2, unfortunately, is met again by rook takes c5, queen
And
takes,
again,
and queen
queen
e6.
e6.
And again, we see the lineup. The king moves. We can play knight to d7.
Double check.
That's not a single check, folks. That's a double check with the bishop hitting as well. Gift us the
Nice.
queen on the next move, and you're going down. So this is very clear that you're getting busted in this line. So in this position, MVL has to find bishop back to h2, and he'll be just fine. I think he's going to find it. I think it's almost no question he's going to play this move. The way he's been playing so far, crazy. 3 pawns. 3 pawns.
Tuck.
And I said he's going to find it. Did he play yet? Because I couldn't imagine he made another move. And now
No,
he has
after
not
rook
moved
f8, he's
as
been
yet.
thinking.
And look at the clock times right there. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, 15 minutes. Nepo with only 9 minutes, one of the fastest
That's
players we know.
unusual.
But he's been getting confused, hoist on his own petard, because he normally is the one that's pressuring people on the clock.
Right.
And Maxime may have come into this game saying, you're not doing that to me. I'm turning the tables. You're going to have to think about it. But now Maxime is trying to figure out what is the right move here. And his bishop is under attack. And as
Bishop
I said,
H2.
I know my Maxime. He would find that move without any difficulty. And he's played it with a sort of a little bit of a flourish as well.
I saw the
You saw
little
that?
twist. The
Bishop
little
H2.
twist.
I'm not scared. Go ahead. I dare you to start trying to take pawns, and I'm going to show you what will happen to you. What a crazy, crazy position. You can never take the pawn with the knight. That's important to note. Your knight is busy guarding the
Rook
bishop.
f6 quickly played, by the way, by Nepo. After bishop h2, he didn't hesitate with his move rook f6. He's
And this changes a lot, Yaz, because now after the queen moves, there's no queen takes e6 anymore. So the knight can take on f2. The
Right.
black knight can.
But g7 is hanging.
But my point is,
Yeah.
this forces White's hand because White was counting on knight takes f2 being impossible
Correct.
because of rook c5. The e6 pawn was hanging.
Right.
Right?
Right.
So that was what you could never, let's go one move back. I got so many lines here. I should refresh my, here we go. This position. He always said, you cannot take with your knight because your knight is guarding this bishop. Dragging away the queen allows queen takes e6. That's always been the case. The e6 pawn is the problem. But instead of that, in this position, rook to f6 says, now I've covered the e6 pawn.
Right.
So now I am prepared to take with the knight. But you're pointing out queen takes on g7. Now the rook is potentially hanging, but knight takes f2. You can't take the rook because of knight back. This sacrifice we had seen earlier still leaves the same position. You still can't take the rook because of knight. The engine's like, pick your poison, knight here or knight here. We're going to get this queen. You're losing.
Discovered
So
check.
after bishop to h, that was the first bishop to h. No, here we go. Bishop to h2 in this position. Rook to f6, queen takes, knight takes on f2. Engine saying, cool, calm, no problem. You're still down 3 pawns. Play king g2?
Obviously. My brain hurts, Maurice. This is too much. Wow.
King g2 hitting the rook. Queen takes b2 is possible. Try to get some kind of discovery.
Rook takes c5 check.
But that allows rook c5 with check, and White is
no.
cleaning house with queen c7, and the rook is hanging.
No.
This is sick chess. This is sick. Rook f6 on the board. Queen takes here, knight takes, and king here. Best
We
move
do
is
have
supposed
queen
to be.
g7, by the way, on the board.
He took on g7.
Yes, he
and
did.
now knight e4 is best. What? Oh, and by the way, the next move best is knight d3. I mean, we're not worthy. The Indians are playing all kinds of craziness. But here's the big point. This bishop, if I can make one.
Guided missile.
This bishop is indeed putting the pressure on this king. This rook is indeed putting the pressure on this king. White might be 3 pawns down, but as long as the position remains stable, he's threatening on b2, but knight d3, folks, hits this bishop. It doesn't just defend the pawn. It hits this bishop. It keeps the pressure on in the game. This is wild, crazy chess. Clock ticking down, blunders waiting to be made, and queen takes g7. Maxime playing with fire? Will he get burned, or will he find a way to scorch his opponent? This is wild. This is like the craziest of the crazies. We've seen crazy game after crazy game. Somebody sacking 3 pawns. I mean, he looks like he just got out of bed, by the way. I'm not sure. Or like some electric shock, like some madman just showed up and said, I'm going to play some crazy chess today. That wasn't a French accent. I should get my French accent right. But, I mean, wow.
Wow,
Maxime.
Right. Well, it took him a while, but I do believe he landed on his toes. Fabiano in this position after the move a2, a3 in his game against Timur Radjabov, he went into a tank. I mean, you only have 25 minutes for the whole game, folks. He spent like 10 of them right here in this position when his knight was under attack, under fire. a2, a3 was White's last move. You think, well, you just drop back with your knight and get on with business. No, Fabi took a deep, deep, long think and dropped his knight back to a6. A little bit of a head scratcher. White said, okay, I'll leave my king in the center. King e2, knight c7, rook d1. Timur's playing all of the recommended moves, and probably something like a space gaining move like f4 should be on his radar, maybe even g4. Instead, he played bishop d3. Kind of a tepid move, e4, okay. And now came e5, and this is what I meant when I said that it looks to me like Fabi has regained his composure. They're in a position where the doubled pawns, well, okay.
My bet still stands, Yaz. If you want to bet, this is not going to be a draw. I'm ready.
Are you ready?
I got money. I got money. I'm just saying. I got credit cards. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying draw.
Visa,
I'm sorry, I got
American
Visa,
Express,
MasterCard, American Express, you name
checks.
it. No Discover, but we can go to the bank too. I'm saying draw this one. If you disagree, let's go.
No. Bitcoin, cryptocurrency.
Crypto, we can go there too. I'm good.
Peter Svidler.
Peter Svidler, on the other hand, I'm not betting at all, but I would bet on Peter if I were a betting man. In this case, this position, we had this position where he could have gone for the pawn. Yep. Could have gone for the pawn back row with the black pieces. He decided, let me back down despite the presence of this pawn on a6, and he's living to regret it because Peter said, okay, no problem. You didn't want to trade. I'll trade. This pawn could become a target. Let me just be solid for now. And now let me put my bishop on h3. Look at that pin along the diagonal. Pressure. Chess players don't like feeling pressure like that when your pieces are laser-like. So he moved his queen, and now when his queen moved, a6. Oh, man, the bishop's feeling a little bit blocked in, boxed in, squeezed. So now he played bishop to c6. And now, hey, your bishop's on c6. Let me play knight to e5. A nice move. If you dare take this and try to take this as well, there's going to be a knock on your door. Boom! Bishop unleashing along the diagonal, and White's pieces just simply explode in the position. So instead of that, after knight to e5, he played knight back to f8, a passive move. Hey, your bishop that's been dancing and prancing around, let me go kill it, thank you very much. Now he's taking this piece off. Queen takes on c6. He's given up a crucial bishop, crucial piece in the position. Now White could actually drop back and say, pressure, you're going to feel it. We're coming after you. Peter Svidler playing a model game after his opponent backed down and didn't play the main move. That's what happens in chess. Sometimes you just get punished by Kaisa, the chess goddess, if you don't respect the game and say, I'm going to go for it.
You got to play the key moves, the critical moves, if you will. And I didn't like Etienne's decision to back down. By the way, he played bishop a6, trying to resolve the issue of the pawn on c4. And Maurice, we've got breaking news in the Nepo game.
Nepo has made an extraordinary blunder. He's been waiting and waiting and waiting, and now he's going to die. He's taken on F2. We said you could not take on F2. You simply cannot take on F2, but he's done so. He's playing rook takes on F2, rook takes, and now knight takes. This is the position on the board as we have it. Sorry, and so now the money move, is it knight?
Knight D7.
D7.
Yes.
What a shot.
Queen
That's insane.
F8.
What
Queen
a great
F8.
move. This move hits the queen, hits the bishop. There's no discovery that matters. The king is going to be able to move out of it. And he's played it. Give him credit. Here it is. Knight to D7. A spectacular move. What a shot. Easy to miss. And look at Maxime look up. Like, wow, is it 4 points now?
Look
and Nepo
that
can't believe it. He's like, what is happening on this chessboard? That is a move from outer space.
Well,
what a fantastic move. Queen F8 check is going to be the killer. Let's look at it here.
That's the killer move.
Rook
Queen
takes
F8
on
check.
D7 is met by Queen F8 check, hitting that bishop. Remember, your king has nowhere to go. You can block all you want to. Everybody's dying after rook takes check. King over and
mate.
Matutski on the board. Game over. Knight D7. Yo, that's one you take a selfie with. MBL could be like,
wow.
Look at me. Look at me. What a blow. That's just stunning. Visual.
Nepo is laughing.
It is like nice. It's like noise. Noise. What a move. What a move. And now he's composing himself.
More honey,
more
like, tea.
Wow. Whoa. Genius. We said that Maxime is a genius. And he played coffee house chess. That's a coffee house move that many of the players back in the Café de la Régence in the 1900 appreciate. Bravo, mon ami, formidable. Absolute genius.
By the way, that bishop on H2 is monstrous. And there's no good discovered checks, because if you move your knight, rook takes C5 is check.
It's check.
You move. It's like those commercials where the guy makes a move and says check, and the guy answers check. Check, check.
Yeah, usually it's bogus, but here it's for real.
Brilliant.
You can double check with the knight as well, but the only double check you have is this one.
And then I can move my king.
And then the king
happily.
goes to G2 and says, well, wait. I don't want to.
No.
The queen is guarding. Okay.
Oh.
Yes. So it's all good.
It's all good.
Even here, queen B2 does nothing.
I was thinking king H1.
King H1 does the job as well. It's a preference now. And Nepo. Yeah, it's a stunner. It's visual.
He's shocked.
You got to smile. I mean, he's shocked. He may not. He's not. I don't think he's devastated though. He's like, wow.
Wow.
That's good.
You got to respect.
Respect. Game knows game, right?
Yeah.
Game knows game. He's like, wow, that is a heck of a move. You can miss moves in chess. It's probably rare that he just misses brilliant tactical moves, right? Like, this is a puzzle rush position.
But it's not just that. It's like the move knight E5, D7 is kind of alien, because really, in your mind, you've got the D7 square
completely covered.
Absolutely protected. You're not looking for the move knight E5, D7. Your rook's on D8, your king's on C8. Yeah, you got troubles on the C file, but you're expecting that knight to go back or something like that. And knight D7 hits you, lands on your doorstep. You go, oh. Oh. That's a wake up. That's like, oh.
But that's the thing.
What a way to finish the day.
Yes, beautiful. Beautiful. Worth it for Maxime to play a game like this, and there's no move.
There's
C5
no move.
is hanging with check. Queen is hanging. That's resignation. What a win. He's taken down the leader, and he's got a smile. Nepo thinks with a wry smile, like, wow, that was cool. Maybe crazy. He should have been winning earlier, but you know what? Stuff happens. It's a rapid game. I don't think Nepo's going to feel anything about this game. The guy got him a good one. What can you say?
Exactly, except for one thing. You know this is going to be the books on brilliancies for the rest of
this is forever.
Like front and center.
This is forever.
Modern day brilliancies. They got your name, you lose.
Excuse me. This is making my Twitch stream.
Yeah, exactly.
And we have a section called Blunders and Brilliancies. That's coming quick. The blunder, taking on F2, and the brilliancy, knight D7. All the people who follow me on Twitch who are watching the broadcast now, they're like, yeah, Maurice, well, we're waiting for you to come and show this position.
Next stream.
What a move. Knight D7, splat out, Boom, as we say on the stream. That is special stuff. This one, yes, indeed. Look at this knight on F2, this knight on D7. I mean, it's like a weird, like what? You're scratching your head. What's happening? Vicious finish. Again, if rook takes, queen here with check, and there's just nothing to do. This bishop is just a monster on the long diagonal. He's taken down a leader.
Yep.
That means that Nepo is now catchable. A lot of players could reach him. Fabi with a draw catches him. Wesley with a draw catches him as well. So he rose, but then he fell.
Exactly. In the game of, I was going to say this ending of Fabiano and Timur. Timur's got his bishops of the same color position, and he's trying to squeeze Fabi. He just played the move bishop to g4, and I was having a talk with myself. I was thinking, okay, if Timur had played the move a4, I suppose he was worried that if he doesn't have the tempo, we could get into a king and pawn endgame after bishop d6, bishop d7. I apologize, that should be drawing. Bishop g4, he's trying to get this king and pawn endgame where he's got the tempo move a4 and he would win the opposition. Whether that wins the game for him, by the way, I have no idea. Still everything to play for, right? Maybe it's just a draw regardless, this position, Maurice, between Fabi and Timur.
Yes, that's what
the engine's saying.
It seems like the engine's saying, but here goes.
Wrong foot.
No.
The black king. Sorry, please.
And so let's jump to one much more complex. This bishop looks so useful on this square,
Peter
right?
Svidler's bishop.
Svidler versus back row.
Yep.
Svidler versus back row. This bishop looks so useful on this h3 square, right? So you think, I don't want to move the bishop off of h3. But it's just basically targeting air because there's nothing concrete for it to hit. It stops rook to c8, but maybe black doesn't want to go to c8. But black wants to keep, as we said, his piece off the color of the bishop that he doesn't have. The bishop he doesn't have is this light square bishop, so he's going to gravitate to dark square with his pieces. Also, this knight can go to e6 and also block this bishop. So the bishop looks fine where it is. Might even look good where it is, but it's only optical. A bishop on g2 is not optical. It's good and it's hitting something very concrete. At any moment, a break might happen on c5, and this d5 pawn will be a target. Peter, instead of doing that, played queen to e2. And he basically waffles for a couple of moves because the knight now blocked his bishop. And then he played queen to b5, offering a queen trade, to which his opponent said, no, I'm leaving. I'm going to go on a dark square. Then he played queen a4. So the queen left c2 and is now over here on a4. That doesn't leave a great impression. Like, wow, the queen went to a4. Did you see that maneuver? His queen went to a4. Now he's cooking. No, not so much. Doesn't feel that way.
Not at all.
Knight said, go to g5, move your bishop. The bishop dropped back to e2, and now queen e6. So what has happened, what has transpired in the last few moves? The queen is on e6. We started in this position. Knight on the back rank. Queen not really saying anything over here. White needs to make progress. We jump to this position. Knight's no longer in the back rank. Bishop has backed up. Queen is starting to gravitate, and this white queen has gone over to hinterland somewhere, hiding out.
Away.
No real. What has white been doing all these moves? Offered one queen trade and nothing else. It didn't succeed. So strategically, white's plan has failed.
Knight f3 check.
So knight e2 instead, queen g4. Yeah. How did this happen? The guy showed up in your position from a position of complete passivity, with queen sitting here, his knight on the back rank. Now he's got pure activity, and he's coming after you. Queen of g4, knight to f4. Now knight f3 check. This knight was sitting on f8 a few moves ago. Like, what just happened here? The party at your king's house. This transformation of the position is not what Peter wanted, and now he's looking to try to get control of the position again, as black has emerged much better in the last several moves than he could have possibly hoped.
Peter shaking his head as he's realized things have gone south, and badly so, because not only did the knight land on f3, we're about to see another knight land on the e4 square as well. Bishop f3, queen takes f3. Knight's coming to e4, hitting f2, and I don't like it. You got it on your board.
Yeah,
the knight f3 check on the position. If you take on f3, queen takes f3, and if you take on c5, I'm playing knight e4, and he's taken on f3. Queen takes f3, has Peter, and he recognized that he's got to come back with his queen.
That's
queen
terrible.
b5, so that he can defend with queen e2.
On top of it,
Maurice's
there's only
board.
154, it looks like, left on his clock. Is that correct? Or is it one?
Wow.
I mean, Peter can't believe it. He just
Yeah,
can't believe what he
he's
did in the
very
last
upset
several moves. He
with
took a
himself.
gorgeous position, and you can see on his face. And now we're being told that c4 is actually winning, shutting the queen out and from being able to get back in the game.
I think when Peter played the move queen b5, intending to come back with his queen, he instantly saw the move c4. It's almost like one of those things, you see your opponent's move only after you've pressed your clock.
I hate that.
I know, don't we all? Queen b5 with the intention of queen e2. He released the piece, pressed his clock, and then started shaking his head as it became instantly obvious to him he had missed the move c4 after takes, and the knight is coming, and there's going to be...
He's got to play rook f1.
A party.
But it's not over.
Is
Rook
it
f1, it's not like you have a concrete kill here. You could take on c4 and you can't capture back because of knight to d2, but it's not like you have to take on c4 actually, because
And
white is
knight
threatening.
d2.
Knight takes on d5. So you can't take back on c4. You'll have a great pass pawn. c3 is coming. Knight d2 could come in some position as you try to make progress. But it's not like it's bad. It's bad. But Peter, people have illusions about chess players. They think we're all kinds of things. There's all kinds of things. One, you see ahead, we're like robots, we're not social people, all kinds of things, right?
Yeah.
And one is, and we got a handshake in another game.
A draw.
Draw done. I would have won that bet, Yaz. I wish you had just taken all the credit cards. I told you, no momentum. I didn't believe in momentum because I saw those two players and whatever happened there. But my point is this, Yaz.
Yeah.
And you know this point. We are not stoic people.
No.
We can be emotional. You can show when you make a mistake. You see Peter there. You've seen Nakamura, the king
especially
of emotional reactions and gyrations when he's playing. We've seen Garry Kasparov show emotion.
Absolutely.
It's not sitting there like we're just stone. I'm just making the move. It's just ice cold. Some players have that talent, but it's not universal. It doesn't apply to every single grandmaster. Peter is one of them. Peter
wears
when
his
he's not
emotion on
happy,
his
it's just
sleeve.
like, what did I do? What did I play like this for? And he knows this 8-time Russian champion. And we have Wesley, another board, Wesley calling over an arbiter. It looks like they just 3-4 repetition and nothing there as well. Tying with Timur for the moment is Wesley and Fabi in first place. How could you have expected Fabi, the rise of Fabiano Caruana, to a tie for first? Wesley has been around there, Timur there as well. It was Peter who was hoping to be able to stay up at the top. He got knocked down. Didn't Peter just lose last round?
Peter Svidler lost to Fabi, yes?
Yeah, so now he might lose again.
Yeah.
Tumbling after starting off in such a strong fashion. Here we have Alireza trying to defend this position. Wait a minute, White's up a pawn?
No, I was actually, we keep getting drawn away from the game I wanted to talk about, which was the fact that Richard Rapport, at the moment a pawn down, he's trying to hold the position against the young phenom Alireza. King g4. It's funny to see the counterplay of a very, very active king.
But I was wondering how it happened.
Yes.
Because we didn't see how it happened, right?
It was with the knight bishop c3, yes.
Yeah, bishop c3, knight to e2 in this moment.
Yep.
Pretty bold square to go to, the
Except
e2 square.
bishop e5.
Until
right?
bishop e5 smacks you, and you realize you just tossed the pawn to the wind.
Right.
King
A
f5
skewer, yes.
to the skewer, and thank you very much for giving me a pawn.
But now comes king g4, though, Maurice. And
Definite
Richard's
play.
saying, you know, like, hey, I've got this incredibly active king. Is it worth a pawn?
Is it active or is it asking to get mated somehow? No. Rook
And by the way,
rook went-
time is a factor in this game as well. King f3.
that's sacking another pawn.
Yeah, but
Right? Because rook takes b2 and rook takes
takes
b7,
b7.
and rook takes a7 on the menu is possible, but black will get the f
king
pawn.
takes, rook takes, and he's got his pawn all the way to f3. And pay attention, this rook.
Hey, Valereza said,
There
I'm
you
taking
go.
it.
I'm taking
it. Gimme.
Give me and king takes.
And king takes, and now the a7 pawn is hanging, and he said, give me that too. I've got 3 connected passers. You've got 1 good guy.
Yeah.
Is it enough, as the pawn is on f3, as you said?
But it's a very good guy.
It's a very good guy. It's not the quantity, it's the quality. 3 connected passers, but they're all at home.
Yep.
1 runaway pawn on f3 may be enough. And he said, no, let me get 1 going myself.
As well.
I
Okay.
think, here's what's going to happen.
Okay.
A rook is sacrificing itself for that f3 pawn.
No question about it. But the question is, which rook? So
I
we're
think
going to
it's the back
start.
rank rook.
We're going to start with rook e8, rook h8, e8. You want another pawn? Snack on h7 if you like. And we're going to play rook to e2. And then, yeah, I've got it on my screen. a4, I'm expecting the move rook h8, e8. The idea is to go rook to c2, rook to e2, attack the pawn on c2. So if you play, for example, the move a5, rook down, rook over, I want to move my king. Now, I'm not absolutely sure where I'm going to move my king. Somehow, that's funny, my king... where do I put my king, Maurice? This is not that easy. If I go king e3, you've got rook e7 check, and I've got to stay active, but you've got this rook check as well.
Well, but you're concerned. Why can look to just control that pawn on f7 and from the rook on
F3.
f7? Sorry.
Yes,
Control the pawn on f3 by putting the rook on f7 and say, when you're ready, I'm sacking, but don't let my pawns get all the way down the board. The pawn on b4 needs to be with it as well. And this could be problematic if the black king is way out the way. So be concerned with this line. And Richard is concerned. He played the move rook to a8.
Whoa.
Rook to a8.
Not rook h8.
No,
after
trying to-
a4. After a4.
After a4,
he's
rook to
offered a trade of rooks.
And are we seeing more offers of a trade? I think he believes that
If he can get rid of one rook,
One
then
pair.
it's true. He will be able to play king e2 and f2 and f1 without worrying about his king getting disconnected from his pawn. So
Well, hold on. Are you sure that the king and 3 pawns don't make a lot of noise?
yeah, on the contrary, I would be very, very worried as Richard that after rook takes b4, let's say you go king e2 just for argument's sake, king b3, f2, yep, you're going to win my rook, but I've got bad news for you. After you've done that, these pawns are really serious.
And c4, c5 is coming, king b4. I mean,
These pawns are really, really serious. Looks like
that looks real. He played rook c8 instead, which I don't see how this changes things. No, you know what I'm worried about, Yaz?
Yep.
I'm worried that you're going to trade, but instead of trying to promote your pawn, you're going to and use your king to be the defender, that you might be able to bring your rook to the back rank and trade off that way. So does this work? Play rook c8.
pardon me, rook a8. What did you
Rook
want?
c7 was played in the game.
Okay, sorry.
So rook c8, rook takes.
Rook takes, yeah.
Yeah, rook takes.
Okay.
And let's just play a5.
All right, so I have to move my king.
King e2. Let's play b4.
Okay, so I guess I play f2.
Let's play b5.
Ooh, are you
Wait,
sure
b5
you want to play?
b5 you have rook c. So let's play king b3 first.
Yes, exactly.
Let's play king b3 first. And
But-
now let's play rook d8.
So you're saying, no, I'm not going to give you an opportunity to trade your rook for the pawn.
But rook down looks like white queen's
Seconds.
Queen second, but
But
does
it's
queen.
enough. It's enough.
It does look like enough. You push, and queens, and this is the position I was talking about. That looks winning.
Yes. But
That looks winning. It looks like a straight line. He's played rook to b7, another nuance that might matter. But I feel like that's the biggest thing for white to worry about. Why can't you just take and then push?
Exactly.
After rook c7, rook to b7, rook to b8, why can't you take and just play a5? I don't even want my rook on b. No, I don't want his rook on that square because then I can't play b4.
Right. Rook
Whoa.
to b5. No, I did like trading the rook on a8, playing b4, king b3, and let's go. I like trading the rook on c8, playing b4, king b3, and let's go. Rook b5, I'm not really, well, maybe I just became a fanboy of rook b5. If it precipitates rook f8, then I'm kind of happy because I can play c4 and a5.
Engine disagrees with Aliraza's choice of rook b5.
He doesn't like
agrees
it.
with us.
Take the rook and play b4.
You should have played rook back to c7. And
5 seconds.
And trade the exact
C4.
line as
And
we understood it.
Richard, understanding that he's losing the game, immediately accelerated his
6 seconds, 5,
pace.
and now rook to d5.
But now
The white
it's
king
all
looks exposed.
Well, exactly. Rook check and king g2. Time trouble. Rook e1.
Offering a trade, 13 seconds. Aliraza has flubbed this a bit.
Are we
but
sure,
is
though?
it over?
Rook check is the problem. Rook check will ensure that he'll be able to give up his rook for the pawn.
Wow, but the ending is different now. The pawns
Yes.
are not advanced. The pawns
As
are
a
sitting on the 4th rank, not on the 5th and the 6th rank, which looks
Exactly.
so much easier, so much cleaner.
Exactly.
And this line, Aliraza
By the
didn't
way, we've got
quite
two-
make the progress. The C pawn is not the thing. It's not about the pawn on C4. It was about a pawn at least on A5.
2 games are currently in progress. The game of Peter Svidler and Etienne looks to be balanced. We're going to call it a draw.
How did he
But
get out of this one?
game got our attention because of the time trouble scramble that we're witnessing. King
He
C3,
missed-
we're going to stay with the...
Let's come back. Let's just right
Please.
here. This is the moment we were saying that Peter was in trouble. King E3 play there. I just want to just quickly make this point, is that this was the move. Here,
C4.
we had suspected C4. He missed C4, instead played rook AC8 and let Peter bring the queen back, and that's what gave Peter a chance. Let's go back. And now Peter should be drawing that game, and let's go here now as the seconds are ticking down.
Absolutely.
And here goes the push he wanted to make for a long time. And he's
Ages ago.
hesitating. He's only got 10 seconds. 19 seconds now because of the 10-second increment.
Well, it's still F2 rook. Oh, Aliraza is... No, that was the wrong check. He had to check with the rook on E2, not the rook. Now, after king B4, there's no frontal check with the rook coming to B8. I think Richard
Wait.
has
What?
slipped badly.
There's a rook B2 though. You can attack.
rook
you can
B2.
attack the pawn on
Oh.
B3 and create some counter spaghetti.
Thank you.
And he's ignored that and surged down the board. Instead of playing rook A3, he's allowed this pawn to go with check. He's saying, I need an active pawn myself. Aliraza just plays these crazy games, and now his king is being assaulted, crossfire by
What is
rooks.
going on? But rook check, you can defend this check with rook D5 queen. Oh my goodness, what a game. What a game. He's going to have to play king C6 in this case. But then there's a perpet.
But there's also king D6.
King D6, rook B6. Ooh,
He's playing king C6, and
This
here
is
comes the
perpetual.
offer for a perpetual. Will he take it?
You can't interpose your rook because of F1 equals queen.
We talked about this youngster's genius, and we're seeing the weakness, the endgame technique. It's not automatic.
And his
for him.
technical phase is
Yeah,
not
his technical
good.
phase is not automatic. He's going to have to work on that because he's
But
not
you know
instinctive
what?
about what to do.
Of all of the weaknesses that a chess player can have, working on your end games and shoring up your end games is a weakness that you can really work on.
You can fix.
You can fix.
You
Thank
can't have tactical genius. You can work on tactics, and they're repeating moves. They're repeating moves, and now Richard saying, you know what, maybe I'm happy to bail out down a pawn at the moment, and I can repeat with rook to f5.
No!
Oh! Said I don't want it. I don't want it.
Look at the fighting spirit, but wait a minute, is he overpressing? Yes, of course he's overpressing.
Threatening mate. So he's threatening mate again with the rook on f6, going at c6. That's mate. So deal with that, Alireza. Let's see. And another check, and will he check?
And you still got the same mate threat.
Same mate threat.
But now it's the perpet.
Big
for
decision.
white.
He has to go to e3, but e3 allows
now-
a7.
A7 or rook a3 check?
Or rook a3 check as well.
Also, there's,
I think he's going to go back and accept this draw.
I think
it's time to go back and just say, you know what? I got out of here
This has been
alive.
crazy. I mean, but you know what? Richard, like many of the very, very top world-class grandmasters, I mean, he has this, sixth sense for opportunity. I mean, he kept the game alive somehow. I think he was just lost myself.
Gotta love it.
You
gotta love it. And he's finally retreated. Now, Alireza's turn is playing rook d5 and saying,
well, wait a minute. I mean, rook f6, c6 is mate in one.
It's mate in one. There's not much to do about it.
Yeah, you better play
and
rook
it looks
check.
like the repetition has occurred.
Oh,
and
my
that's
goodness.
a boss draw if you've ever seen one.
Wow. Also, we have another as well.
All smiles, giggling away, happy. Nobody lost, no blood spilled.
They played to bare kings, by the way.
Awesome.
That's
awesome. That's what you want to see. Now, that's what the rules are meant for. Play to the end. Repetition or bare kings, no
or
agreements,
stalemate. Yep.
and keep the fans on the edges of their seats.
Well, I certainly have been on the edge of my seat, but after all of this action, what are our standings after all? I mean, I'm just telling you, I don't even know.
I know the majority of the standings. I know there are 3 players tied for first. There's
I
Fabi,
know
Wesley,
MVL
and
just won a huge game against the tournament leader, Nepo.
He came out of the cellar. By beating Nepo, he leaves Nepo, should be still on 7 points. Fabi should have risen to 7. Wesley should have also risen to 7. And then we get our also-rans who are right behind, including one MVL who got his fans proud. French fans are cheering. If there was a brilliancy prize, they're tossing coins. They're tossing coins. No question about it. That one would certainly get it. What a crazy, just for the finish. Maybe not for the whole game because he was busted. Coffee house for real. But brilliant, brilliant finish to be sure. Knight d7 with a thud. And we're going to go to Cristian Chirila now with Fabiano Caruana.
Thank you, Maurice. Yes, I'm here with Fabiano Caruana, world's number 2 and one of the leaders of the tournament. Fabi, welcome to the show. Tell us, I haven't seen you play too many rapid tournaments online in the past year and a half. Now, this is the first rapid tournaments face-to-face over the board. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, it's been a while since I played rapid over the board. I played an online event before Bucharest, and it was a bit up and down, but I played, I think, relatively decent. But of course, online is so different from over the board. It's also quite a long rapid time control. I think 25 minutes is a pretty generous amount of time. Usually, it's I guess I'm more used to like 15 minutes, like in the clutch chess last year. I think it was like 15-minute games. So this is a lot of time to think. It feels almost like let's say like a semi-classical game.
Well, what do you feel is the biggest difference, let's say, between over the board and rapid online?
Oh, there's so many differences. I can't even get into all the differences. But yeah, online chess has its own challenges for sure.
Absolutely. Today, quite a decent day for you. You're playing very solid chess so far, a lot of draws, but also some wins. This one in particular. Tell us a little bit about this game against Willer.
I mean, it's not my proudest game because it was, well, we got a complicated Sicilian, but I definitely missed. Something happened here. I definitely misplayed at some point. Yeah, probably castle, and he got a very decent position, and and I think it was more or less level, like for most of the game.
I think the commentators in St. Louis were not necessarily shocked, quite surprised by this move, G4. What did you feel at this point in the game?
I was actually surprised he let me have this because, I mean, my position has gone downhill in the last few moves, and then I got G4. I think he assumed that it would be that he had rook H8, and he probably missed that my rook swings down. I don't think I'm any worse here at all. It's like we could have repeated here: Queen G2, Queen E7, Queen G4. I don't think that either side really is better, but he blundered horribly. I think he just missed that after the rook goes, let's say, here, that there's bishop G4. He was maybe looking at H5 stuff, which is some sort of mess, and maybe that's what he liked, but bishop G4 just wins a full rook. And so it was just a crude blunder that ended the game. If he had made another move here, then who knows what would have happened.
You're the leader going into the final day of the Rapid. How do you feel about the results so far, and what are the ambitions?
Yeah, it's, well, +1 is not, it's like a very, very thin lead. Also, I'm tied with a number of people. On the first day, I kind of left some chances on the table, and today I compensated by basically getting lucky in at least 2 games. I mean, I could have easily lost the first game against Alireza and could have easily not won the second game against Peter, so today was fortunate.
Definitely a wild day at the office for you. We're looking forward to see what you're going to come up with tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Fabi. And now let's take a look at our standings, Maurice, after another eventful day of Rapids.
Eventful it was. We saw some special things happen today. We don't have round 6 on the standings right there, so let's get that updated, and then we will share that with you. Yas, the day was wild.
Well, the NBL coffee
But the NBL
house
game
against Napo.
It doesn't matter what happened the rest of the day. To see this guy
D7.
giving up so many pawns, top
3.
GM giving up 3 pawns, and then in the end, was even a 4th pawn, wasn't it?
Maybe even a 4th pawn on F2.
No, he took on G7, so it
because
was
he
still
got one
only 3.
back.
He got one back. And to drop knight d7 on the
I know,
board,
that's special.
the move that we all hope we would be able to get ourselves. Let's take a look at the standings
that's
now.
juicy.
The updated standings as we have them. Actually, this is pairings for round 7.
We're so close. We're so close.
Sooner or later,
From
they're going to get us.
pairings to standings. It's
We're
really
almost
close.
there. We're almost there.
You nearly had it, Tom. I mean, really nearly. So close.
Standings pairings. What are words between friends? I think we might have it now. Let's see. And there we have it.
Applause,
Thank you.
applause.
And as we said, 3 names at the top: Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So, 2 U.S. players, followed by Jan Nepomniachtchi, the Russian challenger to the World Championship crown, after a loss that we will never forget. That move, knight d7. They're sitting at 7. Levon Aronian, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. What a big result for him. But it's a massive tie at 6, folks. Look at that. 5 players at 6, only 1 point behind. Don't forget, tomorrow we have 6 points up for grabs with 3 rounds. Alireza Firouzja also not out of it at 5. A couple of wins with this young player could bring him all the way up. And speaking of which, we've got the young phenom in Paris with Christian.
Thank you, Maurice. Yes, I'm here with the crown prince of world chess, Alireza Firouzja. First of all, Alireza, congratulations and welcome to the Grand Chess Tour, and happy birthday for yesterday.
Thank you very much. I'm very honored to be playing here, and yeah, it's always tough to play the best in the world, but I try to play some good games and exciting chess.
Speaking of good games and exciting chess, today was quite a wild affair. 3 draws, but definitely could have went anyway.
No, yeah, definitely. For the first game, I think, in general, in this tournament, I'm playing very good, I think, but I'm not converting the winning positions, I think. So, but I think it's still there are many games to play, and yeah, we'll see.
Absolutely. Let's start with this game, the one between you and Fabiano. Where did you feel like you're taking over the game?
Yeah, obviously after let's say, I think until like here, Fabiano just played knight d7. I don't think this is the best plan for black. Like normally the queen e8, knight h5 is very playable for black.
Queen e8, knight h5, knight f4, yeah.
Yes, but this knight d7 I didn't understand really what is the idea. So I went knight c4. I played very logical, of course, queen e8. Yeah. So after d4 takes knight b4. Yeah, obviously white is slightly better here, I think, because this bishop is not so great here, and I have the center, so queen b3, b6, rook c1, and yeah, okay, king h8 is already here.
Were you surprised by this move, king h8?
No, because it's always under the pin, some knight e3, knight f5 maybe, but it's a decent move. I mean, I was expecting to be better here, and it's really what happened. This c5 is a very dynamic move because it just makes everything unbalanced and
basically throwing the gauntlet and saying let's play, yeah?
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, I played queen d1. I think the best move is d5 here, but I thought also queen d1 is interesting because if he takes, then I have rook c7, and I thought I'm slightly better here. Okay, rook f3 I didn't see, but
still rook f3 not an easy move to make, and the position definitely looks dominant for white. Big question I have for you. What was your reaction when you saw this move? H5? Did you speak with Fabiano after the game?
No, I didn't have the chance, but yeah, h5 is just, I don't think it's a good move, because always after knight b6, d3, I was having problem where to put the queen. Now I found a good place. So I took d3. Oh, rook e3 is a big mistake. Oh, queen h5 was winning?
Maybe just queen h5.
Yeah, queen h6 takes... Oh, I missed rook c5. Yes, gh, rook c5, knight d7.
So this one was the move that you missed. Okay.
Yeah, knight bd7.
And if you don't have this rook takes c5, is this pawn this dangerous?
Yeah, this is dangerous, I think. Like rook d1, let's say, knight c2, and already it's... Okay, still I'm better, but it's not great. I think even after rook e3, I'm slightly better. Still. It's very dangerous for black. And after...
well, to be honest, h5 felt like a mouse slip for us.
Of course. And then also he pushed g5. I mean, it was just insane game. And g5 is the best move, so... Yeah, after, okay, we were in time trouble, so... and here I was expecting to win, actually, because it's very dangerous for black. But suddenly he found some... I couldn't see good move here. Okay, engine is saying check, check. And go queen d1.
Just queen d1 back. That's not natural.
No, that is not natural. And yeah, okay, I had 10 seconds here.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah, we went to the end game, and
you did pile up quite an advantage in the end game, I felt. Maybe even closer to bishop f8. You were playing quite nicely, brought the king into the center.
No, I got my chances after, I think. King e4, bishop d6 is blunder. Yeah, here he had 10 seconds. So.
f5, this was a time scramble at this point. f6, f7 going there. And at this point, this knight g4.
Yeah, I missed rook c4 check. We had 10 seconds and I missed. He can come and everything. But there is only one way, I think, to win. Check, king c6, knight c4 is the only way. Yeah,
not an easy move to spot with 10 seconds on the clock. Reza, how difficult it is to beat these guys?
No, yeah, obviously it's not easy. Also, I played against Fabiano in White and Z, and I was winning like this, and I couldn't win because he defends very good. So, yeah, also yesterday against Wesley, also I had a very good position, but yeah, okay, it's not easy to win.
Absolutely. Reza, a pleasure to have you on the show. We're looking forward to see you play tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Guys, back to you.
Absolutely. Congratulations. He's playing really, really well. He was winning against Fab. He was winning against Richard Rapport. Yesterday, he left a lot of points on the table, Maurice, and it's the technique. Yes. And he's going to work on that, and he's going to be getting more and more and more monstrous.
Yeah, sir. He's 18 years old.
I know.
2 years pumping some iron, as in rook and pawn endgames, going over the classics, the Capablancas of the world, the Smyslovs of the world, the Bobby Fishers. Get that technique right and tight, the Kramniks, how to squeeze. And he's got the killer punch. He's got the talent. He's got the ability to see the board, come up with brilliant ideas. Once he gets the technique, he's going to be a beast.
Absolutely.
I'm giving 2 years. 2 years. If he's not frustrated and keeps going, he's going to be just crushing. Incredible chess by him. And we now have Christian again back to Paris. We're going to go with another French star, Etienne Bacrot.
Thank you, Maurice. Yes, I'm here with the French star, Etienne Bacrot. Etienne, first of all, welcome to the show. Welcome to the Grand Chess Tour. What does this opportunity mean to you?
Well, I played 4 years ago.
You played?
I think in Paris, yes. So it's very nice now to play again, because I don't play since September over the board. So that's cool. I mean, the chess is back over the board. It's much, much better, I think.
Absolutely. You're teaming up with one Vladimir Kramnik. How does that feel? Does that add any extra pressure to you?
Okay, maybe I hope he doesn't make it to Paris, then I can finish the tournament. But
speaking of finishing some games, you did finish MVL, the top player in France. You're also the second of MVL.
For a long time, yeah.
How did this game play
It's
out?
always special games. I mean, he's always crushing me, usually in blitz or so on, even if we don't play that much together, because I'm more like a coach than a sparring. And so it's always special, I think, for both of us. Last time in Paris, I lost all 3 games, but it's not because of, I mean, just because he's an extremely strong player and not,
Absolutely.
not because of our
connection.
Yes, I have no problem to play with him. I will play the same to him, like to Magnus, for example. Yeah, but
and you guys are best friends also.
Yes, but now I think we just tried to play move, and I was extremely lucky, I think, in the game.
You both are big fighters. When you compete, you compete. Take us through the critical moments in this game.
Okay, of course, openings. I didn't expect him to play e4 or something, so he did go for b3. And I said to some friend recently to play knight f6, bishop b2, g6, yeah, like, so that's why maybe he heard, yes, that I give this advice, yes, that after c4 you play, I don't remember even, okay, the main line is bishop f6, sorry.
Bishop f6.
Yeah, bishop f6, df, c4, d5, and so on. And so maybe he listened to this and...
And actually Almira was also mentioning this
okay,
line.
it's
maybe,
like a French trick, yeah?
Maybe there's some connection there, yeah. Absolutely.
And so okay, he did go g3, and then, okay, I think we just played random moves. I tried to make work some knight e5 or some knight jump. I didn't manage.
At this point, knight e5?
And no, I mean, from my, okay, I have no idea. Okay, here, yeah, because he made something strange, yeah, so you always look for tricks like knight b4 or bishop f5, but I think just bishop f5, d3, okay, queen d7, h3, I don't manage.
Take advantage of the light squares.
Yes, so after e5, clearly it's good for white normally. I mean, opening is quite a success for white, because, okay, you don't expect too much, but at least he has playable and maybe it's very slightly better. And I thought it was, I mean, after he sacrificed the pawn, okay, he had no choice, yeah, to sacrifice f5, because if I do myself, I play myself.
Go f5, yeah.
But then he played very good, I think, yeah, gf, knight f3, knight c3, now he's very lucky that I cannot play e4. As I remember, e4, now...
For whatever reason, we cannot make moves right now.
Okay, so, okay, just I will...
Oh, there we go. Okay. I think I know why. No, never mind.
Okay, just I will just tell very fast, yeah, after e4, rook f4,
yep.
I want rook h4, now I play knight e5 to get on rook h4, knight f3 check. And so e4, rook f4, knight e5, knight d5. Now if I will go knight g4, he has knight e7 check, king h8, bishop g7 check, king g7, knight
takes f5, and
so
the knight on
if
g4
this line, I mean, it's only lines that, it's looking good for black at the start, yeah, but
it seems like you actually played the main.
Yes, and I have no choice. I need to play knight e7, and here he put me under some trouble. Yeah, I mean, at least he keeps the game going on. So okay,
played knight d5, knight takes d5, c takes d5.
Yes, rook c8. Now there was some nice trick after c. Yeah.
You mean after rook c1, c6?
I just don't remember.
There we go. We can make moves now.
Sorry, I don't remember what I calculated. It will take me time to remember.
But
no, okay,
queen
so after queen g4, yes, and now he played rook c4. It was quite brilliant move. Yes, there was this trick here. If I will go if he plays queen c2 instead of rook c4, you will have just nice position. c6,
c6,
rook take f5, cd5, queen c8, rook c8, rook c8.
My goodness.
Sorry.
Queen takes c8, rook takes c8.
And bishop f8,
bishop
and
f8.
he cannot connect the rook. I mean, I was quite lucky during the game to have this, because if not, queen c2 will put me under quite serious trouble.
Very nice.
And so, okay, and then I played some horrible move here. But computer is giving
Queen takes c8, rook takes c8, c5.
Okay.
No,
This was good, I think. But rook f1, okay, he keeps the game going on. Nice, b5, rook h4. And yeah, c4, I thought it's terrible move. Yeah, okay, computer is changing. Okay, if I will play here b4 or a5, because I thought c4 he will take. I just cannot calculate everything.
But also not a very easy move to make. Okay, the computer says bishop f6, but putting the bishop on f6 like this.
No,
just
but I think I can play b4. I mean, I can play on the, not to block the, because here is blocking with b4. If I will play myself b4, then I can go a5, a4, and take the line. Because he won't have, I mean, he won't mate me. Yeah? He has two rooks. Okay.
Absolutely.
So okay, it was typical. I mean, it was first, I think, mistake in the game.
And which one?
And then,
was
okay, it was pure luck.
Mistake?
Yeah, but he was under. I mean, I was lucky to survive many moves, and okay, it was. It's not so easy to play, because okay, I put some problems at least. Yeah.
At the same time, you had 28 seconds. He had 3 minutes and 47.
Yes.
Were you surprised by him speeding up and playing this move, king to e5?
But I thought at this moment it was winning already. So, but okay, I don't know. We play. I mean, yeah.
Not definitely
clearly,
not easy.
when we see now, okay, king e5 is not clearly. Probably should go. Okay, h8, h2, and king f5 probably.
At the end, what does it?
But okay.
Absolutely. What does the playing in front of your fans, your hometown fans, mean to you?
So it's very nice. Yesterday I had my kids under 10. I mean, because we have some lessons here with kids, with Gilles, who is the organizer of the tournament also. I mean, one of organizer. And so they watched yesterday, so it was nice, because I was very happy to win one game, because at least now when, okay, I have some lessons sometimes with them, okay, they see, oh, okay, this guy can beat some 27-60, and today we had our also young talents, but a bit older, yeah, so guys with around 2400 of level, and now, okay, they are very surprised, because I mean, once a week, it's not always with me, but sometimes we have lessons, and okay, they've been very happy, yes, that I can compete with such players, I think. At least they told me, so.
That's true, you're definitely, as a coach, it's never easy to build a reputation.
Yeah, and okay, I'm doing not too bad, I think, but also now, and also today was my father and some friends, so it's of course very nice to play in front of them, and okay, to play in Paris. It's very nice. Yeah.
A great pleasure to have you on the show and see you play these amazing games.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Christian, and a happy Father's Day coming up for Etienne. It's nice to get a win in there, Maurice, and have your young boy say, yeah, Daddy, that was pretty good.
Hey, you're a player.
You're a player.
The best player showing up in your country, in your city, and playing chess. So you could want to play with us. Let's see you hang out.
Let's go.
So we can beat on you. And whoa. No, I got people who are fans who are watching me. Right. I got to represent, and he got out the gate really quickly, showing that he can hang. A couple of wins for him so far. So very good for the Frenchman so far. Let us take a look at these pairings
for tomorrow,
as we see the big matchup at the top. Wesley versus Fabi. Fabi versus Wesley. The All-American matchup, 7 points each. They're tied at first place. And Vachier doing not so bad at 50%, playing against Rajabov. Rapport needs to get some points. He's in dead last. And Peter Svidler, who is at 50%, tumbling from that first place standing he had from yesterday. Nepo also tumbling, although he's tied for first, but he was doing so well until he just got hit by a laser, knight d7, a bomb landing in his position. But he will have the creative youngster, Alireza Firouzja, who looks about 6'5". I mean, he's getting taller and taller by the day, 18 years old, and very creative. And finally, two dear friends, Levon Aronian playing against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who must feel like he's on an uptick right now, played the most brilliant move we've seen of the tournament so far. Incredible chess coming from Paris. And once again in Paris, we have Christian and Almira.
Thank you, Maurice. What an amazing day filled with exciting chess we had here. First of all, the timetable is just amazing. This Firouzja is just playing incredible chess. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to capitalize in the first game, in the last game. Nevertheless, he's just like giving us so much exciting chess, and it's a pleasure to see him grow as a chess player. And the thing that strikes me is how tight they are at the top of the table. We have so many leaders going into the final day of Rapid. It's going to be an exciting day. Almira.
Well, Christian, I wanted to thank you for all these interviews because I was watching them as well, and it reminds me of another movie that I like so much, Being John Malkovich. So it helps us to get inside those heads, you know, the players' heads, and to understand how they work. And before we make one movie about Alireza Firouzja, I wanted to invite you on kasparovchess.com and to watch this beautiful documentary about Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, which is called Inside the Mind of the Genius. And he won such a beautiful game today against the leader of the tournament, Jan Nepomniachtchi. So tell me about this in your comments afterwards, please.
You can watch that documentary and many others. We've seen some during the breaks about chess boxing, again, about MVL, and so many others coming on kasparovchess.com. But guys, tomorrow we have such an amazing day ahead of us. Back to you in the studio.
Well, thank you very much, Almira. Thank you, Christian, indeed. Wow, I'm still in a little bit of shock about the knight d7. I have to tell you, Maurice.
It's a great pleasure. It's a great pleasure when we see moves like that one. Knight d7. Say show is what Almira said. It's hot, and that move was hot.
Some like it hot.
That was an
Marilyn Monroe.
Extraordinary move. Well, you can't miss all this great action, folks. We'll be back here tomorrow. Join us at 6:50 Central, 7:50 on the East Coast, or wherever you are in the world. The hottest chess is being played on the Grand Chess Tour. The last day of Rapid will be tomorrow. We'll see you then. Have a great evening.
Good night, everyone.